Madam Speaker, the Vice President, and the United States Senate.
the House comes to order for this important historic meeting, let us remind that each side, House and Senate, Democrats and Republicans, each have 11 members allowed to be present on the floor. Others may be in the gallery. This is at the guidance of the attending physician and the sergeants at arms. The gentleman on the Republican side of the aisle will please observe the social distancing and agree to what we have 11 members on each side so that we can responsibilities to this chamber, to this responsibility, and to this House of Representatives. Please exit the floor if you do not have an assigned role from your leadership. You can share with your staff if you want to have a few more, but you cannot be that close together, floor of the House, with that many people in here. And I thank the Senate and the Democrats for getting by the rules. Let's go. Let's just start. Okay.
Madam Speaker and members of Congress, pursuant to the Constitution and the laws of the United States, the Senate and House of Representatives are meeting in joint session to verify the certificates and count the votes of the electors of the several states for President and Vice President of the United States. After ascertainment has been had that the certificates are authentic and correct in form, the tellers will count and make a list of the votes cast by the electors of the several states. The tellers on the part of the two houses have taken their places at the clerk's desk. Without objection, the tellers will dispense with the reading of the formal portions of the certificates. After ascertaining that the certificates are regular in form and authentic, the tellers will announce the votes cast by the electors for each state, beginning with Alabama, which the parliamentarians advise me is the only certificate of vote from that state and purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors. Mr. Blunt. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Point of order, parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Vice President. In order to follow with the Speaker's instructions that only a limited number of people be on the floor, may I ask how one would make an objection or make a parliamentary inquiry in the future if you're not on the floor but in the gallery?
Just under section 18, just read the first one.
Under Section 18 of Title III of the United States Code, debate is not permitted in the joint session.
You want to hand the teller?
Gentleman's recognized.
I'm not attempting to debate. I'm trying to find out how a parliamentary inquiry or a parliamentary point of order would be made in following with the Speaker's request that most of us not be on the floor. How do you make one of those points of order when you don't know what's going to happen later?
Respectfully, the gentleman's parliamentary inquiry constitutes debate, which is not permitted in the joint session under Section 18 of Title III United States Code. With that, Mr. Blunt.
I don't think it's on.
I don't believe it's on.
It's not on.
Okay.
Are you ready? Let's get order done.
Want me to read it whether they can hear it or not?
They think it's working, so we'll try again.
Mr. President,
Order in the chamber.
Mr. President,
Gentlemen will continue.
the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Alabama seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 9 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 9 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Alabama that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Alaska, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Alaska seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Alaska that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic?
If not, there are none. This certificate.
Hearing none. This certificate from Arizona, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote that the state purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Arizona seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 11 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Arizona that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic?
President, I, Paul Gosar from
For
Arizona.
what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
I rise up for myself and 60 of my colleagues to object to the counting of the electoral ballots from Arizona.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
Yes, it is.
I need the next page. An objection presented in writing and signed by both a representative and a senator complies with the law, Chapter 1 of Title 3 of the United States Code. The clerk will report the objection.
Objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona. We, a member of the House of Representatives and a United States Senator, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Arizona on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given.
Are there further objections to the certificates from the state of Arizona? The chair hears none. The two houses will withdraw from joint session. Each house will deliberate separately on the pending objection and report its decision back to the joint session. The Senate will now retire to its chamber.
Senators are making their way across the Capitol into the upper chamber as the joint session of Congress to certify the 2020 Electoral College votes has been dissipated. They will now go and debate in their respective chambers the objection heard right there to Arizona's Electoral College votes. Catherine Tully McManus is a reporter, congressional reporter for CQ Roll Call. What just happened?
So what happened right there in the joint session is that when the Arizona electoral votes were brought up for the joint session to be counted and recognized by Congress, Paul Gosar of Arizona, a Republican, along with 60 of his colleagues in the House, registered an objection to those electoral votes. And as required, a senator joined in that objection, which made it valid to be debated in each chamber. And so what Mike Pence, the vice president who's presiding over this session, just said is he sent the House to remain in the House chamber and sent the Senate to retreat to their own chamber. And they will now begin debate on this objection of the electoral votes cast for Joe Biden in Arizona. The description was really technical, that under all known circumstances, the votes were not, quote, regularly given. The objectors will be elaborating and getting more into the details of the issue that they see, and Democrats who are in support of recognizing these votes will be defending their position that Joe Biden's electoral votes are rightfully his.
How quickly do you suspect the House will gavel into its session to debate this objection?
It could be relatively quickly. I think that we will see each chamber will have to, go through some basic procedural rigmarole to get the debate started. But they know that this is the first of what could be up to 6 objections, which each have this long debate time, which will be extended. There needs to be a vote at the end of these debates, which are extended due to COVID restrictions in each chamber. So they know there's a very long day and night ahead of them. My guess is that efficiency would be a priority for the leadership.
Yeah, and we see the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, she remains in the chair in the chamber. What will she be doing today?
She has said that she will be in the chair during these objections, during debate, questioning the validity of President-elect Joe Biden's electoral votes. Of course, she rarely presides over the chamber which she leads. That is usually not only during very big moments. We saw it during the end of impeachment. We see it during the start of a new Congress and other key details. But this shows how important this defense is for Democrats against these allegations of malfeasance in the election.
All right. Now, you said debate is 2 hours. Will they take the full 2 hours?
That, we will see. Republicans certainly have a long list of things that they would like to get through in airing these grievances, but it's important to note that Republicans are split. So the leadership in both the House and Senate of Republicans are not necessarily fully on board with these challenges. So they can use procedural tools, and even they run the debate. So they can even have members who are not fully on board with these challenges as some of their speakers, which will not help the cause of the challenges and could speed things along if they do things like return their time.
Okay. So Catherine Tully McManus, will come back to you. The House is gavelled in.
In the Speaker's announced policies of January 4th, 2021, in accordance with the guidance and advice of the attending physician. Members are advised to remain in the chamber only if they are participating in debate and must wear a mask at all times, even when under recognition for debate. Members must also practice proper social distancing when present in the chamber. Let the record show that there is a gross violation of this guidance from the attendants on the Republican side of the aisle. Please, in the interest of your own health and as an example to the American people, abide by the numbers, now up to 25 on each side of the aisle, to participate in this stage of the development, okay? Pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 1, and Section 17 of Title III of the United States Code, when the two houses withdraw from the joint session to count the electoral vote for separate consideration of an objection, a representative may speak to the objection for 5 minutes and not more than once. Debate shall not exceed 2 hours, after which the chair will put in the question, shall the objection be agreed to? The clerk will report the objection made in the joint session.
Objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona. We, a member of the House of Representatives and a United States Senator, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Arizona on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. Signed, Paul Gosar, Representative, State of Arizona. Ted Cruz, Senator, State of Texas.
Thank you. The chair will endeavor to alternate recognition between members seeking support of the objection and members seeking opposition to the objection. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to object to a number of states that did not follow the constitutional requirement for selecting electors. Madam Speaker, this is something that is clear that our founding fathers debated about as a fundamental decision of how we choose our president. There was a lot of back and forth, if anyone reads the founding documents of our country, about the different versions they went through to ultimately come up with a process where each state has elections, each state has a process for selecting their electors and sending them to Washington. And Madam Speaker, in a number of those states, that constitutional process was not followed, and that's why we're here to object. If you look at what the requirement says, nowhere in Article 2, Section 1 does it give the Secretary of State of a state that ability. Nowhere does it give the governor that ability. Nowhere does it give a court that ability. It exclusively gives that ability to the legislatures. And in fact, in most states, that's the process that was followed. But for those states that this wasn't followed, unfortunately, this is not new. We've seen over and over again more states where the Democrat Party has gone in and selectively gone around this process. That has to end, Madam Speaker. We have to follow the constitutional process. Now, there might be reasons why some people don't like the process laid out by a legislative body. Madam Speaker, I served on one of those legislative bodies when I was in the state legislature for 12 years. I served on the House and Governmental Affairs Committee where we wrote the laws for our state's elections. And I can tell you, when we had to make changes, those were extensively negotiated. We would have people on both sides come, Republicans and Democrats, Madam Speaker, would get together to work through those changes, any minute change, to how a precinct would function, to how a change would be made in the time of an election, signature requirements, all the many things that involve a clerk carrying out the duties in each parish, in our case. You would see people come and give testimony. Madam Speaker, both sides could come. Clerks of court were there in the hearing rooms. It was an open process, by the way, not behind closed doors in a smoke-filled room where somebody might want to bully a Secretary of State to get a different version that might benefit them or their party or their candidate. That's not what our founding fathers said is the process. Maybe it's how some people wanted to carry it out, but they laid out that process. And so when we would have to make those changes, they were in public view. They were heavily debated. And then ultimately, those laws were changed in advance of the election so everybody knew what the rules were. People on both sides knew how to play the rules before the game started, not getting somewhere in the process and saying, well, you don't think it's going to benefit you, so you try to go around the Constitution. That's not how our system works. It's gotten out of hand. And so President Trump has called this out. And President Trump has stood up to it. So many of us have stood up to it. And in fact, over 100 of my colleagues, Madam Speaker, asked the Supreme Court to address this problem just a few weeks ago. And unfortunately, the court chose to punt. They didn't answer it one way or the other. They didn't want to get in the middle of this discussion. We don't have that luxury today. We have to discuss this. We have to fix this. In fact, on our first full day of this Congress, many of us brought legislation onto the House floor to start fixing the problems with our elections, to restore integrity to the election process, which has been lost by so many millions of Americans. And we had a vote. Every single Republican voted to reform the process. Every single Democrat voted against it. They don't want to fix this problem. But the Constitution is our guide. And it's time we start following the Constitution. It's time we get back to what our founding fathers said is the process for selecting electors. That's the legislatures. In public view, not behind closed doors, not smoke-filled rooms, not bullying somebody that might give you a better ruling. Let's get back to rule of law and follow the Constitution, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman It's over now. I thought it was Jamie. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Without objection, gentlewoman is recognized for
Madam
5
Speaker,
minutes.
Madam Speaker, this day marks a crossroads for American democracy. Those who object to the counting of the Electoral College votes, which reflect the votes of the American people, want to substitute their preferences for the voters' choice. That's not what our Constitution requires, and it's at odds with the American Democratic Republic. If Congress selects the next president instead of American voters, we'll have no need for an electoral college. In fact, we'd have no need for presidential elections at all. We'd be moving from a government elected by the people to a government selected by those already governing. That's not America. In the United States, we abide by the choices of the people, not an elite few. The framers of our Constitution considered whether to have Congress select the president and specifically rejected it. Instead, they wrote Article 2 and the 12th Amendment. Article 2 creates the Electoral College, where each state appoints electors. Laws of all 50 states and D.C. require electors to vote for the winner of the state's popular election. Each state provides for the orderly conduct of elections, including lawful challenges, recounts, and the like. The 12th Amendment is what brings us to today. It says the electors meet in their states. That happened December 14th. The amendment says the electors shall cast their votes, sign and certify them, transmit them to a seal. That's been done. The sealed envelopes containing the signed, certified ballots from each state's electors, reflecting the votes of the people, were in those mahogany boxes. The 12th Amendment directs the President, as the Vice President, as the President of the Senate, to do only this: open the sealed envelopes, and then the vote shall be counted. Simple. It doesn't say counted in a manner that some members of Congress or the Vice President might prefer. No. The votes are simply to be counted as certified and transmitted by the states. During Reconstruction after the Civil War, more than one slate of electors were appointed by states. Dueling lists were sent and protracted processes were undertaken in presidential elections. And as a result, to make an orderly process, Congress enacted the Electoral Count Act of 1887. This law governs our proceedings today. The act provides dispute resolution mechanisms. Under the ECA, if a governor certifies a slate of electors and there are no competing slates from that state, the governor's certified slate must be counted. Today, every single slate of electors, won by Joe Biden or won by Donald Trump, got their governor's certification. Not a single state submitted a competing slate. There's no dispute to resolve. The 2020 election was the most secure election conducted in modern history. Challenges were resolved by lawful recounts and audits. The result, Vice President Biden won the 2020 election. More than 60 lawsuits were filed contesting elements of the election process. None of these lawsuits prevailed. Why? As even President Trump's own judicial appointees ruled, there was no evidence of any wrongdoing that would change the outcome. The people spoke. It was not a close election. The margin of victory for Biden in 2020 was larger than Trump's margin in 2016. In fact, the Biden victory is one of the most decisive in modern times, exceeding the margin enjoyed by Reagan when he defeated Carter in 1980. Congress has gathered in joint session to count electoral votes every 4 years since 1789. I understand the disappointment people feel when their candidate for president loses. I've felt the same several times in my voting life. When that happens, it's not an invitation to upend the Constitution and the laws of the United States. It's an invitation to work with the new president for the good of the country and to wait for the next election in 4 years if you're dissatisfied. In that spirit, I urge my colleagues to uphold the American democracy and reject the objection, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Who is that? For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, Americans instinctively know there was something wrong with this election. During the campaign, Vice President Biden would do an event and he'd get 50 people at the event. President Trump, at just one rally, gets 50,000 people. President Trump increases vote with African Americans, increases vote with Hispanic Americans, won 19 of 20 bellwether counties, won Ohio by 8, Iowa by 8, and Florida by 3. Got 11 million more votes than he did in 2016, and House Republicans won 27 of 27 toss-up races. But somehow, the guy who never left his house wins the election? 80 million Americans, 80 million of our fellow citizens, Republicans and Democrats, have doubts about this election. And 60 million people, 60 million Americans think it was stolen. But Democrats say, no problem, no worries, everything's fine. We asked for an investigation. We asked Chairman Nadler, Chairwoman Maloney for an investigation. They said no. Wouldn't want to investigate something that half the electorate has doubts about. It's just the presidency of the United States. Why? Why not one single investigation? Why not even one single hearing over the last 9 weeks in the United States House of Representatives? Why? Because all the Democrats care about is making sure President Trump isn't president. For 4.5 years, that's all they've cared about. July 31st, 2016, before he was elected the first time, Jim Comey's FBI takes out the insurance policy, opens an investigation on the president based on nothing. May 17th, 2017, Bob Mueller named special counsel. 2 years, they investigate the Russia hoax, 19 lawyers, 40 agents, and $40 million of taxpayer money for nothing. December 18th, 2019, Democrat House members vote to impeach President Trump based on an anonymous whistleblower with no firsthand knowledge who was biased against the president and who worked for Joe Biden. But none of that worked. As hard as they tried, none of that worked. They threw everything they had at him. So what'd they do next? They changed the rules. They changed the election law, and they did it in an unconstitutional fashion. And that's what we're going to show over the next several hours of debate. The Constitution is clear, as Whip Scalise just said. State legislatures, and only state legislatures, set election law. In Arizona, the law says voter registration ends on October 5th. Democrats said, we don't care what the law says. They went to a court, got an Obama-appointed judge to extend it 18 days. No debate, as Steve talked about. No debate, no discussion, he just did it. Pennsylvania, same thing. Pennsylvania law says mail-in ballots have to be in by 8 p.m. Election Day. Democrat Supreme Court said, nope, we're going to extend it. Election Day doesn't end on Tuesday now. They took it to Friday. Extended the election 3 days. Not the legislature, partisan Supreme Court. Pennsylvania law says mail-in ballots require signature verification. Democrat Secretary of State said, nope, I'm going to decide by myself that it doesn't. For 2.6 million ballots. Pennsylvania law says mail-in ballots can't be processed until Election Day. Some counties said no. And you can imagine which counties they were. Democrat-run counties said no and allowed ballots to be cured and fixed before Election Day. They did an in-run around the Constitution in every state that Republicans will object to today. Every single one. It was a pattern. It was their template. They did it in Arizona. They did it in Georgia. They did it in Michigan. They did it in Pennsylvania. They did it in Nevada. They did it in Wisconsin. And yet some of our members, some members say, don't worry about it. We shouldn't do anything. Just let it go. It was just 6 states who violated the Constitution. What if it's 10 states the next time? What if it's 15? What if in 2024, 2028, it's 26 states? What if it's half the states do an end run around the Constitution clearly spells out? We are the final check and balance. The authority rests with us, the United States Congress, the body closest to the American people, right where the founders wanted it. We should do our duty. We should object to and vote for this objection to the Arizona electors. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized without objection for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, a little more than 2 months ago, America performed an extraordinary feat. Under some of the most trying circumstances in our history, our fellow citizens conducted a free and fair election, vindicating our founders' belief once again that we were capable of self-government and a peaceful transition of power. On November 3rd, the American people chose Joe Biden to be their next president by an enormous margin. The successful conduct of that election, among the most secure in American history, was not an accident. It was the result of the dedicated work of thousands of volunteers, canvassers, poll workers, electors, and state and local election officials. When the conduct of any state election was challenged, the courts, through judges appointed by Democrats and those appointed by Republicans, heard unsubstantiated claims of fraud, found they had no merit, and said so. But most important, the American people persevered. In the midst of the worst pandemic in a century, America had one of the most impressive elections in a century with historic voter turnout. Our fellow citizens did their civic duty. The question we face today is, will we do ours? That we are here with a substantial number of our members seeking to overturn an election is remarkable, tragic, and all too predictable. For it is the natural result of a locomotive set in motion months ago with a myth. For weeks and weeks before, during, and after our election, a dangerous falsehood was propagated that our election would be marred by massive fraud. Never mind, it was the same election which brought the very men and women to this chamber who would challenge its results. What value has consistency when measured against ambition? A former senator from Georgia, remarking on a contested election over a century ago, said that able men, learned men, distinguished men, great men in the eyes of the nation seemed intent only on accomplishing a party triumph without regard to the consequences to the country. That is human nature. That is, he said, unfortunately, party nature. Was he right? We stand in a house which was once the place of giants. Have we become so small? Does our oath to uphold the Constitution, taken just days ago, mean so very little? I think not. I believe, to quote our dear departed friend Elijah Cummings, that we are better than that. I think Elijah would be proud that the debate here today is not between Democrats and Republicans, and that some Republicans, including the Republican leader of the Senate, remain devoted to the principle that we are a nation of laws, not individuals, let alone a single individual. It may seem unfair to the new members who have only just taken the oath for the first time that they should be so soon tested with one of the most consequential votes they may cast, no matter how long they serve. But it is so, and none of us can shrink from that responsibility. Nor can we console ourselves with the intoxicating fiction that we can break that oath without consequence, because doing so will not succeed in overturning the election. An oath is no less broken when the breaking fails to achieve its end. We must be mindful that any who seek to overturn an election will do injury to our Constitution, whatever the result. For just as the propagation of that dangerous myth about this election made this moment inevitable, our actions today will put another train in motion. This election will not be overturned, but what about the next, or the one after that? What shall we say when our democratic legacy is no more substantial than the air, except that we brought trouble to our own house and inherited the wind? This isn't the first time we've had a contentious election, and it won't be the last. In 1800, John Adams lost a closely contested election to Thomas Jefferson in the first peaceful transition of power from one party to another in our history. Adams was hardly pleased with the result, choosing to skip the inaugural activities. But he did what leaders are required to do in a democratic government when they lose. He went home. He went home. Jefferson, has my time expired, Madam Speaker?
10 seconds.
Would later refer to his victory as the Revolution of 1800, but marveled that the revolution had occurred by the rational and peaceful instruments of reform, the suffrage of the people. It has never been our place to overturn an election. And if we hope to remain a democracy, it never will be.
Arizona? For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I rise to support the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I join the objection to counting votes of electors from my home state of Arizona, as well as Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada, because election integrity is the heart of our American constitutional republic. In a representative form of government, we must be able to trust that our elections accurately represent the will of the American voter. This is the appropriate forum anticipated and provided for by our founders to debate whether this election complied with the Constitution that we've all sworn to protect. Every particular of the Constitution is to be protected, including Article 2, Section 1. The debate as to the legitimacy of the 2020 presidential election has been suppressed by the left and its propagandists in the media until today. State legislatures are required to determine the manner in which electors are chosen. Arizona names its electors on the general election ballot and identifies what candidate those electors are required to vote for should that candidate obtain the majority of votes in the general election. As part of the manner for determining electors, Arizona also establishes deadlines for voter registration. The deadline has been in place for 30 years. This year, the voter registration deadline was October 5th. Early voting commenced 2 days later. 5 days before the deadline, a group filed a lawsuit demanding that Arizona election officials not enforce the deadline. The federal district court decided that since other states have a deadline later than Arizona's, and some even allow for registration when voting, that Arizona's new deadline would be a time he chose, not the legislator's timeline. The appellate court effectively overturned the lower court ruling and noted that the Arizona deadline established by the state legislature was sound and appropriate and complied with the Constitution. But the appellate court merely shortened the extension, the bypassing of the deadline to 10 days. The appellate court, without legal justification, also decided that everyone who registered after the legal deadline, but before the deadline created by judicial fiat, could still vote. Note that the Arizona legislature was no longer in control of determining the manner of appointing presidential electors because the court had set a new deadline, even though the appellate court found the legislature's deadline was constitutionally sound. During that window, more than 32,000 voters registered in Maricopa County alone. Here are copies of those voter registration records. In going around the deadline set by the legislature, the court ignored the Arizona legislature's obligation and right to direct the manner for choosing presidential electors as set forth in Article 2, Section 1. As a consequence of that judicial usurpation, more than 32,000 people were allowed to unlawfully cast ballots in Arizona's presidential election in 2020. The Arizona legislature seeks an independent audit of the election. The governor refuses now to call them into a special session. The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors has refused to comply with legislative subpoenas. In Arizona, the people who control the evidence related to the election have done everything possible to prevent an independent audit directed by the legislature. Arizonans have used the limited amount of records available to investigate the 2020 presidential election. Of a limited sample of 1,000 addresses of voters, they found 539 voters did not live at the addresses on the voter rolls. Here is a stack of 1,000 declaration of affidavits supporting that. I object to the continuing counting the votes of Arizona electors because the federal courts went around the legislatively constructed mechanism for choosing Arizona's presidential electors, allowing tens of thousands of voters to unlawfully cast votes. The court usurped a key component of the Arizona legislature's manner of selecting presidential electors, thus violating Article 2, Section 1. The legislature is being obstructed in its efforts. And what little evidence we have, or little information we have, has produced this kind of evidence which indicates a significant problem with the integrity of the presidential election. Madam Speaker, I ask that my written comments, together with the voter registration records that reflect the 32,000 registrations permitted in contravention of state law, letters and resolutions from Arizona legislators pertaining to the count of votes from electors, along with approximately 1,000 affidavits and declarations pertaining to potential voter fraud in Arizona in the 2020 presidential election, and the statement of Congressman Randy Weber of Texas be made a part of the record. I yield back.
Thank you. Thank the gentleman. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized without objection for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you first and all my dear beloved colleagues for your love and tenderness, which my family and I will never forget. Thank you again. Abraham Lincoln, whose name is a comfort to us all, said, "We've got the best government the world ever knew." It's best because the first three words of the Constitution tell us who governs here: we the people. Watch this proceeding today and tell the world with pride, as Lincoln did, about the brilliant meaning and promise of our country. Our government belongs to the people. As President Ford said, "Here the people rule." Today, we are in the people's house to complete the people's process for choosing the people's president. We assemble in joint session for a solemn purpose that we've all sworn a sacred oath to faithfully discharge. The 12th Amendment obligates each and every one of us to count the electoral votes to recognize the will of the people in the 2020 presidential election. We are not here, Madam Speaker, to vote for the candidate we want. We are here to recognize the candidate the people actually voted for in the states. Madam Speaker, the 2020 election is over, and the people have spoken. Joe Biden received more than 80 million votes, 7 million more than President Trump, a number larger than any other president has received in U.S. history. This sweeping popular victory translated into an electoral college victory of 306 to 232, a margin which President Trump pronounced a landslide when he won by those exact same numbers in 2016. So now we count the electoral votes that were just delivered to us in the beautiful mahogany cases brought by those hardworking Senate pages. These mahogany cases contain only the 538 electoral votes that were sent in by the states, not the 159 million ballots that were cast by our constituents. Those were counted 2 months ago by hundreds of thousands of election officials and poll workers across America who risked their health and even their lives in the time of COVID to deliver what our Department of Homeland Security called the most secure election in American history. Many of these officials have endured threats of retribution, violence, and even death just for doing their jobs. Just as the popular vote was for Biden, so was the electoral vote. On December 15th, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell recognized it. The Electoral College has spoken. Senator McConnell said from the Senate floor, "Today I want to congratulate President-elect Joe Biden." Yet we have seen escalating attacks on our election with unfounded claims of fraud and corruption. More than 60 lawsuits have been brought to date seeking to overturn the results. They have failed repeatedly and they have failed spectacularly. Every objection we hear today maligning our states and their officials, both Republican and Democrat, has been litigated, adjudicated, and obliterated in both federal and state court. The president has not just had his day in court, my friends. He has had more than 2 months in court looking for a judge to embrace these arguments. In more than 50 cases, Madam Speaker, at least 88 different judges, including many appointed by the president himself, have meticulously rejected the president's claims of fraud and corruption. Take Georgia U.S. District Judge Stephen Grimberg, named to the bench by President Trump this year. Last year, he rejected Trump's prayer to block certification of Biden's victory in Georgia, saying it has no basis in fact or law. Take U.S. District Judge Brett Ludwig, another Trump nominee who took the bench in September. He dismissed a lawsuit seeking to overturn the results in Wisconsin, calling it extraordinary. A sitting president who did not prevail in his bid for re-election has asked for federal court help in setting aside the popular vote based on issues he plainly could have raised before the vote occurred. He wrote, "This court has allowed plaintiff the chance to make his case, and he has lost on the merits." Trump has asked for the rule of law to be followed, Judge Ludwig observed, and he said definitively, it has been. I've been a constitutional law professor for 30 years, and if I were to test my students on these decisions, it would be the easiest test in the world, because the plaintiffs have lost nearly every case and every issue in the most sweeping terms. That's all they would have to remember. There is no basis in fact or law to justify the unprecedented relief that is being requested of nullifying these elections. We are here to count the votes. Let us do our job.
Gentleman's time, okay. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
I rise to support the objection.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to ease everyone's nerve, I want you to all know that I am not here to challenge anyone to a duel like Alexander Hamilton or Aaron Burr. Madam Speaker, my primary objection to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Arizona is based on the Constitution and the direction of state legislatures through state law as spelled out in the following 2 clauses. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 states in part, and I quote, each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors. And the election clause of the Constitution provides state legislatures with explicit authority to prescribe, and I quote, the times, places, and manners of holding elections, end quote. For more than 3 decades, Arizona law set by the state legislature has required that voter registration end no later than 29 days before an election. This is clear. It is law. Unless amended by the state legislature, this is the way it needs to be carried out. In Arizona, the deadline for voter registration for the 2020 presidential election was October 5, 2020. Using COVID as a reasoning, Democrats filed a lawsuit to extend this deadline by 18 days. And an injunction was made by an Obama-appointed judge preventing the Arizona Secretary of State from enforcing the constitutional deadline set by the state legislature. As a result of this frivolous partisan lawsuit, 10 extra days were added via judicial fiat to allow voter registration. These 10 days were added after voting had already begun. This is completely indefensible. You cannot change the rules of an election while it is underway and expect the American people to trust it. Now, in this 10-day period, at least 30,000 new voters registered to vote in Arizona. All of these votes are unconstitutional. It does not matter if they voted for President Trump or if they voted for Vice President Biden. They did not register in time for the election. The law states October 5th. Either we have laws or we do not. If we allow state election laws as set forth by the state legislature to be ignored and manipulated on the whims, partisan lawsuit, unelected bureaucrats,
Who's order? The House will be in order.
If we allow state election laws as set forth by state legislatures to be ignored and manipulated on the whims of partisan lawsuits, unelected bureaucrats, unlawful procedures, and arbitrary rules, then our constitutional republic will cease to exist. The oath that I took this past Sunday to defend and support the Constitution makes it necessary for me to object to this travesty. Otherwise, the laws passed by the legislative branch merely become suggestions to be accepted, rejected, or manipulated by those who did not pass them. Madam Speaker, I have constituents outside this building right now. I promised my voters to be their voice. In this branch of government, which I now serve, it is my separate but equal obligation to weigh in on this election and object. Are we not a government of, by, and for the people? They know that this election is not right, and as their representative, I am sent here to represent them. I will not allow the people to be ignored. Madam Speaker, it is my duty under the U.S. Constitution to object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Arizona. The members who stand here today and accept the results of this concentrated, coordinated, partisan effort by Democrats, where every fraudulent vote cancels out the vote of an honest America has sided with the extremist left. The United States Congress needs to make an informed decision, and that starts with this objection. I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Brian Mast.
Madam Speaker, I rise as well to support the objection, and I rise with a simple question. Can the chair honestly tell Americans that with pending Supreme Court legislation or pending Supreme Court case over legal observers not being allowed to observe and inspect signatures, that the laws and Constitution of that state were not violated to change voting outcomes? Madam Speaker, I will wait for a response.
I'm sorry? Gentleman has 25 seconds remaining.
I will repeat my question. Can you honestly tell Americans that with pending Supreme Court case over legal observers not being able to observe and inspect signatures, that the laws and Constitution of Arizona did not be violated to change voting outcomes? And I will wait for a response.
Okay. Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, today is an important day. In 1862, during the depths of the Civil War, President Lincoln submitted his annual message to Congress, to this body. And in it, he wrote the following: "Fellow citizens, we cannot escape history. We of this Congress and this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. We shall nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of earth." We gather today, Madam Speaker, to ensure the survival of our grand American experiment, the greatest democracy this world has ever known. And there are millions of people watching today's proceedings. The eyes of the world are on us now, my colleagues, wondering if we will keep the faith, wondering if our constitutional republic will hold. Will we adhere to our Constitution, that solemn, visionary document that has guided us so well for so long and enabled the peaceful transfer of power for the last 230 years? Will we continue to be a country premised on the consent of the governed, a Congress that respects the will of the people, and a republic that will endure? Those are the questions before us today, Madam Speaker. With respect to my new colleague from Colorado, the question is not whether Joe Biden was elected the 46th President of the United States. He clearly was. The people of Arizona, like so much of the country, spoke clearly and resoundingly. They voted in record numbers. And over 81 million Americans selected Joe Biden as the next president. Now, today we hear from some in this chamber, not all, but some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, vague claims of fraud. No substance, no evidence, no facts, no explanation for why over 88 judges across this land have rejected the very same claims. Madam Speaker, the bottom line is this. As my colleague Representative Raskin so eloquently put it, the people have spoken. And that is why on December 14th, the Electoral College met to certify the election of a duly elected president, just as they've done for centuries during terrible world wars, recessions, depressions, plagues, and pandemics. They met their duty, and they once again rose to the occasion and certified the election. And the question now is, will we do ours? Now, I know there are many textualists among us, many of my colleagues, who would understand that the Constitution must guide our work today. And the Constitution is crystal clear. Our duty today is a narrow one. Article 2 Section 1, Clause 3 reads, "The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and the House, open all the certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes shall be the President." That's it. Period. Our job is not to replace the judgment made by the American people with our own. And yet that is precisely what so many of my House and Senate Republican colleagues ask this body to do, to substitute their judgment for the expressed will of the American people. In America, we don't do that. In the United States, we accept the results of free and fair elections. We don't ignore the will of the voters, Madam Speaker, and attempt to install a preferred candidate into power. That doesn't happen here. I will close with this. Our duty, our task, is a very simple one: to honor the voice of the people, to honor our Constitution, to count the votes, certify this election, and begin to heal this great country of ours. I pray each of us may find the courage to do so. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman? Yeah? Okay. Yeah. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, we have a solemn responsibility today. We must vote to sustain objections to states of electors submitted by states that we genuinely believe clearly violated the Constitution in the presidential election of 2020. This is the threshold legal question before us, and it's an issue before us for the state of Arizona. We got to repeat this for emphasis because a lot of people seem to be confused. Because judges and not the state legislature changed the rules of the election, Arizona clearly violated the plain language of Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution in its selection of presidential electors. The framers of our Constitution recognized that elections were susceptible to corruption. We all know that. So how did they fix it? How did they provide for that? They created the Electoral College as a safeguard, and they expressly empowered state legislatures to ensure the integrity of our unique election system. Only the state legislatures, because they're a full body of representatives and not rogue officials, were given the authority to direct the manner of appointing presidential electors because it was so important. The Supreme Court has acknowledged this over and over. They previously affirmed in Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, quote, "The appointment of these electors is thus placed absolutely and wholly with the legislatures of the several states. That authority can never be taken away or abdicated." The Arizona legislature did enact detailed rules and procedures that state was determined and was supposed to follow to choose its electors. But in the months preceding the 2020 election, as we've heard, and by the way, 1,000 pages of evidence have just been submitted on the facts on this, those well-established rules and procedures were deliberately changed. They weren't changed by the legislature, friends. They were changed by judges. And those actions taken by the judiciary were not limited to mere interpretations of existing law. No, they were substantive, wholesale changes to those statutes. That's a usurpation of the authority that the legislature had. That usurpation was repeated across the country this year. It's the primary reason. It's one of the reasons why the election of 2020 became riddled with an unprecedented number of serious allegations of fraud and irregularities all over the country. National polls, as has been said, indicate that a huge percentage of Americans now have serious doubts about not just the outcome of this presidential contest, but also the future reliability of our election system itself. Since we are convinced that the election laws in Arizona and some other key states were changed in this unconstitutional manner, we have a responsibility today. The slates of electors produced under those modified laws are thus unconstitutional. They are, quote, not regularly given or lawfully certified as required by the Electoral Count Act, and they're invalid on their face. That's just the conclusion that you have to reach. Given these inescapable facts, we believe we have no choice today but to vote to sustain objections to those slates of electors. Mr. Raskin and others today have cited the 12th Amendment, and they cite Article 2, Section 1, Clause 3. Remember that, Clause 3, and they've asserted that Congress has only one narrow role today. We're just supposed to count the electoral votes that have been submitted. But those advocates have overlooked a critical first principle. Their assertion is only true so long as Congress first is convinced that the electoral votes that are produced by a process
that violated the Constitution is there. We got to get through Clause 2 of Article 2, Section 1 before we get to Clause 3 is the point. Look, in our unique system, Congress is positioned as the last bulwark in a presidential election to ensure the Constitution has been followed. Indeed, in just two decades ago, the Supreme Court spoke to this. They plainly acknowledged this important deliberative role of Congress. It was the famous Bush v. Gore litigation that everybody remembers from 2000. In a per curiam opinion, meaning all 9 justices, it was unanimous. They noted strict adherence to the provisions of the Electoral Count Act may, quote, create a safe harbor for a state insofar as congressional consideration of its electoral votes is concerned. However, they said, unanimously, the court said, since Title III, Section 5 contains a principle of federal law that would assure finality of the state's determination if they followed all the prescriptions there, if a legislature, the will of the legislature is attempted to be changed by a state court, that is a problem. That, they said, Congress might deem to be a change in the law. That's precisely why we're here right now. Go read Bush v. Gore and you'll see this. Chief Justice William Rehnquist and Scalia and Thomas joined in a concurring opinion 8 days later, and they reiterated this point. A significant departure from the legislature's scheme for appointing presidential electors presents a federal question. It's a big problem for us, and it's one we cannot get around. That's why we're here. I urge my colleagues today to look at the facts, to follow the law, and follow our congressional oath. We're supposed to support and defend the Constitution. That's what we do here today. I urge everyone to do the right thing, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona, the Dean of the Arizona delegation, seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This exercise in futility that Congress is undertaking is at the behest of Republican members of Congress. The effort to overturn the presidential election and grant Donald Trump 4 more years is the motivation behind it. And to continue a baseless, conspiracy-fueled threat to our democracy makes no sense, because there is no viable constitutional or legal path to overturn the election that will make Vice President Biden and Senator Harris President and Vice President of the United States after January 20th. One certain outcome of this whole process is the weakening of our democracy and the threatening of our democracy. Beginning with Arizona, Congress is being asked to chase down a rabbit hole, baseless, discredited, and judicially discarded fringe conspiracy theories. But for the record, let's talk a little bit about Arizona. Arizona and state and local officials did an unbelievable job to ensure that the 2020 elections ran smoothly. Mr. Hickman, the Republican chairman of the Maricopa County Party, the largest county in the state of Arizona, said, no matter how you voted, this election was administered with integrity, transparency, and in accordance with state laws. Arizona showed up to the polls in record numbers. More than 3.4 million people voted, increases in every county, and 65% of all eligible voters in Arizona voted in the 2020 election. Arizona's cast their ballots up and down for Republicans and Democrats, and 11 electoral votes were granted to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris based on their victory in Arizona. That's the story. Arizona voted in hundreds of races this year. And in addition to the presidency, these races include 9 members of the state's congressional delegation that are with you. 4 of them, my Republican colleagues. These members have already been seated in the 117th Congress. They do not question the accuracy of Arizona's 2020 elections to select a congressional delegation, yet my 4 Republican colleagues question the presidential election. Our colleagues may say they are only asking questions and seeking to reassure voters. But let us be clear, these questions have been answered by the voters and by the courts. Rather than accepting the answers and the results of the election, they are fanning the flames of unfounded suspicion and once again creating a threat, a very real and dangerous threat to our democracy. Again, our friends do not question the outcomes of their own elections. That is, because they have no reason to, just as they have no legitimate reason to question the results of the presidential election in Arizona. I ask my colleagues to reject this objection, to respect the will of the voters in the state of Arizona and throughout this country, and to fundamentally add some preservation to our democracy from any future damage that this effort that we are undertaking in this House today and in the Senate today does not further damage our democracy. Now, yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of my objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I filed my petition, a challenge on the slate of electors from the state of Arizona that was actually put forward by Governor Ducey of Arizona. My ask to you, the Speaker, to the Vice President, is simple. Do not count these electors until and unless the Secretary of State allows a forensic audit of the election, a request she has denied repeatedly. We have been told over and over that even though this was a public election, using public money on public machines, utilizing public employees, the public today has no ability to simply double-check the veracity of these results. If the presidential election was a football game, we would get a slow-motion review from multiple angles and a correction of a controversial decision. But not so, we are told by our Secretary of State for the presidential election. No review for you. No access to the Dominion voting machines with a documented history of enabling fraud through its now discredited adjudication system, a system that literally allows one person to change tens of thousands of votes in a mere minutes. In the only audit done in Arizona, a court found 3% error rate against President Trump. Vice President Biden's margin of error was 1/10 of that, at 0.03%. By the way, a 3% error rate at minimum is 90,000 ballots. After finding the 3% error rate, the court stopped the audit and refused to go further. In Arizona, as my attachments make clear, mail-in ballots were altered on the first day of counting, as shown in data graphs we provide, and is concluded by data analysts. Over 400,000 mail-in ballots were altered, switched from President Trump to Vice President Biden, or completely erased from President Trump's totals. The proof is in the counting curves, the curves that cannot occur except with odds so rare and unlikely that winning the Mega Millions lottery is more probable. Mr. Speaker, can I have order in the chamber?
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Okay. The House will be in order. House will be in order. Members will take their seats. The House will be in order. Okay. Okay. We can get order. We can resume. Without objection, the chair declares the House in recess pursuant to Clause 12B of Rule 1.
The House has gone into recess. We are learning on Capitol Hill from following congressional reports up there from the reporters that are in the chamber in both the House and the Senate. Manu Raju of CNN is reporting that the Capitol is now on lockdown amid a tense situation with demonstrators outside the building. According to Capitol cops, one of their producers, Ted Barrett, tried to leave the building, couldn't because cops said the building is on lockdown. People are being ordered to stay inside their offices. Now, the House has gone into recess. The Senate has also gone into a recess subject to call of the chair. On Twitter, Molly Hooper, who covers Capitol Hill, saying that protesters are in the building. That was overheard, caught off mic while Senator Lankford in the Senate was speaking. Shortly after then, Chuck Grassley gavelled the Senate out subject to the call of the chair. So the U.S. Capitol locks down with lawmakers inside as the Trump supporters outside have breached the Capitol steps, according to CNN. And we've also saw reports that reporters were told that if these protesters enter the Capitol building, that the press would be ushered into their respective chambers, the House and the Senate, and the doors would be locked. Obviously, a lot unknown right now, and watching this as it all unfolds. Earlier, Representative Haley Stevens from Michigan sent out a tweet saying, "I'm sheltering in place in my office. The building next door has been evacuated. I can't believe I have to write this." Now, that was when Cannon was evacuated just for some sort of threat by the Capitol Police. I've saw media reports that there has been an all clear on that. Let's just watch the Senate chamber floor right now. All right, so you just saw the slate go up in the Senate as they are in recess, subject call to the chair. Also reporting that Vice President Mike Pence, he was presiding over the debate in the Senate. He was then left the chamber. The press gallery doors were locked at that point and then put into lockdown. Other media reports that the Vice President has left. And so while we are waiting to learn more about what is happening up on Capitol Hill and for the debates in the House and the Senate to resume, let's show you what the Majority Leader Mitch McConnell had to say as that chamber began their debate over the first objection to the Electoral College, and that was over the state of Arizona.
We're debating a step that has never been taken in American history. Whether Congress should overrule the voters and overturn a presidential election. I've served 36 years in the Senate. This will be the most important vote I've ever cast. President Trump claims the election was stolen. The assertions range from specific local allegations to constitutional arguments to sweeping conspiracy theories. I supported the president's right to use the legal system. Dozens of lawsuits received hearings in courtrooms all across our country. But over and over, the courts rejected these claims, including all-star judges whom the president himself has nominated. Every election, we know, features some illegality and irregularity, and of course, that's unacceptable. I support strong state-led voting reforms. Last year's bizarre pandemic procedures must not become the new norm. But my colleagues, nothing before us proves illegality anywhere near the massive scale that would have tipped the entire election. Nor can public doubt alone justify a radical break when the doubt itself was incited without any evidence. The Constitution gives us here in Congress a limited role. We cannot simply declare ourselves a national board of elections on steroids. The voters, the courts, and the states have all spoken. They've all spoken. If we overrule them, it would damage our republic forever. This election actually was not unusually close. Just in recent history, 1976, 2000, and 2004 were all closer than this one. The Electoral College margin is almost identical to what it was in 2016. If this election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral. We'd never see the whole nation accept an election again. Every 4 years would be a scramble for power at any cost. The Electoral College, which most of us on this side have been defending for years, would cease to exist, leaving many of our states with no real say at all in choosing a president. The effects would go even beyond the elections themselves. Self-government, my colleagues, requires a shared commitment to the truth.
And here on C-SPAN, we'll take you back live to the House
Mega
floor.
Million lottery than you do having statistical issues here. Over 30,000 illegal aliens voted in Arizona using the federal ballot. Yet our Secretary of State refused the public access to review the ballots. Over 1,000 residences were visited for proof of residency and address. 456 failed that test. They were vacant lots. Even the recorder's office used as addresses. What are they hiding? If the process was fair, these would be improbable. These would be once-in-a-lifetime type applications. So let's look at the ballots, the signatures, and the adjudicated records. Until this is done, Mr. Speaker, we should not count this slate. You have a letter from the Arizona legislators stating its intent to review the issue on January 11th. Our governor has refused to allow the state to properly convene to do its proper oversight. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I ask you one question today. Are you a ceremonial figurehead in your current role? Or did the drafters of the 12th Amendment and Congress in the Electoral Count Act of 1887 envision a role where you made discretionary decisions about ballot fraud and fair elections? If you were merely ceremonial, then let's be done with this. Let's eat our tea and crumpets and witness our national decline. But if you're not merely a ceremonial but vested with discernment, rationality, and legal authority to not just count from 1 to 270, then do not accept Arizona's electors as certified. Remand the slate back to the Secretary of State, back to the governor with the following instructions. Until a full, complete electoral forensic audit is allowed by the Secretary of State, the electors currently certified will not be counted. It will then fall on the state of Arizona to decide, does its electors, are they in the game or not? Anything less is an abdication of our Constitution, our republic, and our ethos. One man, one vote. We ask why? What is there to hide? Shouldn't the lawful victor of an election be proud, open, transparent about an election audit? I would. Instead, we were met with denials, cover-ups, and contempt of subpoenas. There's too much evidence of fraud demonstrated by statistical anomalies that experts have determined cannot happen in the absence of fraud to accept such a slate. I'm not asking these electors never be counted. It's just that they need to be certified the proper way. Our beloved Constitution is but a mere piece of paper if we do not follow the law, upholding the law. But now, alas, we find ourselves lawless, destroying the very thread that binds us together. But we need to get back to the rule of law. That is what has been violated, truly, by the actions in these states.
Thank you.
With that, I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Without objection, the House is going to go back into recess.
All right, we have learned now that as you can see, the protesters have breached the Capitol. They're inside. They're crossing over Statuary Hall, which is separates the chamber that separates the House and the Senate. As you can see, they've made their way over into the House side, some of them on the House side, some on the Senate side, right outside these chambers. Niels Lesniewski, who has covered Capitol Hill for many years, is joining us on the phone. Niels, do we know how it is that they were able to get inside the Capitol?
Well, from my vantage point away from the Hill, I don't know exactly which door or doors they were able to breach, but there were clearly protesters and violent protesters who appear to have breached at least one of the doorways, if not multiple, of the Capitol building itself. And so there has been there were efforts at locking down the building, but quite frankly, it appears that the sheer number of protesters just overwhelmed whatever capacity that the Capitol Police had to keep people away, and they did not manage to get the doors secured, exterior doors secured quickly enough. It looks like, based on the fact that we're seeing people go through Statuary Hall, that it was doors on the Senate wing of the Capitol that may have been breached first. But again, you know, there are people apparently coming from all sorts of different directions. There are lockdowns throughout the Capitol complex. And so certainly one of the things that they have to be paying attention to if you are the sergeants at arms and the Capitol Police is a breach that could come from a vantage point where you wouldn't normally expect it to. There are so many entrances to the Capitol, many of which are not normally open to the public, but in theory, if you have a large sort of mob, for lack of a better term, there are lots of places from which the Capitol building can be accessed both underground and at surface level.
Okay, and the mayor of DC, Muriel Bowser, has just tweeted out, "Today I'm ordering a citywide curfew for the District of Columbia from 6 p.m. today until 6 a.m. Thursday." CNN and Politico is reporting that the Capitol Hill Police have asked for more law enforcement. Niels Lesniewski, what have you learned about what the Capitol Police is trying to do right now?
Well, what we are learning, and this is, you know, a developing situation, but we have been hearing from my colleagues in the Capitol complex, some of whom are very familiar to your viewers, Catherine Tully McManus, who I know has been on with you throughout the day, and Lindsay McPherson, who covers House leadership for us. Both in the building and one of the immediate priorities appeared to be securing the senior leaders of Congress, the people in the presidential line of succession. Both Vice President Mike Pence and the Senate President pro tempore Chuck Grassley were both hustled away from the Senate chamber, and similar situations rushing out of the chamber include, on the House side, Steny Hoyer, the majority leader, and minority whip Steve Scalise. So they are trying to secure everyone either inside the chamber or in some other locations to the extent possible. But it is no exaggeration to say that the Capitol building at this hour is under siege, and that is not something that I or anyone else says likely. And I'm understanding some of what may be going on otherwise that for very obvious reasons I am not going to say right now in terms of what security protocols are being put into place, but by and large, I can tell you that the Capitol Police are doing everything that they possibly can to secure both lawmakers and staffers, and as well as, you know, we are in the middle of this Electoral College count, which is in recess in both chambers at the moment, and I can tell you that certainly will eventually have to get done, but in exactly what format or method remains to be seen.
So where are senators and House lawmakers right now?
They are in motion through the building, as I understand. We do not know exactly where everyone is going. We know that they're trying to get them to secure locations within the complex. And I don't know that it would be appropriate for me to detail how much of it I know beyond that, in part because I have, we have colleagues in this developing situation who are actually with lawmakers at the moment. And quite frankly, until they get to a secure location, it may be best not for me or, frankly, anyone else to give too many details as to their precise whereabouts.
How are members of the media, congressional media, how are they receiving this communication from Capitol Police or from the gallery?
We're hearing things in a few different ways. We have people who are hearing directly from Capitol Police or being with senior lawmakers. My colleague Catherine is in fact with some senators this afternoon, and so we're hearing it some directly out of sort of the mouths of lawmakers and Capitol Police. They have also been sending alerts both through email from the Capitol Police and using what is a somewhat always alarming, even in normal circumstances when it comes on. There is an overhead sort of pager system within the Capitol complex that makes announcements when there are lockdowns or when there may be some sort of a more routine security challenge, like a backpack that was left behind by a tourist. And so those sorts of things have all been deployed as well. And so some of it is just hearing from the various announcement forms that are normally there, and they go off from time to time. But this is the first time in a while, I would say to the viewers, this is the first time in a long time I've heard this many of them. Obviously, this is not a situation like anything I've experienced previously. The only thing that I can remember where we had a significant lockdown like this previously was several years ago. There was a woman who drove a car from the White House complex down across town to the Capitol, and there were concerns that she was going to attempt to ram the vehicle into the Capitol. And so we've been through that sort of thing before, but nothing on the scale in my memory. And I've been covering Congress, as you probably know, since about 2007. Nothing on this scale at all since then.
And we're learning from pool reports on the Hill that lawmakers are being evacuated. I just want to show a tweet from a reporter on Capitol Hill this moment from earlier. You can see through the doors the protesters about to break into the Capitol. Niels Lesniewski, do we know what kind of security precautions were put into place before today? And if Capitol Police were anticipating something like this, did they have extra resources on hand?
Well, they certainly would have extra resources on hand, and some of the barricades are in fact put up because the inauguration is coming. So there was already sort of an available enhanced security perimeter because of the preparations that were underway for the events on January 20th. So the Capitol was already sort of at a heightened state of security. And the other thing, which sort of has been going on for months now, obviously, is COVID. We had a situation where the building has largely been closed to the general public, except for people who have meetings with senators or staff. So things have not been open generally like they normally would be to the general public really since early in the pandemic. So that is part of also what's sort of going on here. I'm certain that there was an extra security presence today, but it clearly was not sufficient. And once we know, but I will say, the other thing I will say is that once we have better guidance on where the members of Congress and the Senate are able to assemble, what we actually have ability and Congress has the ability to actually convene in alternate locations. They're not even all in the Capitol building. And so, you know, if we see the House or Senate reconvene, it is entirely possible that could happen, at least in terms of officially being able to gavel out or something like that, could happen in an alternate location. You may remember, and viewers may remember, that actually did happen when the earthquake came through the National Capital Region a number of years ago, and the Senate actually convened briefly. It was only a pro forma session. There was no business. But the Senate has, in fact, been able to convene off-site in the not-too-distant past.
Okay. And we're learning from CNN that the Vice President has been evacuated from the Capitol grounds. Matt Fuller, Niels Lesniewski, who you know who reports for the Huffington Post, he just sent this out at 2:43, guns drawn in the chamber. John Bresnahan, who reports for Punchbowl News now, he sent out a tweet about 2 minutes ago, crowd now trying to break down doors into the House chamber. Obviously, we can't see what's going on inside these chambers as both the House and the Senate are in recess. Matt Fuller now saying they're shooting into the chamber.
Yes, that is. I was just as you were saying that, I was just seeing those same reports from Matt Fuller, who covers the House for HuffPost, worked at Roll Call with me a number of years ago. And so what happened in this case was there were a lot of people who were actually evacuated into the chambers. And so now we are at the point where we have to talk about, you know, the shooting of Capitol Police officers a number of years ago. And that is another thing. Now that we have apparently live fire, this situation has gotten even more complicated. And I do think that, you know, we'll continue to update as we hear from what is happening. Lawmakers are now being evacuated out of the House chamber.
Yeah, Niels, I want to show video of tear gas in the Capitol. This is outside the House chamber.
Yep, on it.
And there were congressional media reports, Niels Lesniewski, of masks being distributed among the staff and the press up there because of the tear gas.
On it.
So, Niels, it sounds like there's been reinforcements called to the Capitol.
Yep.
Niels Lesniewski, I mean, what do you know about your colleagues there and what they are inside the building? Have they said what they plan to do, or what can they do?
Well, right now, the immediate concern appears to be the armed standoff at the House front. That is, according to one of the members of our pool of reporters who are operating out of the Capitol, Eric Wasson from Bloomberg. He just sent a note through that there's an armed standoff at the House front, and there are guns drawn with someone attempting to reach. And now so this is continued to be a developing situation. And at this point, I think that the immediate concern is with the use of weapons and sort of this being beyond a peaceful protest. We left that point a long time ago. And so we're just continuing to see these reports coming in as we are speaking.
Niels Listowski, obviously we're asking you to give us insight on the fly here as we watch this scene unfold. Do you know what sort of authority Capitol Police have if I'm getting an emergency alert from the District of Columbia government on my phone as we talk, but do you know what sort of authority these Capitol Police officers have if these people were to get close to those in power? Oh, we lost Niels. We'll try to get him back, but that's the question I posed to him. The House and the Senate have recessed. They are subject to call of the chair. They've stopped their proceedings of tallying the votes of the Electoral College or hearing the objection over the Arizona Electoral College. What you're seeing right now is a video of the crowds crossing the street outside of where we are at, I believe. Is that right? Okay, so these are the crowds. The crowds have been on Capitol Hill starting from very early this morning, as well as close to the White House, where the president addressed them earlier today. It seemed that a lot of those people then made their way up to the Capitol. And now we're in a situation where protesters have breached the Capitol, guns have been drawn, gas fire in the chamber, lawmakers being evacuated. As we sit here and wait for news of what's going to happen next, the DC mayor has called for a curfew starting at 6 p.m. Eastern time. We've learned that law enforcement up on Capitol Hill has called for reinforcements. Politico reported that the National Guard has been called to Capitol Hill. Scott Wong is joining us, a congressional reporter. Scott Wong, what do you know?
Greta, this is Niels Lesniewski back with you again. I think if this is the line, if my line. Oh, we're both here.
Oh, okay. Well, both of you hang on the line. Scott Wong, let me go to you. Where are you, first of all?
I am in the U.S. Capitol, a couple floors down from the House floor on the House side. It is very chaotic right now. There's a lot of fear among all sides, police officers, reporters, staff, and certainly lawmakers. What I've seen so far is that some U.S. Capitol Police officers have been attacked by the protesters with tear gas. We assisted some Capitol Police officers, helping them wash their eyes out, and they have advised us for the moment to shelter in place. So that's what we are doing. I know some of my colleagues through text message and through Twitter are still on lockdown inside the House chamber. It's my understanding that the lawmakers have been escorted out of the chamber already. I'm not sure where they were told or where they were taken to, but there are still a number of people, including reporters, still inside the chamber as some of the protesters are trying to breach that chamber.
So right now, it's your understanding that they have not made it inside the House chamber, or they have?
Because I'm 2 floors down, all I can tell you is what I've seen on Twitter and from some of my colleagues. It just looks like chaos. There's definitely been tear gas deployed outside, just outside the House chamber doors. It appeared that there was some tear gas inside the chamber itself. However, I can't confirm that from my vantage point, which is about a couple floors down from the House chamber itself. All I know is there is a heavy police presence, but also a lot of pandemonium, given that a number of police officers have been injured in this melee. And so it's not very organized at the moment, and it's very terrifying.
Scott Wong, obviously hoping you and everyone up there stays safe during this. Have you been told what happens next, or what the Capitol Police is doing right now to get this situation under control?
Not on any official level, just in very basic, quick conversations I had with the officers who we were assisting. They advised either that we shelter in place or that we try to move towards some of the House office buildings. But again, because there's not a whole lot of information, we are unclear about where exactly we should go. There also, about 45 minutes ago, was an announcement that came over the loudspeakers in the Capitol that talked about the external security threat. As you know already, the entire Capitol complex is on lockdown. People cannot come and go freely if you are somebody who works in the Capitol. So there's also the challenge of trying to figure out how to get out of here, whether by foot or by car, if the Capitol itself is on lockdown.
Scott Wong, talk about the protesters even getting onto the Capitol steps of the U.S. Capitol, where, as you know, if you're up there, you're not. Lawmakers are the only ones allowed on those steps.
It really is one of the most secure buildings in the country. There are people guarding the building at all times. To me, from how I'm looking at this, it seems that the Capitol Police chose not to engage and probably chose not to inflame the situation. There wasn't much resistance from the Capitol Police officers to the hundreds or thousands of protesters that are here on the grounds. They did earlier in the day try to keep those protesters at a distance with some external fencing around the perimeter, but clearly those perimeters were breached, and as we saw from some of the pictures, some of the walls were scaled. I did see on one of the sides of the Capitol there was broken glass. Protesters were trying to break the glass through, and it's unclear to me from where I am how exactly they got in or where exactly they got in, but it appeared to me that there was not, that Capitol Police, which is usually very strict about access to the Capitol, that they did not choose to resist the protesters and in order perhaps not to inflame the situation.
Jennifer Bendry, who reports for the Huffington Post, sent out a tweet 2 minutes ago. Nancy Pelosi is safe, the Speaker of the House. I can confirm with no other details, is what she writes. Scott Wong, can you speak a little bit to what the Capitol Police would have done to get the Speaker of the House and other high top officials out of this situation and get them to an area where they are protected?
I have no personal knowledge about where they would have taken the Speaker of the House. Clearly, she is in the line of succession after the Vice President Mike Pence. She is second in line to the presidency, as is the Senate pro tem in the Senate, and so there would be a desire to get her in a very safe place. I believe there are secure rooms in the Capitol, though I can't speak to them. I believe there are heavily fortified and secure rooms in the Capitol, and I would assume that they would have taken the Speaker and other key members of leadership to those secure rooms. or if they could, they would take them off-site to another secure location.
Here's a picture of one of the protesters in the Senate chamber sitting in the chair of the presiding officer. This taken from moments ago on Capitol Hill. Niels Lesniewski, let me go to you. What have you learned?
Greta, the latest, I think the photo that you just probably put on the air from inside the Senate chamber is perhaps the most jarring image we have seen yet. It is, in fact, that the presiding officer's chair has been occupied quite literally. The other thing is that I can now tell you that two of my colleagues, and you may see this on Twitter as well, two of my colleagues, Catherine Tully McManus and Chris Chaffee, who have both been on Capitol Hill, are now, and this is the state of where we are, they are now in what I have to describe to you as an undisclosed location. And so we are in the situation now where there are areas in the Capitol complex, places where people have been taken that because of the ongoing security situation and basically the building being overwhelmed, that we're trying to basically keep people in secure areas away from what you're actually seeing on sort of these pool cameras and elsewhere. And it's just an absolutely unbelievable situation. But if I can just take just a second to check the various messages here, there are members as of the last couple of minutes saying, well, I've heard from colleagues that just in the last couple of minutes there had still been members, at least some in the House chamber, and so they're trying to figure out how to get everyone to where they need to go, and basically, I think that the way I'm reading what I'm hearing is that at this point in time, the priority is ensuring that all of the people are safe. And frankly, the building may not be the best place for people to be. And so I think that there's going to be an effort to get them to secure locations. But the amount of damage, frankly, that we may be seeing is unbelievable. I am just getting a little bit more information. There is a possibility that the Senate is going to be going back into session in an alternate location shortly. If that does happen, I don't think that they'll probably be able to get the television cameras in place in time. But frankly, I will do the best that I can to relay the proceedings of the Senate by phone, setting up sort of a telephone chain if we can, and if we can get an audio, and if anyone who is in that room can get audio or anything out, I'm sure they will attempt to do so if they end up convening in an alternate location.
Okay, so Niels, you're learning this, that there's a possibility that the Senate can convene in another location.
Yes, and if it appears there are pool reporters with the Senate. And so if the Senate does go into session in its alternate location, I am certain that we will do the best that we all can to get that information out to the public and to the C-SPAN audience in particular, probably as quickly as we can. I don't know exactly who is in that press array that would be with the Senate yet, but my understanding is that there is a press pool that would be with the Senate if it were to go back into session at an alternate site.
Okay. Well, Niels Lesniewski, hang on the line. Ted Cruz, who objected to the Arizona Electoral College votes, that's what dissolved the joint session and the House and Senate went into their respective chambers, he tweeted out, "Violence is always unacceptable, even when passions run high. Anyone engaged in violence, especially against law enforcement, should be fully prosecuted. God bless the Capitol Police and the honorable men and women of law enforcement who show great courage keeping us all safe." That is a tweet from Senator Ted Cruz. Scott Wong, also with us. Scott Wong, what have you learned?
Not that much, Greta, to be honest. We are still sheltering in place in the Capitol. I don't want to say where exactly, but
right.
It is still touch and go. My colleague, Alex Bolton, is outside the Capitol, says there are still hundreds of people, protesters. You probably have a better vantage point than I do, who are milling about outside the Capitol. Obviously, the Capitol building itself has already been breached. As you mentioned, the Senate chamber has been breached. It's possible the House chamber has been breached. And so, you know, it is just unbelievable. When I started the day this morning, you know, I informed family members that everything would be fine and that the Capitol building itself was probably the most secure place in America, and that there was no need for concern despite the thousands of protesters outside that we were expecting. I never could have imagined that it would come to this, where we would see the Capitol building and the Capitol complex breached and disrupted like this, and have our democratic process under attack in such a dramatic fashion. It is. I'm still sort of in shock that we are where we are just, you know, from a couple hours ago.
Here's a reporter for the Washington Post, Aaron Davis, saying that breaking news, a source tells him the Defense Department has just denied a request by D.C. officials to deploy the National Guard to the U.S. Capitol. Obviously, we'll see if other people confirm this, but that from Aaron Davis, who writes for the Washington Post. Scott Wong, were you or any reporters up there given any idea or communication that that this was a scenario that the Capitol Police and others were preparing for today?
As we were discussing earlier, Greta, there were a number of security measures put into place around the Capitol. There was an external fence that was put up around the Capitol to push potential protesters back away from the building. Clearly in Washington, D.C. and downtown itself, shopkeepers and businesses and restaurants boarded up their windows in anticipation of possible violence. The mayor of D.C., Muriel Bowser, issued a statement the other day saying, urging D.C. residents and any counter-protesters to stay out of the downtown region and not to engage with the pro-Trump protesters for fear of violence that similar to what we've seen shortly around the time of the election last fall. And so there was definitely, it was definitely in the back of people's minds, and that measures were put in place, but clearly, you know, whatever scenarios were dreamed up, this has got to be, you know, in my book, the worst case scenario, where you have a breach of the United States Capitol interrupting the counting and certification of the Electoral College votes, violence in the building, and lawmakers and other staff fleeing for their safety.
Jacob Goldstein, who reports for NPR, has this tweet. He's quoting here Senator Mitt Romney. "This is what you've gotten, guys. This is what the senator said," Republican of Utah, yelled as the mayhem unfolded in the Senate chamber, apparently addressing his colleagues who were leading the charge to press Mr. Trump's false claims of a stolen election. Scott Wong, what's your reaction to hearing that?
Well, it was interesting that you mentioned Mitt Romney because there was video this week of Senator Romney making his way from Utah through the Utah airport out to D.C. for this process. And he was heckled by pro-Trump supporters at the airport. He was pro-Trump supporters were chanting "traitor" to Mitt Romney as during his flight to Washington. He brushed it off and said he's used to it after being in the spotlight for so many years. But clearly we've reached a level of discourse that has been so egregious that it has descended into violence on this particular day. And so I've been trying to actually reach a lot of lawmakers myself who are normally very responsive and have been unsuccessful so far. Oh, I just got a text message from the Speaker's office from the Speaker's top spokesman, Drew Hamill, who confirms other reporting that the Speaker is in a safe location and unharmed.
Kevin McCarthy, who is the minority leader for the Republicans in the House, he just sent out a tweet saying, "Thank you to Capitol Police for protecting the People's House. Protesters have a constitutionally protected right to be heard, but I urge them to remain peaceful."
And Greta, it's my understanding that from tweets from some of my colleagues that Kevin McCarthy has just called into Fox News as well and has said that and has called the violence and the breach of the Capitol so un-American. And he's urging anyone involved in this, if they can hear him loud and clear, that this is not the American way, that this is not protected. This type of violence is not protected by the First Amendment. And he says this must stop now. Now, there are a lot of Republicans, I think, in Washington and perhaps around the country who want the president to sort of call off these protesters. Of course, the president earlier today was whipping up a lot of his supporters into a frenzy and urging a march down to the Capitol. I don't believe he himself advocated for violence, but clearly the insinuation was there that they had to stop the certification of the Electoral College in favor of Joe Biden, and that is exactly what has taken place so far. The certification of the election of Joe Biden, which happens under federal law every 4 years, has been completely stopped to a halt. Forcing lawmakers from both chambers to basically be escorted or flee to safety. And again, I can't emphasize this enough. We've never seen this in at least in my lifetime and in many generations. It comes to mind, when the British attacked the U.S. Capitol and set fire to the Capitol. There are still reminders of that attack in the building. There has been violence among lawmakers in the past. Lawmakers have suffered enormous injury in past scuffles, but in terms of modern history, we have not seen something like this in a very long time.
All right, that is Scott Wong talking right now, and Catherine Tully McManus with CQ is joining us now from an undisclosed location, and we'll keep it that way. Just tell us, Catherine Tully McManus, where you were when the Capitol was breached and what you saw.
I was in the Senate chamber watching the proceedings, and that is also a very safe location. It is very highly secured, and so when the Capitol went into lockdown, that is where we headed. The doors were barricaded, etc. It became clear at one point that the lawmakers who were seated in the chamber itself no longer conducting business. Business ended when the lockdown began. They were told to evacuate the chamber, which was thought to be the safest place for them to be. That was a crush towards the doors as everyone tried to get out of there. Reporters, along with senators themselves, staff, et cetera, were then hustled to, I'm not going to share my location for security reasons of where we now are. It was the most dramatic thing that I've ever seen at the Capitol. I've only been around for about 8 years, but to be alongside members of the United States Senate as we are hearing over police radios about barricades being breached, potentially shots being fired. I'm aware that the chamber itself in the Senate has certainly been breached. There is either smoke or gas of some sort over on the House side emanating from the House chamber. It's not like anything I've ever seen. I would say the Capitol building itself is completely not secure right now.
Catherine Tully McManus, what were those senators saying as you were being rushed out of the chamber?
They were, grateful for the direction and guidance of where to be headed. As people do during a time of crisis, there was some nervous laughter and joking around, definitely not making light of the larger situation. But senators saying to each other, oh, here you are, like, oh, we're in this together. And a kind word to reporters who were being shuffled along with them.
So you were escorted out by the Capitol Police. You're in a location that we will not disclose. What have you heard about how long you'll stay where you're at? And there are reports of the Senate convening somewhere else. What do you know about that?
I don't feel comfortable sharing a timeline for how long we're going to be in here. One, because I don't know, and also, honestly, not to keep anything from the American people, but I'm here, and I don't want to alert anyone who may want to harm senators or the press to a timeline of movement.
Sure.
But what I will say is this is the Senate has procedures in place, and the House, for how to meet somewhere else. There are contingencies, there are backup locations in place. That has happened before. During the anthrax attacks back in the early 2000s, they gavelled in over at the post office building, which has a space that the Senate can convene. There are backup places. With a lot of Capitol Hill and even Capitol Police specific reporting, I am not aware of all of the potential locations. I do believe that would require secure transportation, right, to get these senators out of this building safely. And I think that right now seems like a big challenge given the status even inside the Capitol building itself and the chaos that is also happening outdoors.
President Trump has tweeted at 3:13 p.m., I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue, he said.
The Capitol Police, I think it's important to note, has a police force that is similar to the size of that serves, for example, the city of Atlanta or other large metropolitan areas, just for the Capitol campus and some of the surrounding area. There is a massive undertaking, the Capitol Police Force. They have an enormous budget that has only been increased over and over and over the last decade. But I can confidently say in the last 8 years, this is certainly the biggest challenge and the biggest assault that the Capitol Police have faced, both size and scale. Of course, I do not know any, private threats to lawmakers or cyber attacks or anything like that. But in terms of being stormed at the Capitol, the Capitol Police in some cases were overtaken.
What is the mood like where you're at, and with, are you, I don't want to ask too many specifics, and certainly you don't tell us anything that you don't want to say publicly right now. But what is the mood like where you are?
I would say there's a lot of nervousness and concern. When we were still in the chamber, even just locked down in that space that senators do obviously feel really comfortable in the chamber, they, as soon as the doors were locked, were all on their phones, whether they were talking to family or staff, I don't know, but they were basically relaying that for the moment they were safe. And maybe that is a more common occurrence for senators than I fully understand, but I have never had to before text or call my parents to tell them that I'm safe while at work very often. Not never before, but it is a very tense, and people are really concerned about their own personal safety and the security and safety of the congressional body, and the idea that the Capitol is being burned. There is movement happening right now, so I don't know if I'm going to have to move.
Yep.
Just letting you know.
Yeah, Catherine Tully McManus on the phone with us at an undisclosed location. She was moved out of the Capitol along with other members of the media, out of the Senate chamber with lawmakers. Excuse me. I want to show you, this is, we've got one of our camera techs outside of the Capitol. And as you can see, this is the Senate side of the Capitol grounds. Here's some of the protesters. You can see them walking away walking away from the Capitol at this point. Obviously, there are many more still on the Capitol grounds, and the situation unclear. The security question remains. We do know from the Speaker's office, according to Scott Wong's reporting, that the Speaker has been evacuated. She's safe. She's unharmed in the line of succession. She falls after the Vice President. Lawmakers as well have been removed from the chamber, at least in the Senate, we know that. And the Capitol Police have asked for law enforcement help on Capitol Hill. I want to show you this image posted on Facebook. This is in the House chamber, I believe, where guns were drawn, as many reporters noted before. This was in the House chamber earlier today. It's 3:20 p.m. here on the East Coast, and the House and Senate were in the process of debating the first objection to the Arizona Electoral College votes when the protesters who came to Washington in support of the president stormed the Capitol and breached the Capitol security, got into the Capitol itself, into the hallways, into the Senate chamber. We've seen from images as well into the House chamber as well, or at least outside of the House chamber at this point. Lawmakers are being told to shelter in place. The DC mayor has called for a 6 p.m. East Coast curfew, and the scene is unfolding on Capitol Hill. We're waiting to find out more information, obviously, from Capitol Police as to what happens next. Do we still have Niels Lesniewski with us? Niels, are you still with us? Okay. Kevin McCarthy, the leader for the Republicans, sent this out. Thank you to Capitol Police for protecting the people's house. Protesters have a constitutionally protected right to be heard, but I urge them to remain peaceful. Just point out that President Trump did speak to supporters earlier today, and he did say this to those that have gathered. We're going to walk down to the Capitol and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. And we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. We have to come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated, he said. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Today, we will see whether Republicans stand strong for integrity of our elections, but whether or not they stand strong for our country. That is what the president told his supporters earlier. Stacey Plaskett, who represents the U.S. Virgin Islands, a Democrat. Delegate Plaskett, I know you don't want to tell us where you are. How are you at this moment?
Very well. I'm really grateful to you all for keeping everyone informed. Myself and the few staffers that were here are well at this point.
What were you told and how were you told about the breach?
We were watching as everyone else was. One of my screens turned to C-SPAN and another one turned to live news, was watching the speeches by members during the debate, and then saw what was, of course, going to happen. Prior to that, I'd been actually watching and listening to the president give his speech at the rally, and was very concerned about some of the language and the things that he was stating to those who were at that rally and that protest. And I believe that that had a lot to do with the level of violence that we're seeing right now. I think that, the tweet by Kevin McCarthy is so disingenuous at this point, to say that people have a right to be heard. People have a right to be heard in protest, but they do not have a right to break the law. And what they are doing is way beyond their constitutionally protected right to be heard. They are, in fact, engaging in domestic terrorism and have breached so many laws at this point, and I believe that that should be taken into account. It is so hurtful to watch these individuals in desecrating is the word I would use, the U.S. Capitol, that which was built by African Americans, that was fought over by so many Americans in the Civil War and wars beyond, and our servicemen and women who continue to fight for democracy, and those elected officials that are here to do the right thing, to represent the people of this country. This is just absolute chaos.
What have you been told about what you should do right now, or what comes next?
At this point, we are keeping safe, and I think the safety of the members of the Capitol Police officers and even of those who were here to protest peacefully. I'm sure there were some who were here to protest who did not want to be engaged in the violence, and that they are being kept safe. And I would assume that at this point after that, we would begin to clear the chamber. I want to remind everyone that Muriel Bowser, has imposed a 6 p.m. curfew. I'm hopeful that order will be restored. And at some point, we will continue to do the constitutional duty. The House and the Senate will continue to convene and certify this election. That is not going to be stopped by those who hate our democracy and hate the Constitution and order.
What have you been told about how the Capitol Police are trying to get this situation under control?
I don't want to give any information about what security we have been told. I think that should be kept, quiet at this point.
Understood. Tell us what you can. We obviously understand the security implications of this.
I'm just grateful to hear from Nancy Pelosi, from our speaker's spokesperson, that she is safe, praying for the safety of Vice President Pence, as well as the members that were in the chamber and those members that are here on the Capitol Hill and their staff. So many people doing the work of people's work here in Washington, and hoping that they remain safe.
Chad Pergram is tweeting out from a colleague. He says Fox News has learned that a shooting victim was transported from the U.S. Capitol about 30 minutes ago. No other details yet. Your reaction?
this is just a travesty, what has happened, and I am confident that not only will the Capitol Police, but others continue to watch and to investigate this, those who incited this riot, those who are engaged in domestic terrorism, which this action is, and that even while he cannot be charged as president, that the president is held accountable for his words, which encouraged this activity by individuals, as well as those members. I know that my colleague, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, has requested resolution regarding members who may have been.
Stacey Plaskett, a Democrat, represents the Virgin Islands right there. Obviously, our conversation cut off. She is safe. She and her staff are safe, she said, as we continue to watch the scene unfold on Capitol Hill. You can see the protesters are outside of the Capitol. They're on the Capitol steps, which normally are secured. Only lawmakers allowed on those steps. There is security everywhere on Capitol Hill. CNN is reporting that the protesters are in the rotunda of the Capitol, that there has been guns drawn, as you've seen the images, tear gas deployed up on Capitol Hill, and a shooting victim, according to Chad Pergram, tweeting out that Fox News said the shooting victim was taken from the Capitol grounds. And there's this image tweeted out of protesters breaking windows on the U.S. Capitol, using what looks like a police shield to break through the windows in the U.S. Capitol. So we are waiting and learning, as all of you are, to see what happens next here. You just heard Stacey Plaskett say that she expects that they would continue on once the situation is under control with the Electoral College vote process. When that happens, unclear. And how that happens, also unclear. All those questions remain as we watch. Congressman Henry Cuellar, Democrat of Texas. Congressman, are you okay?
I'm okay. I'm in my office looking out the window and seeing some of the protests and the Capitol Police and what we're seeing. We're seeing that some of the protesters are starting to walk away from the Capitol. They seem to be dispersing, as we're seeing right now. And again, we have a job to do, and that is we are going to continue with a certification. We have a constitutional duty to do that. Unfortunately, this has brought a disruption, in my opinion, on purpose. But it's going to be a delay, but we are going to continue and do our jobs.
Jonathan Martin, who reports for New York Times, is saying that the Virginia National Guard and 200 state troopers are being sent to D.C., this per a top Virginia official. Congressman, your reaction to that?
Well, certainly our Capitol Police have done a wonderful job, and I support them, and I appreciate what they're doing. But I think in circumstances like this, when you have thousands of people, I think it's the prudent thing to do is to make sure that we have all the necessary support. So yes, Capitol Police is probably the ones that need to make that decision. They need that support, then definitely yes. And as I'm looking out the window, I'm seeing them. I saw them when they were moving toward the Capitol grounds. Now I'm seeing that some of them are walking away from the Capitol grounds. There's still hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people out there, but I'm seeing movement away from the Capitol. So hopefully they're starting to disperse at this moment.
We have one of our camera techs out, and I think we're looking at the east front of the Capitol. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
I'm actually looking at the part where the presidential inauguration for Joe Biden is going to be held. So I am looking at that. I'm in my office at the Rayburn room. I'm in Rayburn office from my office, looking out toward the Capitol and toward the Capitol ground and looking at the folks. And I do see some of them walking away. Not all of them, but I see movement away. So maybe some of them came to do what they needed to do, and they are calling it quits.
Congressman, where were you? Where were you when the Capitol grounds were breached?
That was my office. As you know, because of social distancing, they only had the members of Congress that were doing the debate, and so they only had those members there, and then they were going to call us. So we've been here at the Capitol, in my Capitol office, waiting to be called so we can go do the vote once the debate is finished. But as you know, the debate got interrupted, and we are going to continue. These folks are not going to stop us from doing our job, and we are going to do it.
Both you and Delegates Plaskett have said this. Is this something that you're hearing from leadership?
This is, we were told that we were going to continue. Of course, we have to, they're going to assess the security of staff and members to do our work. But I'm sure once they feel that it's good to get back, we will continue. I don't know exactly when they're going to tell us to do that, but we are going to continue. This disruption is not going to stop us from doing our jobs.
What do you know about preparations by the Capitol Police before all of this happened? What were you told about what would security be like today?
Well, I mean, certainly they gave us some instructions. I'll leave it like that. They gave us some instructions about today. So they gave us instructions to be careful as we walked in and all that. But again, what the police did to ensure it, and I'm now looking out, and now I'm seeing a lot more police coming up. So there's now more police coming up. So they're getting more people to join the folks that need to finish their job protecting the Capitol grounds.
Washington Post, Dan Lamothe is reporting that the entire D.C. National Guard will be activated today, putting about 1,100 guardsmen on duty tonight. This according to defense officials. This comes after the breach on the Capitol by the protesters today. Congressman Cuellar, what has gone through your head as you're watching this all happen to the U.S. Capitol, to the House chamber, to the lawmakers like yourself who come here and work every week and have to go through security measures every day to get into the U.S. Capitol?
Well, you know, certainly this is not a ordinary day. The last time I saw something like this was 10 years ago with the Tea Party radicals that we have, but they were a little different. They did not try to breach the way we've seen this here. They did not get on the try to get on the House floor, on the Senate floor. These folks seem to be a little bit more aggressive than what we saw 10 years ago. But look, you know, we come up here to do our jobs. Our staff, a lot of them very young people that, you know, come in to do their job up here. And for them to be put through this because of the people outside that I'm looking at outside the window is not right. And police that have been put through this because of this, folks that some of them have been motivated by the rally that President Trump joined this morning is not right. You know, we come up here and the staff come up here to do their jobs, our jobs. They have a job to do, and you're seeing these people that are not respecting the police, the instructions of the police. And I find it very ironic that probably some of this complain about the left doing certain things, and now they're doing some of the things that they're doing.
The Associated Press is reporting the Homeland Security is sending additional federal agents to the U.S. Capitol to help quell the violence. Congressman, have you learned anything else while we've been talking? Any sort of communication, whether it's email or phone calls or overhead on a loudspeaker to those of you who have remained on Capitol Hill?
Well, we've been busy doing so many things right now that I have to keep up with my emails. I haven't done that, but they told us to just make sure we stay in our offices, stay safe. So they put everything under control. And as you and I have been talking for the last few minutes, I'm looking out the window and I'm seeing, in the morning I was seeing people going toward the Capitol. Now I'm seeing movement of people walking away from the Capitol. So they seem to be dispersing at this moment. And if there's other help that will be coming to the Capitol Police, that certainly will be welcome to our men and women that that protect our Capitol grounds and members and staff.
What do you think the president should say or do right now?
Well, first of all, I don't think he should have joined that rally today when he said we will never concede, we will never accept the election results. That's been a very strong message to a lot of the folks here. I don't know if the president, he was very quick to call the National Guard and Homeland and other folks to certain other places when the left was protesting. But I don't think he's moved as fast on these people that he supports like he's done at other times.
Sarah Cook for CBS is saying that GOP leader Kevin McCarthy told Nora O'Donnell of CBS that he spoke to the president and told them to speak to the nation and tell them to stop. Quote, I know he put a tweet out there. I told him he had to speak to the nation. Congressman?
I agree with Kevin McCarthy. He has access to the president like some of us don't. And what he needs to do is do exactly that. I think the president needs to speak to the nation and tell people to be calm and tell these folks to get away from the Capitol and let us continue our work. So I certainly want to thank Kevin McCarthy for at least doing that with the president. And I certainly would join him to ask the president to talk to the people, because he did put a tweet, but he needs to do more than a tweet. He needs to tell the folks to back off the Capitol, respect the Capitol Police, respect the law, the authorities, and let us continue our constitutional job, and that is doing the certification of the Electoral College state by state. We stopped on Arizona. We did 2 states. We're on the 3rd state. So we got to finish this 3rd state and move on to the other 47 states.
Dan Merrick of CNN is saying that a woman is in critical condition after being shot in the chest on the Capitol grounds, according to 2 sources familiar with the matter. And Alyssa Slotkin is telling ABC that she has confirmation the National Guard is being activated. The only place this eventually goes is the clearing of the building, and the easier that goes, the less bloodshed we'll have. Congressman, your reaction?
Yes, I do understand that one of the protesters was injured. I don't know the situation. I think it was a lady. I don't know what her situation right now, but she must have done something for the police to take certain action. We certainly ask people to step away from the Capitol and make sure that we're allowed to do our jobs, that we're sent to, from all 50 states to do our jobs. And as I keep saying, as you and I keep talking, I keep seeing more of those folks dispersing from the Capitol. So this morning, we've seen people outside from the office building. I'm here at the Rayburn on the third floor of the Capitol. At the Rayburn building, and I'm seeing people walk away now from the Capitol. So they're slowly dispersing from the Capitol.
Okay. Congressman Cuellar, we really appreciate you spending some time with us during this, as this scene unfolds, and appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us, and hope you all, everyone up there, stays safe.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and we'll see you soon.
Bill Scanlon, C-SPAN's Bill Scanlon with us. Bill, what have you learned?
Well, Greta, we're now at about 4:15 Eastern time, the joint session coming in at 1 o'clock Eastern today. And as you have mentioned, it lasted only 15 or 20 minutes before the first objection to the electoral count was made on the electoral vote in Arizona. The president of the Senate, Vice President Pence, gavelled the joint session out at that point, and each of the chambers split for their respective debates, debates on the Arizona electoral votes. The House had gone through a number of members speaking in favor and against. The U.S. Senate as well. They heard from the majority leader, who actually called on members to reject these objections to the electoral votes in pretty much 4 or 5 states. And shortly around 2 o'clock Eastern or so, the protesters gathering outside the U.S. Capitol breached the U.S. Capitol in various places. Still to be determined how many are in there currently and how that happened. But the Capitol is under lockdown at this hour, and members are, as you've heard from Henry Cuellar and others, sheltering in place. The leadership of the Capitol taken to safe locations, particularly in the presidential line of succession. And the fate of the electoral count unknown, although we heard from Niels Lesniewski, you did a while ago, that perhaps the Senate will meet in a separate location. We do not have an update yet as to when either the House or the Senate will gavel in. Keep in mind, they have to finish the debate and vote on this first of what we expect will be 4 or 5 objections to states' electoral college electoral votes. So that has yet to be announced as police on Capitol Hill, the Capitol Police, deal with the protesters and the mob violence up there, and have reportedly called in the National Guard to assist. On social media, a couple of observations. This first one from Charlie Savage of the New York Times, who says this: Trump told his supporters on the Mall that Republicans have been too nice, like a boxer with his hands tied behind his back, and now needed to, quote, fight much harder against bad people. He told them to walk to the Capitol. The Brad Parscale, who ran the president's campaign almost up to the election, says this is not MAGA. We are not Antifa and the left. We should do it in the correct way, leave the Capitol and stop. This is Brad Parscale. The world is laughing at us, he says. Live to fight in elections in the future. Save this country by growing our base and winning elections. And this from Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, who tweets this: Mr. President, Donald Trump, the men and women of law enforcement are under assault. It is crucial that you help restore order by sending resources to help to assist the police, and ask those doing this to stand down. Some video here from a number of sources. This is from Washingtonian Magazine, some of the video of protests earlier this afternoon, not that long ago, as protesters gathering up here, in this case, on the west front of the U.S. Capitol. That's from Washingtonian. Let me show you the video here that was shot by Steve Nelson, tweeted by Steve Nelson, who reports on the Capitol for the New York Post. Some of the, what looks to be tear gas, although there were reports that fire extinguishers were set off in the U.S. Capitol. We'll try to keep you updated, particularly on potential times of return for the House and Senate and the joint session.
The Vice President sent out a tweet at 3:35. The violence and destruction taking place at the U.S. Capitol must stop, and it must stop now. Anyone involved must respect law enforcement and immediately leave the building. Congressman Raskin is joining us now. Congressman Raskin, how are you doing? Where were you when the Capitol was breached?
Well, let's see. They're still being careful about what we say, but I am in a safe location, still on the Hill, and so I think that all the members are safe right now, as far as I know.
Where were you when they breached the Capitol and got inside, these protesters?
I don't know when they actually breached the Capitol, but I do know there were repeated efforts to barrel into the Capitol chamber, and there were, it was in the chamber then, and there were protesters who were trying to ram up against the doors, and they seemed to be roaming for a while.
Were you in the chamber when this happened?
Yes.
What was going through your mind?
We experienced a terrible family tragedy in the last week, and so I had one of my daughters with me, and I had a son-in-law with me because we wanted to be together, and I thought I could show them the peaceful transfer of power in the United States of America. So what was really going on in my mind was their safety, because they were not with me in the chamber, and I just wanted to make sure that we could get back together, and we're all back together, and we are safe now.
Yeah, Congressman, we are sorry for your loss, the tragedy that you experienced this week, and now here we are with the Capitol being breached. What were you told about security heading into today?
I'm not the best person to ask that, just because I was, so distracted with our terrible family misfortune. We were certainly told to take care that the Proud Boys in the right wing was being encouraged to come to Washington by President Trump, and that we needed to take care, take precautions, and to stay inside the buildings as much as possible.
What have you learned about, and obviously you can't share everything with us, but what have you learned about what comes next?
But I don't know, but I'll tell you this, that every single member that I've spoken to is absolutely determined to have us complete the counting of the Electoral College votes, as is demanded of us by the 12th Amendment of the Constitution, and everyone is absolutely determined that we will continue with the normal proceedings of the U.S. Congress, and that any violent insurrection against the government of the United States will be put down, and American constitutional democracy will prevail. We have no choice, and everybody here is absolutely resolved to make that happen. So we will complete the counting of the electors. If there are any further objections, they will be heard fairly, but I am confident that we have a huge bipartisan majority that wants to ratify the results of the election as embodied in the Electoral College count. The American people have spoken. The election is over, and we should not be countenancing or indulging any of these terrible fantasies of some kind of violent public insurrection.
What do you think should happen to these protesters?
I think they should be dealt with fairly under the rule of law. But this is an attack on the government of the United States. It is an extremely serious thing. It did not even happen during the Civil War. I think you'd have to go back to the War of 1812 to find this kind of attack on federal buildings and the work of government. So, I'm not aware of any Confederate attack on the Congress of the United States and the interruption of the proceedings of Congress. But we are going to go forward. If we've got to stay here all night, we're going to go forward. If we've got to stay here all day tomorrow, we're going to go forward. And the next day, we are going to complete the counting of the Electoral College votes. We are going to swear in the new president of the United States, President-elect Joe Biden, on January 20th, as called for by the Constitution of the United States. And I hope that every political leader in the land, in the executive branch, in the legislative branch, in the Supreme Court, everyone in the military will quickly stand up and say this is utterly intolerable and lawless and unacceptable, and we need to continue the working of the first great modern democratic government that ever existed. We're going to get through this, everybody.
Congressman McCarthy, according to news reports, told the president that he should address the nation. Do you think he should do that?
Yeah, I don't. I cannot. I can't comment. I don't know the details of what's going on outside of the room where we are sheltering right now. So I don't know what's going on. We need to secure the government and our constitutional processes. We are going to complete the counting of the Electoral College votes. This is the United States of America, and I hope that everyone out there will be staying safe and using social media to express, regardless of what political party you're with or your political views, that violent attacks on the integrity of the U.S. government are absolutely unacceptable, and people should be dealt with the full force of the law if they are engaged in such conduct.
Congressman, are you hearing from any leadership as to what you should do or what happens next?
I can't comment on any of that. Forgive me, but they are, the Capitol Police are working very hard to keep everyone safe.
Congressman Jamie Raskin, again, apologies and so sorry for your loss, and thank you for taking some of your time today.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're seeing the scene outside of the U.S. Capitol, the protesters outside of the building. They are inside as well, according to media reports. An alert was just sent out that there is more law enforcement on the way to Capitol Hill to get the situation under control. And you've heard from Congressman Raskin, Congressman Cuellar, and the delegate Stacey Plaskett, that they all intend to move forward with the tally of the Electoral College after this situation on Capitol Hill is secured. Bill Scanlon?
Greta, a couple of remarks here. This one from Jeff Bennett of NBC reporting on we heard about the person being shot earlier. Jeff Bennett reporting that one person is in critical condition after being shot at the U.S. Capitol. At least 5 people have been transported to the hospital per DC EMS. And by the way, video earlier showed several of those were police officers. Of those transported was a law enforcement officer. Several officers have been treated for pepper spray exposure. James Pendle writes for the Boston Globe saying about the process here today, genuine question given the deadline, is Cruz, et cetera, Senator Cruz, still signing on to objections in Pennsylvania and in Georgia? And keep in mind, they've not finished Arizona yet. From Kelly O'Donnell of NBC News, she tweets this: law enforcement sources tell me the U.S. Secret Service and National Guard will assist the U.S. Capitol Police at their request. Also from Maggie Haberman, the New York Times, on this. An explosive device was found at the RNC and detonated today. It's also, let's see if I can find this from the Democratic caucus chair, Hakeem Jeffries, saying this. Hakeem Jeffries, Matt Fuller of the Huffington Post, tweeting that Hakeem Jeffries says members plan to return and certify the Electoral College. Members from both parties applaud this. And a note here from Reed Wilson from The Hill, a tweet saying that I'm seeing mounting protests at state capitals across the country too. Kansas appears to be the only other one, besides, D.C., where the mob has broken in, but I hasten to add, yet. Greta?
The scene on Capitol Hill still unfolding. Police Capitol Police requesting, as Bill was saying, more backup, and we understand more is on the way to clear the protesters from inside the Capitol and the Capitol grounds so that the House and the Senate can resume the counting of the Electoral College votes. As Bill said earlier, they're about 15 minutes in when the first objection took place to the state of Arizona and their 11 Electoral College votes. The objection was heard. There were, as a House member and a Senate member who made the objection, and then they adjourned to their respective chambers where debate began. And that is when the protesters arrived from the other end of Pennsylvania, more of them, to Capitol Hill, and the breach then happened on Capitol grounds. You've seen the photos of tear gas, guns drawn. We understand there's a woman in critical condition from a gunshot wound who has been brought to a hospital. Here's a picture, I believe. This is a picture of the Senate chamber from before with a protester in the chair of the presiding officer. And then there's the image of the guns drawn out in the House chamber, or near the House chamber, what we understand. And so we will bring you more as we continue here to cover the breach of security at the U.S. Capitol. Adriano Espiat, Democrat of New York, Congressman, joins us, represents the 13th District. Congressman, how are you doing right now? Where were you when this breach happened? We have the Congressman. Congressman, are you with us? All right, well, we'll try to get him on the phone. In the meantime, as we said, waiting for the security, or the Capitol grounds to be secure. The congressman that we've talked to said that they want to continue going forward today. It is almost 4 p.m. here on the East Coast. The mayor of D.C. has put a curfew for 6 p.m. Eastern time. That's in 2 hours. Unclear what the curfew requires. Streets have to be cleared. People have to be at home. There's more law enforcement on the way to the Capitol, so we'll see how the grounds are dispersed on Capitol Hill. You can see, let's just take a look at some of the images. These are the folks that are there right now on Capitol Hill. We understand that the vice president, as you saw, he was presiding over the Senate. He was evacuated from the Capitol right as the security breach happened. The lawmakers were in the Senate chamber and the House chamber. We understand from press reports the media was then brought into those chambers. The doors were locked, but then law enforcement, Capitol Police, got them out of those chambers. We're seeing that many lawmakers are marking themselves safe on social media today. And as we showed you before, Mike Pence tweeting out, the violence and destruction taking place at the U.S. Capitol must stop, and it must stop now. Anyone involved must respect law enforcement officers and immediately leave the building. Burgess Everett, who covers Capitol Hill, sent a tweet out saying, police are now banging on doors in the Senate. This was at 3:44, seemingly trying to make sure no one is in the building that shouldn't be. Don Bacon, a Republican of Nebraska, joins us. Congressman, your thoughts.
Hey, it's Don Bacon. I'm sorry. I just was trying to turn down your volume, so I didn't get the echo.
No problem. Congressman, your thoughts on what is happening on at the Capitol?
It's disgraceful. These folks aren't Republicans. I see them as anarchists, those who broke into the buildings, who've injured our law enforcement, who's vandalizing the Capitol. You know, we live in the oldest and the greatest democracy, the oldest and greatest republic in the world, and these folks embarrassed our country today. Those who were doing the violence and who broke in. I'm not talking about the peaceful protesters. They have that right. But it's disgraceful what their actions, and it's an embarrassment to our country.
Where were you when you learned of the breach of the security?
Well, I was going to be in the chamber, but then they said we were limited to a certain number, so I went back to my office, and then I was watching. But then we had the Cannon building have a bomb threat next door, so I was hearing all that chaos. I could hear a lot of sirens, and then we had the mayor said she's going to put a curfew on Washington, and then I was watching C-SPAN, watching your channel, and I saw the folks running out of the chamber, and so we knew that we had a problem, and it's disgraceful what happened. But we could hear a lot of noise where I'm at. I'd rather not give our location offhand, but
yes,
you could hear lots of noise out my hallway, so we had our doors shut. And I'm not personally worried for me, but I always worry about my team and our staff. You know, it's you always feel bad to put them in a tough situation.
Yeah. How are they feeling about this situation?
Well, I think very poised. We have a good team, but there's obviously nerves, and we're angry. We're angry that this could happen, and I'm angry that I personally feel like our president should have given a much more clear tone. Leaders create calmness and direction. They don't inspire people to get angry and do the things that we're doing. And I feel like he needs to stand up and be a better leader on this, because he has not been, in my view. I think, too, we got to make it clear as a country and as a president, he needs to respect the peaceful transition of power. You know, we've had, you know, it's one thing to have elections and to say you disagree with them, but we use our court system to get to that, and he has not succeeded there. We have a certified votes from the states. The president needs to respect the peaceful transition of power, and he needs to make that clear to the American people.
Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi issued a statement saying, we are calling on President Trump to demand that all protesters leave the U.S. Capitol and Capitol grounds immediately. Should he address the nation?
He should. And he has to some degree. I saw a tweet that he put out saying we're peaceful. We're not the party that violates law and order. I'm paraphrasing. But I think he needs to be more he needs to exclaim this more clearly, and he needs to be a leader with the folks who obviously are protesting on his behalf, or at least they feel they are, and he needs to give clear direction, and he needs to be a leader. This is what leaders are supposed to do. I'm a 30-year Air Force guy, retired general, commanded 5 times. Leaders stand up and they create calm and a sense of direction. And they don't exacerbate the situation, and it's time for him to step up.
What were you told about security today, and do you think that the Capitol Police did enough to prepare for this type of scenario?
You know, I really don't know offhand. I mean, I talked to the police last night and this morning because I thank them every day, and I said it could be potential problems today, but I didn't know. You know, let's be candid. I think I've been to a lot of different gatherings, and I've never seen violence, so I just figured it would be a peaceful protest. I'm sure they probably did too. But I think they'll have to do an after-action review and to see maybe what they could have done better. I don't know what that would be. I don't want to speculate on that, but I would say this: I thank them. I do know some police were injured today, and I saw someone being punched, and that's wrong. And I think folks that are part of this, that broke into those buildings, should feel very ashamed that they were beating up policemen. That's wrong.
What do you think should happen to them?
Oh, they should go to jail. They should be charged. Anybody that unlawfully enters, anybody that does physical violence against a policeman or anybody, any vandalism, it's all wrong. And people should pay for it. I do believe in law and order. I believe in holding people accountable when they violate the law. I do want to take a moment, though, if I may. I want to thank the Vice President today. He stood up to the President, and he did the right thing. He followed precedents. He followed the Constitution. And I just want to publicly say thank you, Vice President Pence.
In what way? What did he do that specifically?
Well, the President wanted him on his own to disqualify states' electors. And there's a theory out there that can be done. It's never been done. I think it's unconstitutional. I don't think the founders ever wanted that to happen. But there was a theory out there he could do it, and the president was articulating that the vice president could just, on his own, disqualify states' electors, say like Arizona or Georgia's or Pennsylvania's. And the vice president today made very clearly that he disagreed and that he would not do that. And then the president subsequently tweeted criticizing Pence's decision. But I think Vice President Pence was absolutely right.
Congressman, we're learning from Governor Larry Hogan, from the Virginia governor, the D.C. federal law enforcement. I've seen congressional reports of Homeland Security and possibly FBI coming to Capitol.
Represent who we are. What we're seeing are a small number of extremists dedicated to lawlessness. This is not dissent. It's disorder. It's chaos. It borders on sedition. And it must end now. I call on this mob to pull back and allow the work of democracy to go forward. You've heard me say before in different contexts, the words of a president matter, no matter how good or bad that president is. At their best, the words of a president can inspire. At their worst, they can incite. And therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege, to storm the Capitol, to smash windows, to occupy offices, the floor of the United States Senate, rummaging through desks, on the Capitol, on the House of Representatives, threatening the safety of duly elected officials. It's not protest, it's insurrection. The world's watching. Like so many other Americans, I am genuinely shocked and saddened that our nation, so long the beacon of light and hope for democracy, has come to such a dark moment. Through war and strife, America's endured much. And we will endure here, and we will prevail again, and will prevail now. The work of the moment and the work of the next 4 years must be the restoration of democracy, of decency, honor, respect, the rule of law, just plain, simple decency. The renewal of the politics. It's about solving problems, looking out for one another, not stoking the flames of hate and chaos. As I said, America is about honor, decency, respect, tolerance. That's who we are. That's who we've always been. The certification of the Electoral College vote is supposed to be a sacred ritual, which we affirm. The purpose is to affirm the majesty of American democracy. But today's reminder, a painful one, that democracy is fragile, and to preserve it requires people of goodwill, leaders with the courage to stand up, who are devoted not to the pursuit of power, or the personal interest pursuits of their own selfish interest at any cost, but of the common good. Think what our children watching television are thinking. Think what the rest of the world is looking at. For nearly 2.5 centuries, we, the people, in search of a more perfect union, have kept our eyes on that common good. America is so much better than what we've seen today. Watching the scenes from the Capitol, I was reminded, as I prepared other speeches in the past, I was reminded of the words of Abraham Lincoln in his annual message to Congress, whose work has today been interrupted by chaos. Here's what Lincoln said. He said, "We shall nobly save or merely lose the last best hope on earth." Went on to say, "The way is plain, peaceful, generous, just. A way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud and God must forever bless." The way is plain here, too. That's who we are. It's the way of democracy, of respect, of decency, of honor, and commitment as patriots to this nation. Notwithstanding what I saw today and we're seeing today, I remain optimistic about the incredible opportunities. There has never been anything we can't do when we do it together. And this god-awful display today is bringing home to every Republican and Democrat and Independent in the nation that we must step up. This is the United States of America. There's never, ever, 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 ever been a thing we've tried to do that we've done it together. We've not been able to do it. So, President Trump, step up. May God bless America. May God protect our troops and all those folks at the Capitol who are trying to preserve order. Thank you, and I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
Are you concerned about your inauguration, sir? Sir, have you spoken to McConnell today? Are you concerned about your inauguration, sir? Are you concerned about violence?
I am not concerned about my safety, security, or the inauguration. I am not concerned. The American people are going to stand up, and stand up now. Enough is enough is enough.
The President-elect Joe Biden in Wilmington, Delaware, live coverage of his brief remarks on the violence that have marred the joint session to count the electoral votes on Capitol Hill. We are live here on C-SPAN, awaiting word on when the House and Senate will resume their sessions. Just a reminder of the timetable. The U.S. House came in at 1 o'clock East, came in at noon, and joined in the Senate in a joint session at 1 p.m. Eastern. The president had spoken to the rally at the Ellipse at about 11 o'clock, about 11 o'clock or so, and spoke till just shortly after noon, at which point that rally broke up and many of those protesters made their way down Pennsylvania Avenue, down Constitution, toward the U.S. Capitol. Some of those protesters broke into the U.S. Capitol and violence ensued between the protesters, between Capitol Police and others. The Capitol's on lockdown. The joint session was ended before the violence began, and both the House and Senate had begun the deliberation on the objections to the Electoral College count in Arizona. Keep in mind, this is the first of what we expect will be 3 or 4 objections to electoral votes going on today and into tonight. So we have not seen all of the objections yet, and certainly more ahead. But we, as of this hour, do not know when the House and Senate will gavel back in. There has been damage and destruction up on Capitol Hill, including in the Speaker's chambers, and we'll show you that in a moment. Just a look inside the U.S. House chamber, a photo here from Andrew Harnick of the Associated Press. Members of Congress shelter in the House gallery as protesters try to break into the House chamber at the U.S. Capitol today. Also a photo here from Matt Fuller of Huffington Post tweets that says, "Damn, that's a photo," and headline, "Marauding protesters vandalize Speaker Pelosi's office." And just comments here from Olivia Nuzzi, who is a reporter for New York Magazine. She relays the statement of a Capitol Hill aide, a House aide, on what happened on the House floor. This aide says, "I got on the House floor. Later, they only let me in because people invaded. But once I got on the floor, I stood by the door and heard a Capitol Police officer ask how many guns were in the room. Then they told us to get behind the chairs as we may have to drop to the floor, and they are bulletproof. Then they told us to get gas masks out from beneath the chairs and put them on. Before we could get them on and out of a package, more people got through because they had us to evacuate us through the tunnels. One police officer guarded Madison and I and helped us to get to an elevator and out of the Capitol. Richard Hudson and Ted Budd came with us to Rayburn." Both of those are congressmen. We'll keep you posted on any news on when the House and Senate return. Greta, back to you.
We are waiting, obviously, to get more reports from Capitol Police, from Capitol leadership as to what happens next. Bill was just talking about their plans to move forward. They still have presumably more objections to go if they continue with the state of Georgia, with the state of Arizona, Georgia. Excuse me, I'm just blanking on the Pennsylvania, of course, 20 electoral votes there. So we will see what happens next here. We're going to get your thoughts on the scene up on Capitol Hill. We will hear from those in the eastern central part of the country. Dial in at 202-748-8920. If you live in the mountain west part of the country, 202-748-8921. All others can dial in at 202-748-8922, or you can text us with your first name, city, and state at 202-748-8903. Jim Acosta, who covers the White House for CNN, sends out this tweet that a source close to the White House who is in touch with some of the rioters at the Capitol said it's the goal of those involved to stay inside the Capitol through the night. President Trump addressed his supporters earlier today. This is what he had to say.
And I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All he has to do, this is from the #1, or certainly one of the top constitutional lawyers in our country. He has the absolute right to do it. We're supposed to protect our country, support our Constitution, and protect our Constitution. States want to revote. The states got defrauded. They were given false information. They voted on it. Now they want to recertify. They want it back. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify. And we become president, and you are the happiest people. And I just spoke to Mike. I said, Mike, that doesn't take courage. What takes courage is to do nothing. That takes courage. And then we're stuck with a president who lost the election by a lot, and we have to live with that for 4 more years. We're just not going to let that happen. Many of you have traveled from all across the nation to be here, and I want to thank you for the extraordinary love. That's what it is. There's never been a movement like this, ever, ever. For the extraordinary love for this amazing country and this amazing movement. Thank you.
President Trump from earlier today, around 11 a.m. Eastern Time, when he addressed the supporters that came here to Washington to rally and protest the Electoral College vote that was supposed to be taking place up on Capitol Hill. The protesters then came to the Capitol, breached the Capitol security, entered the House and Senate chambers, we understand, are still in the Capitol. Law enforcement from surrounding states, Virginia, Maryland, on their way to the Capitol. We understand from lawmakers that we talked to, the intention is to keep going when the Capitol is cleared with the counting of the Electoral College. The president has taped a message from the White House, we understand. We will show that to you shortly. In the meantime, John, in Clifton Park, New York. John, your thoughts?
I am stunned. I never thought that I could see this kind of thing happen ever in this country. And I don't hold a lot of hope for whatever statement has been taped by Mr. Trump, because I truly believe that what he wants to do and what he wanted to do when he quote suggested that people take a walk down Pennsylvania Avenue and break into the Capitol is he wants to watch the Reichstag burn down. And when the vice president has to be the one to say people need to leave and only do it by Twitter, while the president just sits and watches television, the level of disgust that I feel that is usually pretty high for this administration, but we've surpassed that today. It is beyond compare. I'm praying that there are no fatalities. I know there's been one person who's been shot and is in serious condition. Hopefully that's the last person that's going to be hurt. But it looks like these protesters are going to, no, they're not protesters. They're terrorists. I truly believe that. They're going to stay in the Capitol as long as they can, and they're going to keep disrupting as long as they can. And they should be dealt with as hard as the justice system can handle it. And I hope this is an indication to a lot of people that, a democracy is a great thing if you can keep it. And we're right on the precipice of losing it if we don't stop this and we don't stop the kind of rhetoric and the kind of craziness that has enveloped this country in the last 4 years. Thanks very much, and thanks for C-SPAN.
Okay. John in Clifton Park, New York. Kathleen, Tucson, Arizona.
Yes, hello. I echo what John said, just absolutely in shock. I so appreciate President-elect Biden's words, enough is enough is enough. This country is about something greater than our individuals. We're about the common good. And it is really time, and this is, I agree, we're at the precipice of our democracy being tested. So I thank the Founding Fathers for putting the 3 branches of government in place. We have the structures that we need. I believe that treason charges need to be brought against this president in the way that he has taken this country and incited this kind of violence. To me, it takes us to that level. So I do want to thank all of you that have reported on this. I want to thank all the Capitol Police that are there trying to defend our democracy. And I, as a 60-year-old woman, I'm ready to go if I need to show up in D.C. to protect our democracy for our future generations. This is that important and that critical. And I am just beyond words to know that our president has incited this kind of violence today. So again, thank you all for reporting. Thank you for covering, and I will move on. Thank you.
All right, Kathleen. And John Santucci with ABC News says that Kevin McCarthy, the Republican leader in the House, told ABC, quote, "I called the president and explained to him what is going on. I begged him to go to the nation." He said that the president was recording a video message. The president has tweeted out that message, and again, we'll get that ready for you here momentarily. You heard from the president-elect, Joe Biden, going before the cameras to say that the Capitol's under siege, calling on the president to give a national address and saying that the democracy is under an unprecedented assault. Martha in Kissimmee, Florida. Martha,
thank you for taking.
As you watch this, what are you thinking?
This is nothing more than a symptom of what has been going on for years, for decades. The uneducated have been cheated out of good schools, good jobs, factories and other jobs locked down, taken to other countries, and these corporations still getting these tax breaks. And as for those who are educated, how many people are indifferent, who laugh when others talk to them about voting? Voting needs to be made into a law where we have to do it as an obligation, like they do in Australia. We pay taxes, no argument. We have to go to jury duty, no argument. We have to vote. We have to register and vote in every election, no argument. This is nothing more than a result of the displacement between our elite and privileged government and the people who have been cheated for more than 40 years. The poor are getting poorer, the rich are getting richer. Who is going to step up? We need to step up and vote. From dog catcher to president.
Okay, Martha. Bill Scanlon, what have you learned?
Greta, the president has just tweeted out a recorded video on the mob violence and destruction at the U.S. Capitol today. Here's what he had to say.
We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home, We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace. I know your pain.
President Trump, in a tweet just came out shortly ago, the president telling his supporters to go home, and all of them will have to go home. There is a 6 p.m. curfew in effect in the nation's capital. Greta?
Tweeting out at about 4:24 this afternoon on the East Coast, my prayers are with the officers that are protecting and defending and who have gone down. Mr. President, tell your supporters to stop the violence, stop the assault now. Lisa Murkowski, a Republican of Alaska. Carmen in Bellevue, Washington. Carmen?
Hi, I'm so grateful for letting me tell you what I've been experiencing. Overnight, there were anarchist tweets. I kept going into these, there would be accounts that would be talking about the end. Lynn Wood, who's associated with Trump, said, Pence is in fact a traitor. I have the evidence, and I have interviewed the whistleblower. I am sending Pence to World of the Blocked. He will never be released. He will spend eternity there. Okay, then he retweeted early, or a little bit later at 5:30 a.m. Pacific time. I'm sorry, I'm shaking because I saw this happening and I didn't know who to tell. But Ron Watkins, who's the administrator for QAnon, he tweeted out 3 of 3, and on the very bottom, luckily I.
You know what, Carmen? I'm gonna stop you there. I don't think at this time it's appropriate to, on national television, repeat the incitement of violence. Lori in Silver Spring, an independent. Lori?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I'm just disgusted to watch this, and it's hard to believe that our country has come to this. And not only should we be holding President Trump accountable, but all the Republicans who today are finally speaking out and saying how absurd this is and how dangerous this is, they should have been speaking out all along. And I hope that the constitutional lawyers and attorney generals and whoever else has the standing and power to hold these people accountable, I hope that they do that because they are putting our country at risk. And if we claim to be the beacon of light of democracy for the world, and today we have lost that right to hold that position. We will, I believe, come around and survive this, but this is a disgrace for our country. It is a national shame. Thank you.
Katie in Russellville, Kentucky. Katie, as we watch these protesters on Capitol Hill, they remain there at this hour. What are you thinking?
Well, I'm hoping the protesters are safe. I wonder how many Antifa have infiltrated that might be causing some violence. It's not like Trump supporters to be violent at all. However, I am so pleased to see people that can get there to protest the rigged election. Communism in this country, unfortunately, is now here, and we have to stand up. I don't believe in violence, respect the police, and I suspect that the Trump supporters have. I suspect Antifa has gotten in there in Trump gear.
Katie, do you think that it was, or should the security on Capitol grounds have been breached? Should they have tried to enter the Capitol?
Yes. Communism must be stopped if they have to take them by the ear and throw them all down the steps and call for re-elections across the board. We have allowed our institutions to be overrun by communists over the last 60 years. They're now here. It's either stand up and defend now or lose the country forever.
All right. Max in Boston. Max, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for giving a platform for all of us who want to share what we're thinking about right now and for taking my call. One thing I just wanted to get out there, and something that's on the mind of so many young people in this country, is how the reaction from law enforcement of this riot differs from the reaction that was present several months ago during the Black Lives Matter protests in reaction to, the killings of George Floyd. At the time, several months ago, folks were protesting civil rights. They were protesting police brutality, and were met with, a huge show of force from the National Guard, tear gas, rubber bullets. And what we're seeing today is nothing in comparison to that. And what we're seeing today is a full-blown riot that borders on a coup. And I just think that it is so horrifying to see the double standard in this country for protesting, the subjugation of people of color versus a full-blown riot. So that's all I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Max in Boston. Senator Patrick Leahy, Democrat of Vermont, says that he's safe with other senators. He says, we are eager to get back on Senate floor when safe and resume the certification of the election. I applaud President-elect Biden's remarks a few moments ago. Now, as you know, if you were watching our coverage here today, the proceedings of the certification of the election, that's counting of the Electoral College votes, the final step in campaign 2020 was interrupted when it was objected when a Senator Ted Cruz and Paul Gosar of Arizona objected to the Electoral College votes from Arizona. Then they went into their separate chambers to debate. That is what they do under these proceedings. That debate was to take place for 2 hours, and then they were going to vote on that objection. And as you all know, once the security of the Capitol was breached, those proceedings were put into recess in both chambers. Lawmakers were evacuated, and we're hearing from senators like Patrick Leahy and others, either on social media or other places, that they are safe. The protesters are still on the grounds of the Capitol. There's law enforcement coming in from the surrounding area. The DC mayor, has put in a 6 p.m. curfew to clear the area, and lawmakers are saying that they will continue on with the counting of the Electoral College. In the meantime, Jim in North Richland Hills, Texas. Jim, you're next.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to thank you for giving people the voice, because we don't have much voice in this country anymore, the little people. And, we've been watching for the last 4 years a man that was elected president, and we saw that Hillary Clinton never served 1 day in jail. And we saw FBI people lying on stand. And we've lost credibility in our FBI and our Justice Department. I called up the FBI and I asked them, I said, who's your boss? And they couldn't tell me who their big boss was. And I called the Justice Department and I asked them, who's the FBI's big boss? And they said, well, we don't know. And I've come to find out through my research, the Justice Department is over all these federal agencies. They control them. So when the FBI won't release paperwork and won't release documents, it's because the Justice Department is dragging their feet.
Okay, so Jim, your point.
So what I'm trying to say is we've lost hope in our representatives, and we know that the Dominion system was switching votes, and it was hooked online, and we know that it went to Frankfurt, Germany.
What evidence? What evidence is there of that?
Well, you can't get evidence if you can't get it to the court system, and the court system has been blocked by the Justice Department.
Okay.
And that.
Michael in New York.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can.
Well, first of all, I love President Trump. I love him even more after today. And what exactly do you think is going to happen with the fraudulent election? Do you think people are just going to get walked all over for the rest of their lives? Honestly, I'm asking you. Are you?
Michael, are you?
Do you like walked all over? Because that's what's happening. So when I see what happens today, I'm not surprised. I'm not saying I condone it. But are you surprised?
You're not, Michael.
Say that again?
You're not, it sounds like.
No, I'm not surprised at all. Are you?
Okay, we'll go to Andrew in New Mexico. Andrew. Andrew in New Mexico. All right, let me go to Parker, who's in California. Parker, as you've watched the breach of the U.S. Capitol today, what has been going through your mind?
Yes, I have. And I mean, I started watching this morning, Republicans try and object to free and fair election results, which is a direct precursor. And what we saw, the storming of the Capitol, is a direct consequence of that. But what I want all the viewers at home to pay attention to is pay attention to the double standard. Reflect on the way that racial justice protesters were treated this summer, and that includes at our nation's Capitol for peacefully assembling. Now look what happens when we have armed, white, domestic terrorists allowed to essentially walk into our nation's Capitol, take pictures with police, take pictures in the offices of our duly elected officials, freely roaming the chambers of Congress. I am a young person. I have never seen this in my lifetime. I am shocked. I am disgusted. But from what we've seen, we have to expect this would be a consequence of President Trump and his supporters sowing discord in our nation's elections, in the integrity of our democracy. Ted Cruz, Paul Gosar, Jim Jordan, everyone this morning. This is what is going through people's minds. And we've heard callers today who are taking those words to heart. They're saying this isn't white supremacy, this is Antifa, this is communism. No, these people have Trump flags. This is white supremacy, this is militant white right-wing violence, and anyone else who's trying to spin this in another way is living in an alternate reality without evidence. The courts have upheld this election. Congress should do the same. Congress should allow Joe Biden to become the president-elect, and the people at the Capitol right now need to leave, and they need to be charged. I also believe any official who has supported Trump in his efforts to overturn this election should be expelled from Congress. Thank you.
The new senator from Montana, John Hickenlooper, Colorado, excuse me, the former governor, sends out this tweet. My staff and I are safe and in a secure lockdown. Grateful to Capitol Police for their work to protect us. It's a sad day for our country, but our democracy is stronger than the dangerous attack on the Capitol today. The President-elect Joe Biden addressed the country earlier. Here's a portion of that.
At this hour, our democracy is under an unprecedented assault, unlike anything we've seen in modern times. An assault on the citadel of liberty, the Capitol itself. An assault on the people's representatives and the Capitol Hill police, sworn to protect them, and the public servants who work at the heart of our republic. An assault on the rule of law like few times we've ever seen it. An assault on the most sacred of American undertakings, the doing of the people's business. Let me be very clear. The scenes of chaos at the Capitol do not reflect a true America, do not represent who we are. What we're seeing are a small number of extremists dedicated to lawlessness. This is not dissent. It's disorder. It's chaos. It borders on sedition. And it must end now. I call on this mob to pull back and allow the work of democracy to go forward. You've heard me say before in different contexts, the words of a president matter, no matter how good or bad that president is. At their best, the words of a president can inspire. At their worst, they can incite. And therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege.
President-elect Joe Biden from earlier calling on the president to address the nation and tell the protesters that you see on your screen right there that are still on the Capitol grounds to go home. Law enforcement on their way. The 6 p.m. curfew here in D.C. will be in place in a little over an hour. And we are getting your thoughts today as this scene unfolds on Capitol Hill. It was supposed to be the final step of Campaign 2020, proceedings that happen every 4 years where Congress plays its role in tallying the Electoral College votes and certifying the election. Lindsey Graham, after the senator from South Carolina, after the security breach occurred, tweeting out moments ago, "I could not agree more with President-elect Biden's statement to the nation. It's time to retake the Capitol, end the violence, and stop the madness. It's time to move forward in governing our nation. Our differences are real, but the love of our nation overwhelms our differences." Bill Scanlon?
After Joe Biden, the president-elect's live statement from Wilmington, President Trump released a recorded tweet. Just wanted to point this out because shortly after that tweet was released, it was locked down by Twitter, and this is a screenshot of that from the recount, again admonishing the fact that there are issues that that Twitter had with things the president said in his tweet. The president's former and first chief of staff writes previous with this tweet this afternoon: "Many of these folks are nothing but domestic terrorists, and many are criminals and troublemakers, all acting in a manner opposite of patriotism. These violent people have no respect for democracy, pure insanity and disgusting." From Senator Joe Manchin, Sahil Kapoor of NBC with this. Joe Manchin saying, "We are okay and ready to get back to the Senate chamber to finish our work. These thugs cannot and will not run us off. We will continue to govern." 2 weeks from Inauguration Day. And David Mark of the Washington Examiner with this tweet: "Victories of Georgia Democratic senators-elect Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff could be conceivably certified by Inauguration Day for President-elect Joe Biden on January the 20th. One more thing here, too, from Josh Campbell, national security reporter with CNN. FBI agents have been deployed to the U.S. Capitol complex in Washington. A look at the video of that from NBC's Leanne Caldwell. Let's take a look.
Tell you that. Ma'am, please don't.
Greta, we will keep you posted on any updates, obviously, on social media and any updates that we see there in terms of the House and Senate returning to their separate chambers for further deliberation.
And we're getting our viewers, Americans' thoughts on this day on Capitol Hill, January 6th, 2020, with the protesters taking siege of the Capitol, a word that the president-elect Joe Biden used. Senator Tim Kaine, Democrat of Virginia, has tweeted out that he and his staff are safe right now, following the instructions of Capitol Police and praying for the safety of Capitol workers, members of the press, and all here in Washington today. This violence must end now. Donna in Anderson, South Carolina, what do you think?
Well, what I think is, what gets me is how come the President-elect Joe Biden didn't say anything, get up and say anything when all of the Democrats was going out there and destroying everything and burning everything down. Nobody even said anything about that. They didn't say they're terrorists on TV or nothing like that. And that's what gets me is when the Republicans does something like that. Oh, they're terrorists. They're bad. Most Republicans are Christian people, and they're not violent. Now, yes, there was somebody on here that was very stupid and did shoot, and that was wrong of them to do that because violence you shouldn't do violence. I'm a Christian, and I love this country, but I love God more, and the world is going to end. I mean, it's going to get worse than what it is now.
All right, Donna. Diana in Kerrville, Texas.
Yes, hello. Hi, can you hear me?
We can, Diana. Have you been watching this all day?
Yes, I have, ma'am. So I have a couple of thoughts about this. So first of all, I appreciate the coverage that you've provided today, but y'all aren't the only game in town. So what you are putting out there is that the people that put forth the violence, that you're purporting that they're Trump supporters, but in reality it was Antifa. There's videos out there that showed that they broke windows in, that they're the ones that breached the Capitol, that they're the ones that actually created the violence. Some of them were wearing Trump gear, but this was not Trump supporters that did that. Trump supporters were peaceful. It was actually Antifa. And yesterday, the Antifa was actually bussed in with a police escort approved by D.C. Mayor Bowser. There's videos of that. And so if you truly want the truth, there is videos and there's alternate media that actually provides the truth.
And Diana, are you not condoning this violence? Whoever's doing it.
Of course, I don't condone the violence, but you're blaming the wrong people. You're blaming Trump supporters. This was Antifa. The video is of Antifa. You can look at the Antifa, their videos. It's Antifa that's doing this, and some of them were wearing Trump gear. And so you're blaming Trump, and your narrative is to blame Trump. But this is not Trump. This was Antifa that did that. At the end of the day, this election, we're trying to legitimize an illegitimate president-elect. Biden didn't win. This is an absolute color revolution using false media in order to drive a narrative.
Okay, Diana there in Texas. As you can see on Capitol Hill, more police have arrived on the site. The governors of Virginia and Maryland all sending more resources, more law enforcement resources to the Capitol. The entire National Guard of Washington, D.C. has been called. You saw images of that earlier. We'll go to Lisa in Roseville, Michigan.
Hello.
Lisa?
Hello.
You're on the air, Lisa.
Hi. I'm a Trump supporter, and it's true. I agree with the last two callers that just called you, and everybody seems to right away blame Trump for everything. And now you got to think about this. There's many, many, many groups, not just Antifa, not just the Trump supporters. There could be the Boogaloo Boys out there. There could be Black Lives Matter out there. There could be Antifa out there. There's a lot of different groups. There's Michigan Militia here where I'm at. So it's like you cannot specifically say, oh, that was a Trump supporter. And you got to remember, we watch TV for the last 4 years. We've seen impeach, impeach, impeach. Everything that Trump's ever did, and he's had an impeccable record before that COVID virus came out. It's disgusting. And now we got to deal with socialism now.
Okay, and Lisa, if charges are brought against people who broke into the Capitol and they are supporters of President Trump, what should happen?
I think they should go to jail.
Okay. I want to show you the moment on the House floor right before they went to recess as protesters breached the chamber.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Okay. The House will be in order. House will be in order. Members will take their seats. The House will be in order. Okay, we can get order, we can resume. Without objection, the chair declares the House in recess pursuant to Clause 12B of Rule 1.
That was when the House recessed, when the protesters broke into the Capitol earlier today. The scene outside of the Capitol right now on your screen, these are more police that have been called to the area. We can see on CNN that they are around the Capitol grounds. It appears they are in some sort of holding pattern. I'm not, obviously don't know what's going to happen next here on the Capitol. The mayor has called for a 6 p.m. curfew, and senators and House members have been told to shelter in place. They've been evacuated from at least the U.S. Capitol. They are in undisclosed locations, along with members of the press who were brought out of there by the Capitol Police. And you've been watching this all unfold today when the House and Senate was supposed to be counting the votes from the 2020 presidential campaign. We're getting your thoughts on all of this today as well. Bill Scanlon, what have you found?
Well, as you pointed out on that video, additional police resources arriving. Those officers, MPDC, their jackets say Metropolitan D.C. Police Department. Keep in mind the Capitol Hill complex and the surrounding area patrolled the jurisdiction of the Capitol Police and has been for quite some time here in Washington, D.C., but additional police resources, Metropolitan, the FBI, the National Guard. And they're there because, as you pointed out, the curfew getting underway. Scott Wong, who has been helpful to us today in figuring all this out, senior congressional correspondent for The Hill, tweeting now the D.C. officials say there's a curfew in effect from 6 p.m. tonight until 6 a.m. tomorrow. This is from Sam Minitz, who covers transportation issues for Politico. He writes, he tweets a statement from the National Manufacturers Association. The National Association of Manufacturers just asked Mike Pence to, quote, seriously consider invoking the 25th Amendment. That's the amendment that calls for the removal of the president if he is incapacitated. This is from Chad Pergram of Fox, who tweets that Democratic Minnesota Representative Ilhan Omar preparing articles of impeachment for Trump. And then Lisa Murkowski, senator from Alaska, with this tweet saying that the dangerous destructive activity at the Capitol is continuing to unfold. I, along with other members of the Senate, are secure, but the situation is clearly not safe. It is truly mob rule at the moment. And from overseas, the Taoiseach of Ireland, Michael Martin, this is the first reaction we've seen from foreign governments. He says this in a tweet: the Irish people have a deep connection with the United States of America, built up over many generations. I know that many, like me, will be watching the scenes unfolding in Washington, D.C. with great concern and dismay. Greta?
And I'll just add to that, Bill, Senator Rand Paul tweeting out, it is one thing to be angry. It is another to focus on one's anger in a constructive way. That hasn't happened today. So to say the least, we simply cannot destroy the Constitution, our laws, and the Electoral College in the process. He goes on to say, I hope as the nation's anger cools, we can channel that energy into essential electoral reforms in every state. Adding, America's admired around the world for free elections. We absolutely must fix this mess and restore confidence and integrity into our elections. And Senator Maggie Hassan writing, this insurrection will not deter Congress from certifying the election. Our democracy depends on it. As I was reading those, you were watching law enforcement head into the Capitol. Katie in Greensburg, Pennsylvania. Katie, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my call. I just wanted to say, his rally today, it wasn't for anything else than I think to generate fear, and fear is his biggest strength. It can turn into, it can just evolve it as an emotion into anger, rebellion, and violence. And the people in that crowd knew that the count was going on. They knew time was running out. Of course, emotions are going to run high, and he took advantage of that. It's so sad to see that this guy is getting more power or a following by taking away hope from the American people, the people that he was sworn to protect. I think citizens just need to put their faith back in humanity, not him. This man literally put violence on peaceful protesters for a Bible photo opportunity and then was slammed by the church. Nothing he does makes sense at all. And then his video response right after the violence, right at the beginning, he's perpetuating that this is a rigged election. And I mean, like, he just got caught on a recording asking for votes in Georgia. And he's going to be there saying, yeah, I know you guys are fighting a good fight. It's a rigged. He was recorded asking for votes. I'm just, like, beyond disturbed. I hope everyone is safe on both sides. I just hope everyone stays safe. And I just hope this, like, awful, awful display of patriotism. And that's not what it is. Like, saying that with air quotes and sarcasm. It's not patriotism. I hope this is a catalyst for, like, people just to, like, really try to get some real change, because it's heartbreaking to know that, like, this is the reality of America. We're not, like, the like, beacon on the hill. Everyone has said that. It's just, like, I'm in my early 20s, and, like, knowing that this is kind of, like, what I have to deal with for the rest of my life, and, like, it's really, like, and what everyone else has to deal with, or what people, like, remember what things were, like, better, like, in the good old days. Like, this is just kind of, like, really, really, really shocking. And I just can't believe that it's gotten to this point of, like, violence, and just violence and ignorance.
Katie in Pennsylvania. Senator Jeff Merkley tweets out, Electoral College ballots were rescued from the Senate floor. If our capable floor staff hadn't grabbed them, they would have been burned by the mob. The Electoral College votes brought in those mahogany boxes from the states, and you saw the proceedings at the beginning of the joint session in the House chamber with the Vice President, Mike Pence, presiding over the Electoral College votes taken out of that box, those boxes, read, given to the Vice President, and then him passing them along to the tellers, a House Republican and a House Democrat, along with a Senate Republican and Senate Democrat, reading out loud those votes. What happened next, or very early on in the process, was an objection to Arizona's 11 Electoral College votes. They gavelled down that joint session. The Senate went back to their chamber, and they began debate. And then that is when the protesters went to Capitol Hill, breached the security there, went past the Capitol Police, and into the actual building itself. Pete in Tarpon Springs, Florida. What do you make of all this?
Thanks for having me on. I don't think I've ever watched C-SPAN live, but I do watch it pretty often. You guys are a national treasure. But, well, let me ask you a question. Can you imagine, where are the Capitol Police? While people, I understand the congressmen, I understand the senators were taken, they're safe, the electoral ballots were preserved. How am I watching an hour's worth of vandals walk around inside of our nation's Capitol, on the Senate floor and on the House floor, sitting in the speaker's chair, banging the gavel, carrying podiums around, rummaging through senators' papers on their desks? Where are the Capitol Police? I'll be nice about it. I'm not saying with the billy clubs and zip ties, but where are the butt kickings that should be going on when this would happen anywhere, much less our nation's capital? You couldn't do this at a football game. You couldn't do this at a concert. You couldn't do this anywhere, much less the Capitol building. I mean, what are you thinking? I'm watching 45 minutes. Where are the police when these people are rummaging around on the floor of the Senate?
Well, Pete, obviously there's a lot of questions right now as we wait for more news and an after-action report of how this all transpired. I mean, there's the picture of the Senate chamber and one of the protesters sitting in the chair of the presiding officer. Let's go to George in Alabama.
How you doing? I want to say that this is ridiculous. We've been here all our life, getting this stuff done in a peaceful way. And now you got a bunch of thugs to go up there and raid our Capitol. All of them should be locked up. They shouldn't have been escorted back out the building. They should have been locked up. Trump supporter or not, they should have been locked up. This is ridiculous. They make us seem like we're a third world country. This is the United States that everybody in the world must look up to. and we look like garbage. Garbage. And we.
Oh, George, I apologize. I thought you were finished. Tyler in Sacramento.
Hi there. Thank you so much for taking my call and for the coverage you're providing today, for giving me the opportunity to voice my opinion. I personally consider myself an independent in California, which is a pretty rare thing, I think at least. I'm a classic Ron Paul libertarian, and just had a few points to make, especially given some of the previous callers. I personally don't think it's any real surprise what's happening today. I mean, having watched a lot of the hearings, and you constantly hear this, but where, on what evidence? But where's the evidence? And I think a lot of the people out there were paying attention to the hearings that were going on in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Georgia, and we saw these people that had submitted these affidavits with purported election, shady things going on, and I think that those are the questions that people really want answered. Watching Ted Cruz's speech this morning, it kind of brought to light, I think, what should have happened. And, he said if a member of Congress votes against an objection, a lot of voters are going to hear from that is that you don't think voter fraud is real, and that's a big deal. So in my opinion, I think that restoring election integrity is the most important thing. Hearing this constant Chicken Little syndrome, the sky is falling. The sky hasn't fallen for the last 4 years. While Trump was in office, we've been hearing the same thing for the past four years. As somebody who doesn't have a dog in this race, I didn't vote for Biden. I didn't vote for Trump. I'm very much, always feeling disenfranchised from my seat. So from my angle, though, Trump will go. He's not going without a fight, but he will go when it comes time to it. And, there was a previous tweet that said invoking the 25th, encouraging Mike Pence to invoke the 25th. It's my mind that would be the quickest way to a civil war, which I really don't want to see happen. And it's scary to see how much divisiveness has sort of entered into this country over my short lifespan. I'm only 33 years old. But, you see both sides, and oftentimes you're in the middle, and you can't have a rational dialogue with people. Because people, if you don't agree with them, they shut off completely. And it's one of the most frustrating things to be a witness to. And from my angle, all I hear is supporters of more big government policies on either side, arguing over who wants to be next and send us way past $30 trillion.
All right, Tyler, I just want to tell people what we're seeing on the screen. According to CNN, riot police are moving into place to move the protesters away from the building off of the Capitol grounds. So that, I believe, according to CNN, is what's happening right now, those police officers moving into place. It's 5:05 p.m. here on the East Coast. We're approaching the 6 p.m. curfew put in place by the D.C. mayor. Bill Scanlon?
I'm sorry about that, Greta. I was lining up some tweets and response. Let me just first show you, because I'm not sure if this is from D.C. Police or from Capitol Police. A statement here. Zeke Miller of the Associated Press reporting this statement. The D.C. Police Chief says protesters deployed chemical irritants on police to gain access to the U.S. Capitol. Lisa Benetton, who is a video reporter with the Daily Caller, if you listen, you'll hear a pop of a flash grenade go off there. This is video shot earlier this afternoon before the breach and before the assault here on what appears to be the west front of the U.S. Capitol. A couple other comments here. This is from Chad Pergram, who covers Congress, a longtime correspondent for Fox News. A couple of things about the process ahead. He says it's unclear if or when the House and Senate return to session. Capitol defiled, worries about members of the mob they haven't been able to find, potentially still roaming the Capitol. The smell of tear gas in the building, members and staff still sheltering in place. And that tweet just a short while ago. He also says to note that the House and Senate don't have to meet here in the Capitol. Unclear if today's mob incursion, he calls it, will force the GOP's intent on contesting the Electoral College. Also from Representative Kinzinger from Illinois, Republican of Illinois, saying this: we live in the greatest country on earth, and today millions of Americans will exercise their right to vote in a free and fair election. This is special. It is a reminder that our greatness stems from our freedoms. May God bless the USA. That's his tweet back on Election Day, on November 3rd. I want to show you some video here from Mike Gallagher of Wisconsin, a Marine vet. Here's what he had to say about today.
We have protesters who have stormed the Capitol, clashing with Capitol Police, forcing their way into Statuary Hall. The Vice President of the United States was just rushed off the floor of the House by Secret Service. This is Banana Republic crap that we're watching happen right now. And the objectors over the last 2 days have told me there is no problem with just having a debate. We know we're not going to succeed, so we're just going to object. We're going to have a debate. We'll voice people's concerns, and then we won't actually overturn our entire system of representative government, so nothing bad will happen. There will be no cost to this effort. This is the cost of this effort. This is the cost of countenancing an effort by Congress to overturn the election and telling thousands of people that there is a legitimate shot of overturning the election today, even though you know that is not true. We have got to stop this. Mr. President, you have got to stop this. You are the only person who can call this off. Call it off. The election is over. Call it off. This is bigger than you. It's bigger than any member of Congress. It is about the United States of America, which is more important than any politician. Call it off. It's over. Right now,
Mike Gallagher, congressman from Wisconsin, who represents the 8th District, Green Bay, and a tweet looks like from inside his office at the U.S. Capitol. Greta?
And David Nur, who reports for Daily Kos, sends out this tweet that at least 6 House Democrats have already called for Trump's impeachment for inciting today's violent coup attempt. You can see the names there. Please let me know if you see others. Back to Capitol Hill, our cameras are outside of the 2 chambers. The riot police have been put into place to move them away from the Capitol. Not clear what is happening inside that building at this moment. Senators and House lawmakers, many of them saying on Twitter and to us this afternoon that they would like to continue forward with the counting of the Electoral College. It's unclear, though, if that can happen. We'll go to Alan in Ohio. Alan?
Me?
Yes, you.
I'll be darned. Actually, I'm proud of what's happened. These people are standing up for what we believe in. This is...
To be clear, Alan, to be clear, are you endorsing the violence?
I don't see any violence.
You didn't see
I don't see any violence. I see we, the people, standing up for what we believe in. And this has been about to come.
There are reports of police being hurt, punched, guns were drawn.
Anybody hurt? I don't know. I mean, there's bound to be things like that happen if there are confrontations, person to person. It is going to happen.
Okay. Aaron in Provo, Utah.
Hi. Sorry, I'm going to try to be calm and nonpartisan in my comments, but this is one of the scariest things I've ever seen live, happen live in my life. And when you see what led up to this, the comments by your duly elected officials in whatever state you're representing using your senators, if you've seen them take a stance that leads towards this, we all need to vote and, use the power of the vote to change that, because we're in a climate right now where we can't afford to be bystanders anymore in our political system. I don't condone any violence that has happened, and I think that this is a path that could have been avoided had other actions been taken by the people in charge.
What other actions, Aaron?
Well, if you cry foul often, and if you try and say, look, if you start a rumor and say, oh, hey, look, there's this rumor, you start the allegations of fraud with no evidence of fraud, and then you maintain, well, there were allegations of fraud. That is not a self-sustaining argument. That is not valid logically to do. If you start from a garbage statement, you can prove all sorts of things. That doesn't mean that you're correct or that it's right. It just means that you can do that. But that doesn't help people, and it doesn't lead to peace because it makes people feel like they're being suppressed.
Robert in Milwaukee.
Hi, yeah. I am a political scientist and a historian, and quite honestly, many of the people, especially the guy before last that are on here, are completely delusional and inundated with political propaganda. The people that are saying that the Democrats are some sort of communist conspiracy that are trying to take away our freedom, the Democrats are not communists. The Democrats are one of the capitalist, imperialist ruling parties of this country. They couldn't be farther from communists unless they were the Republicans. There are two ruling parties in this country, the Democrats and the Republicans, that have been trying to increase the contradictions between them in order to, prop up the legitimacy of this obviously failing late-stage capitalist system. They've been ramping up these contradictions between them, and this is the outcome. When the legitimacy of the entire party of the Republicans hangs on the figure of Donald Trump, this is what's going to happen. It's an inherently unstable situation. And they've created this because they don't have anywhere else to draw their legitimacy from. Tens of millions of people are out of work. Tens of millions of people are hungry. This economic system is failing. Capitalism here in this country, right before our eyes, is failing, and we're seeing the violent outcomes of that.
Robert there in Milwaukee. Let me show you from earlier today when the Senate went into recess because of the protesters getting close to, possibly at that time, entering the chamber. I want to show you that moment and note for you that there is no audio after about a little bit of time. So we'll show you the entire moment when it happened, but you will not be hearing audio for some of it.
And it will stand in recess until the call of the chair.
We'll pause.
Protesters are in the building.
Thank you.
There wasn't anything you said.
That was the moment from this afternoon, a little after 2 p.m. Eastern Time, when the Senate adjourned. They are still, or I should say in recess, not adjourned. They're still in recess, as is the House. Once the security was breached on Capitol Hill and the protesters entered into the building, the lawmakers were first locked inside the chamber and then evacuated from those chambers. We're getting tweets from many lawmakers saying they are safe. They're waiting for the Capitol Police and police from Virginia and Maryland, along with other law enforcement, backing them up today, this evening, to clear these protesters out of the Capitol and from the Capitol grounds. Capitol Hill reporters are saying there are many lawmakers who are still committed to moving forward with the tally of the Electoral College votes. We will see if that happens. We're getting your thoughts on this day as protesters, as President-elect Joe Biden said, he described it as a siege on the nation's capital and democracy under unprecedented assault. Those were his words. Do you agree with that or disagree? We'll get your thoughts on that. Bill Scanlon?
Greta, our U.S. Capitol is nearly 220 years old. It has seen a lot of contentious debate, but very rarely has it seen violence. Some historical perspective here from Daniela Diaz of CNN with this tweet. She says, "This is the first time the U.S. Capitol has been breached since the British attacked and burned the building in August of 1814 during the War of 1812, according to Samuel Holliday, the Director of Scholarship and Operations with the U.S. Capitol Historical Society." A photo here from Jordan Fisher inside the Capitol. He's a local TV reporter here in Washington. During the 4 years of the Civil War, the Confederates never got closer to Washington than Fort Stevens, until today, when insurrection supporters of Donald Trump paraded through the U.S. Capitol building carrying the Confederate battle flag. This is from Gabrielle Elizondo, who says that the Trump supporters are attacking media sites outside of the U.S. Capitol. That photo, that video beforehand was from one of the sites out there. From the local U.S. attorney, this is from Matthew Schneider. "The violent protesters at the U.S. Capitol right now are committing crimes, and they must stop immediately. Our Constitution protects peaceful protests, but not this. Just as the violence in our cities this summer was prosecuted, this violence should be treated the same under law." And also a tweet from Dick Durbin, from Boris Johnson. We had read the president, the Taoiseach of Ireland, the Prime Minister of the UK. Boris Johnson, "Disgraceful scenes in the U.S. Congress. United States stands for democracy around the war, and it is now vital that there should be a peaceful and orderly transfer of power." And I want to show you some video, too, of the scene inside the U.S. Capitol. Igor Bobik of Huffington Post with this. Let's take a look. Well, there you go. There you go. The video shot earlier, as we mentioned, Igor Bobik tweeted that out from Huffington Post. We will keep you posted. Greta?
And we'll get to more calls here in a minute. As you can see, it looks like some of the protesters have been moved away from the Capitol grounds as one flag remains there. We'll continue to watch the scene here on Capitol Hill as the House and Senate lawmakers wait to reconvene their respective chambers and continue on with this last step of the presidential campaign. I want to share some other images and thoughts with you. Haley Britsky, who is a political reporter, sends out this image, and she says, "This photo breaks my heart. Representative Jason Crow, Democrat of Colorado, comforts Representative Susan Wild, a Democrat of Pennsylvania, while taking cover as protesters disrupt the joint session of Congress to certify the Electoral College." This was actually during the House debate over the first objection. And then there's this from Manu Raju saying, "Lawmakers are committed to finishing tonight. Senator Joe Manchin, leaving a secure location with other senators, told us there's a belief they will finish the Electoral College certification tonight. Quote, these thugs aren't running us off." John in Plainview, Texas.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes. For the younger audience out there, stay calm, be fine, everything will be all right. This is something that happens almost every election time. Senators and congressmen, they all decide, who's going to vote, who isn't going to vote, who's going to reject, who isn't going to reject. It's just a part of the process. What we need to look at and what we need to try to do going forward is how can we restore to the American people the way we can make the elections more safe, feel better, because what Trump has done has put it into people's minds that we do not have a proper election system, that there is something wrong with the system, it needs to be looked at, and it needs to be fixed. And many people, apparently, from what you can see via Capitol Hill, feel that same way. Now, should everyone who is inside Capitol Hill be arrested, be detained, and be charged to the full extent of the law? Yes. But at the same time, there are people there who are simply trying to protest, and only protest, and show the fact we do not agree with this. We do not want this to be happening. We want to somehow fix this. Ultimately, no matter which way it goes, obviously, President-elect Joe Biden has won.
Okay,
regardless
John.
of that fact.
Okay, finish up regardless of that fact.
Upset.
Okay, let me go to Carolyn in Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Carolyn?
Yes, thank you for taking my call. Just on the note of the previous caller from Texas, he's absolutely right with the Constitution. We do know that as a people, we can gather in a peaceful protest. It's happened in the summer. It started peaceful, but then became violent with looting and fires and taking over police stations and downtowns. All of that needs to be prosecuted. The people who ran into the Capitol building today and seized it, they need to be prosecuted. That is so true. But that is just the beginning of our problems as a nation. The further we divide from Democrat and Republican, the further chance we have of collapsing, because there is no chance that a house will stand when the columns are separated so far. We have to come together. Our Constitution was based on morality, integrity, respect, truth, honesty. And when those factors are lost and left behind, our country is going to collapse from within. It won't even need to be attacked. It's going to collapse from inside, because we are becoming so divided. And until we come together and listen to each other and respect each other, whether you have a difference of opinion or not, we have to come together to come to solutions, because it's not going to help the further we go apart. No matter who is spreading the evil and who is talking bad and who is propaganding, it doesn't matter. If we don't come together as a unity in a country, respecting each other's differences, it will collapse from inside. It's a fact. It's a truth, and it will collapse unless we join and be able to embrace each other and the differences. It has to happen.
Okay,
we
Carol.
saw it after 9/11. We saw it after the attack. We saw it after the gunshots against the Republicans when they were playing softball. People came together after calamity. And if we don't start doing that, we're going to have a nation that's going to collapse. And that's what is that what we're going to leave for our children and our grandchildren? A collapsed nation?
Okay. No. Carolyn in Pennsylvania. Here's the president earlier addressing the protesters.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
President Trump making those remarks in a video message and then later tweeting them out from the White House. And he was asked to do that by ABC's reporting. They say that it was the Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy and others, we presume, who pleaded with him to talk to the protesters. Kim in Martinsville, Indiana.
It's good evening, ma'am. Thank you very much for letting me be on your thing here. I know that Donald Trump was a good president for us, but like I said, we've got to move on. We can't keep on behind because it's just generation. We just got to keep on going forward, not backwards to what's happening now. And like I said, we all have to. We're just going to have to deal with what we have to face by being our president of the United States of America. We just need someone that's going to be controlled of our country and do the right thing, not this gossip things that people saying on here. I mean, we're all United States citizens.
Did you vote for the president?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I'm not going. I didn't vote for Biden, ma'am. I voted for Donald Trump, and like I said, a president is a president. If I'm trying to say, ma'am, like Ronald Reagan, he was a good president. We've never been in this kind of situation what we're seeing now in the future, ma'am. But like I said, is my opinion is we all need to be like adults, not children, and go and showing their ignorance on the TV and doing this thing to the Republican Democrats and all together, ma'am. We all need to make peace and let it go and let life go on instead of fighting, because it's not going to get you nowhere. People are just going to get killed. Our police officers try and protect us, and these protections are going around and trying to break into the building and everything to make an ignorance of themselves, because we're United States of America, and that's what we are supposed to be. We're not supposed to be enemies. We're supposed to be for the ones that's trying to do the right thing. And like I said, I don't know Biden very well. I mean, Barack Obama was a good president, but like I said, we got to go on generation. We don't just stay and keep on the same thing that we're doing now. If Donald Trump, it's time for him to go, then let him just go on and not let this keep going on. I think Vice President Pence did a great job for us. He's close to us in Indianapolis, Indiana. He was our governor. And I think he did the right thing for what his opinion was. And he ain't going to cheat because he's a good vice president. And like I said, Donald Trump just going to have to quit acting like a child and be a man and just face it and just go on and shake his hand, by his hand, and not be stubborn and do like what you're supposed to do when you are not going to be elected as a president. Let the other person know that thank them for going against each other, but not none of this ignorance, ma'am. Okay. A lot of these kids are seeing this on TV, and it's not right, because like I said, we're supposed to be all United States citizens in America. God made us a country here to not to be evil, but be good to each other. That's my opinion. I'm very sorry to take up your time, God bless you all, and I hope you all have a good, peace New Year. And thank you very much for letting me be on your show.
All right, Kim, voting for the president in Indiana. Bill Scanlon.
Just a reminder on the timeline, Greta, as the night falls in Washington, we're 25 minutes away or so from the beginning of the curfew as issued by the mayor of Washington, Muriel Bowser, set to begin at 6 p.m. Eastern and run all the way through 6 a.m. Tomorrow morning. Still uncertain as to when the House and Senate will deliberate in their separate chambers. Both were considering the objections to the count in Arizona, the electoral votes in Arizona. That was the first of what we expect will be 3 or 4 votes, objections that will be raised to electoral votes. But as we mentioned, the House and Senate still in recess because of the lockdown on Capitol Hill and what we assume are still protesters within the building. On the timeline, we're uncertain as to when they will come back, but on the timeline today, this is a tweet from Shira Frankel from the New York Times. She says, the storming of the Capitol Hill was organized on social media. Time to stop acting like things said online don't translate into real action. And Kim Zettler tweets this at 2:24 p.m. after Mr. Trump tweeted that Mr. Pence, quote, didn't have the courage to do what he should have done. Dozens of messages on Gab called for those inside the Capitol building to hunt down the vice president. In videos, protesters can be heard chanting, "Where's Pence?" Later in the afternoon, Katie Metier tweets this. She said, just witnessed an alarming scene outside the U.S. Capitol. A group of TV reporters were swamped and chased away from their cameras, which a mob of President Trump's supporters trashed. And Greta, you showed this tweet earlier, and a number of people retweeting Jeff Merkley's shot to remind us of what this day is all about, the Electoral College count. The Electoral College ballots rescued from the Senate floor. If our capable staff hadn't grabbed them, they would have been burned by the mob. And I wanted to show you, too, a video, and this is from a person named Joshua Partlow. Let me play the video of earlier this afternoon.
Police are squabbling with protesters. Oh, there we go. And they just breached the Capitol again.
And that tweeter's contention that the police let those protesters through the gates in that video we saw. Greta?
On those Electoral College votes in the mahogany boxes that you showed our viewers, Jeff Bennett of NBC says that according to Brian Williams, Senator Tammy Duckworth says a sharp-eyed Senate aide on the way out of the chamber thought to reach back and grab the Electoral College certificates to safeguard them from the Trump-supporting rioters. President-elect Joe Biden addressed the country on what is happening here on Capitol Hill earlier today. Here's what he had to say.
I'm sorry, not just an inconvenience, but I'm sorry for the reason I've delayed coming out to speak to you. I initially was going to talk about the economy, but all of you have been watching what I've been watching. At this hour, our democracy is under an unprecedented assault, unlike anything we've seen in modern times. An assault on the citadel of liberty, the Capitol itself. An assault on the people's representatives and the Capitol Hill police, sworn to protect them, and the public servants who work at the heart of our republic. An assault on the rule of law like few times we've ever seen it. An assault on the most sacred of American undertakings, the doing of the people's business. Let me be very clear. The scenes of chaos at the Capitol do not reflect a true America, do not represent who we are. What we're seeing are a small number of extremists dedicated to lawlessness. This is not dissent. It's disorder. It's chaos. It borders on sedition. And it must end now. I call on this mob to pull back and allow the work of democracy to go forward. You've heard me say before in different contexts, the words of a president matter, no matter how good or bad that president is. At their best, the words of a president can inspire. At their worst, they can incite. And therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege, to storm the Capitol, to smash windows, to occupy offices, the floor of the United States Senate, rummaging through desks, on the Capitol, on the House of Representatives, threatening the safety of duly elected officials. It's not protest, it's insurrection. The world's watching. Like so many other Americans, I am genuinely shocked and saddened that our nation, so long the beacon of light and hope for democracy, has come to such a dark moment. Through war and strife, America's endured much. And we will endure here, and we will prevail again, and will prevail now. The work of the moment and the work of the next 4 years must be the restoration of democracy, of decency, honor, respect, the rule of law, just plain, simple decency. The renewal of the politics. It's about solving problems, looking out for one another, not stoking the flames of hate and chaos. As I said, America is about honor, decency, respect, tolerance. That's who we are. That's who we've always been. The certification of the Electoral College vote is supposed to be a sacred ritual, which we affirm. The purpose is to affirm the majesty of American democracy. But today's reminder, a painful one, that democracy is fragile, and to preserve it requires people of goodwill, leaders with the courage to stand up, who are devoted not to the pursuit of power, or the personal interest pursuits of their own selfish interest at any cost, but of the common good. Think what our children watching television are thinking. Think what the rest of the world is looking at. For nearly 2.5 centuries, we, the people, in search of a more perfect union, have kept our eyes on that common good. America is so much better than what we've seen today. Watching the scenes from the Capitol, I was reminded, as I prepared other speeches in the past, I was reminded of the words of Abraham Lincoln in his annual message to Congress, whose work has today been interrupted by chaos. Here's what Lincoln said. He said, "We shall nobly save or merely lose the last best hope on earth." Went on to say, "The way is plain, peaceful, generous, just. A way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud and God must forever bless." The way is plain here, too. That's who we are. It's the way of democracy, of respect, of decency, of honor, and commitment as patriots to this nation. Notwithstanding what I saw today and we're seeing today, I remain optimistic about the incredible opportunities. There has never been anything we can't do when we do it together. And this god-awful display today is bringing home to every Republican and Democrat and Independent in the nation that we must step up. This is the United States of America. There's never, ever, 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 ever been a thing we've tried to do that we've done it together. We've not been able to do it. So, President Trump, step up. May God bless America. May God protect our troops and all those folks at the Capitol who are trying to preserve order. Thank you, and I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
We've seen today,
sir. Are you concerned about your inauguration, sir? Sir, have you spoken to McConnell today? Are you concerned about your inauguration, sir? Are you concerned about violence?
I am not concerned about my safety, security, or the inauguration. I am not concerned. The American people are going to stand up, and stand up now. Enough is enough is enough.
President-elect Joe Biden from earlier today, calling on the president, he says, to step up. Outside of the Capitol, police have put up more fencing around the Capitol grounds. They've pushed the protesters back. More police were brought in from Virginia and Maryland to do this. Unclear what is happening inside the actual Capitol. However, Matt Fuller, who's a Capitol Hill reporter, who was in the building when the breach happened, tweets out at 5:34 that the Sergeant at Arms says the Capitol building is secure. The room breaks out into applause. Not clear where he is, where he was brought to, with other reporters and lawmakers. We'll go to your calls. Warren in Washington. Warren, what have you been thinking as you've watched this unfold today? Warren, are you there in Washington State?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Thank you for asking me that question. Let me ask you, what do you think the most embarrassing thing is about all this? Excuse me.
Why do you ask that?
Well, I'll just say, I think the most embarrassing thing is the hypocrisy of you, the media, pretending today that you object to protests and violence when that's exactly what you've been encouraging every day for a year. It's pathetic. Enough is enough is enough.
Okay. Josh in Englewood, Colorado. Josh?
Hi, how are you doing?
Josh, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Josh.
Okay, so I think what we've seen today is a result of division in this country. And I don't think that the division in this country has been created by a president. I think the division in this country has been created by the media and the failure to report on both sides. You got half of the country that believes one thing, and then the other half of the country, along with the media, trying to convince that other half that what they're seeing and saying or believing is wrong. And so now we have a president that everybody looks up to that is the epitome of those beliefs, that there's been something wrong in this country for a very long time, is standing up for those beliefs, and and that's what the result of today is all about. I mean, so you see anger and frustration and hurt in people, and throughout the coronavirus and throughout the protests and throughout the 4 years of attacks on Donald Trump that the media has been pushing into the minds of every citizen, and people have just had enough. I don't think that the majority of those protesters wanted to storm the Capitol building. I don't think violence was wanted by a majority of those protesters. I believe majority of those protesters believe in peaceful protests, and they just want their voices to be heard. But with so many feelings happening, when you get 1 million people in one city, something is bound to happen. I think we all expected something major to happen. And Again, I just want to thank you for giving the platform for everybody to be able to express their opinions on this. And I don't encourage the violence, and I can't wait for Congress to resume so that those representatives that want to back up the other half of the country that's been suppressed so much can go in there and fight for all of us.
Okay. Josh is referring to the objections that some Republican and House members say they will make to the counting of the Electoral College votes. It started with Arizona, and earlier today, it looked like they would, if the proceedings continue, would object to Georgia and Pennsylvania as well. Those were the confirmed states. There were some House Republicans that wanted to object and they needed a senator to do so along with them to a total of 6 states. Now, Sungmin Kim, who reports for the Washington Post, says that there's news from her colleagues. There's an effort underway to persuade Senator Ted Cruz, who objected to Arizona, Senator Josh Hawley, who said he would object to Pennsylvania, and the objectors to stand down from their objections after the pro-Trump mob breached the Capitol today. Bill Scanlon?
Greta, some sad news to report if it is true. This is Scott McFarlane. I can't bring it up on the screen for you. I'm just seeing his tweet. He's an investigative reporter with NBC News. He says, alert, the person shot at the U.S. Capitol today has died, per law enforcement sources. Sungmin Kim, as you mentioned, from the Washington Post, also tweets this about a possible timetable. McConnell is telling members they should go back into the chamber tonight to project strength after today's catastrophe, according to 2 senior Republican sources familiar with this message. And he's just been sworn in as Kansas Senator. This is Roger Marshall who says this. He tweets this: we need to get back to the chamber and finish our work tonight. Senator Elizabeth Warren says we cannot allow the actions of domestic terrorists to undermine the peaceful transition of power in our country. Americans picked a new president who wants to save lives, save our economy, and save our democracy. The certification of this election must resume immediately. From Yamiche Sender from the PBS NewsHour, the Attorney General of D.C. says on the NewsHour tonight, what you had today was an attempted coup d'etat that is seemingly still in process. It's time for Donald Trump and his supporters to leave D.C. Peacefully. Also from Karen Bass, I want to show you a couple of photos that the Congresswoman from Los Angeles and was considered a vice presidential candidate. She tweeted a series of photos of people in the House and Senate chamber with the caption, arrest this man. And here are those photos. A man dangling there from what appears to be the visitors section of the U.S. Senate. Also this one and this one. On all of them, she said, arrest this man. Greta?
We are a few minutes away from a 6 p.m. curfew here in the nation's capital, put in place by the D.C. mayor. As you can see, the law enforcement has pushed the protesters back from the building. They've put up more fencing around the complex, and we've learned from reports that the complex is clear. Now, whether or not the Senate and the House reconvene to continue on with the Electoral College process is still uncertain. We'll wait and see if that happens, and we'll continue here with your thoughts about what is happening in Washington, D.C. Danny, in Ohio, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this has been building for 4 years with fake impeachment and Russia collusion, and you got FBI agents lying to the Senate, and nothing's done about it. Where's the Durham report? Should have been out before the election. Then you got all the news medias, fake news. You got Google. You got Facebook, all suppressing information so no one in the country can actually hear the truth. Only half the people hear it. And one other thing I got to say is the fellow that was sitting at Nancy Pelosi's desk with his feet up, when he gets arrested, I hope Kamala Harris will step up and take her funds for, bailing out all the looters and arsons all summer long so they could go back and loot and burn more. I hope she steps up and bails that guy out of jail.
Alyssa Kingman, Arizona. Alyssa, have you been watching today?
I have, yes.
And what have you been thinking?
So first, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you. So all throughout 2020, we saw over and over again law enforcement taking extreme precautions and making mass arrests at BLM protests. Now we're watching armed domestic terrorists storm our Capitol, threatening the safety of our democracy and the lives of Capitol Hill staff and our elected leaders. It's very disappointing to watch white privilege being given to these people yet again. Most of America already knows that they will be dispersed, and most of them will not be held accountable for their actions. So I, as well as many Americans, are calling on our government officials to perform the mass arrests and extreme precautions on this group of people throwing a fit that their candidate lost, that were used against protesters fighting for human life being taken from Black Americans without justification. We should not be relying on our current president to take real action against these terrorists who praise his every word. He and his family can't even call their followers off without praising their actions.
Okay, Alyssa, I will leave it there. Bill Scanlon, what do you have?
As you've been showing with the video, we've been seeing the presence of law enforcement strengthen on Capitol Hill over the past hour and a half or so, including that video, that live video just there with the police on buses arriving at the U.S. Capitol here just a few minutes before 6 p.m. Eastern, and the start of the Capitol curfew that's been imposed by the mayor of Washington, Muriel Bowser, and this is set to be enforced shortly. And it's being reiterated here in a tweet from Chad Pergram of Fox News. An announcement just went out at the Capitol on loudspeakers that everyone must leave the Capitol or be subject to arrest. I wanted to show you, too, the visual representation of that. Listen to this from Scott Wong.
Attention, a curfew is in effect at 1800 hours until 600 hours tomorrow. All individuals must leave the U.S. Capitol grounds or be subject to arrest. I repeat, a curfew is in effect at 1800 hours until 600 hours tomorrow. All individuals must leave the U.S. Capitol grounds or be subject to arrest.
That tweet, Greta, from Scott Wong, senior congressional correspondent from the Hill, with that curfew getting underway momentarily.
Subject to arrest, you heard it there. Vatson in Seattle, good evening to you. What have you been thinking today?
My thoughts are actually around the stock market. I'd like to point out that there was an attempted coup today, and then the stock market went up. So I think there's a real disconnect between what's happening in the country and what's happening in the stock market.
Justin in South Haven, Mississippi. And what about you, Justin?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for taking my call. I just have a question that seems to be a way to find the middle ground, because it seems like most of the people that are calling are very biased towards one or the other political party. But the facts are that almost half of voting age Americans feel like this election has not been fair. And the way that we can hopefully find a way to bridge this huge gap that a lot of the callers have spoken about within the country would be to find a way to restore their faith in the election, the electoral process and the election. And Biden even said in his statements that the worst thing under attack right now is the American republic, the American sovereignty. What we need to do is probably what was suggested by Ted Cruz, love him or hate him, and give the audit to the people that want the audit. For the people that feel like this election was fair, it shouldn't cause any rift. Give them a little bit of time, let them do this audit that they are asking for, and give them the peace of mind. And when they have this audit, these people have, their peace of mind, then we go, okay, this was done by the Senate, this was done by the House of Representatives, and it was done by the Supreme Court. They took time, they looked into it, they did the research that they deemed necessary. It delays it 10 days, and on January 20th, Biden, or if there's some miracle and it happens to be Trump, they're duly elected.
Okay, Justin. It is 6 p.m. here on the East Coast, and the D.C. curfew is put in place, effective now. You saw these buses pull up onto the Capitol grounds, and it looked like National Guard officials that were getting on and off of them. We'll see what happens next. Congressional reporters are saying that they've been told the complex is clear, but that with this curfew in place, if you don't have an ID to be up there, whether you're a lawmaker or a member of the press or a congressional staffer, you need to leave. And that curfew is put in place. And you heard on that Scott Wong's tweet there that you are subject to arrest if you are not leaving this area. We'll go to Kalita in Texas.
Hi there. Thanks for taking my call. I haven't heard anybody else express this. I've been watching this literally all afternoon. Watched it from President Trump speaking and saying they were going to walk or march over to the Capitol area. And if there were as many people as there had to be hundreds of thousands. If there were that amount of people, they could have easily taken over that and crushed anybody in their way. That's not what they wanted. And contrary to what, in air quotes, President-elect Biden says, it's not ceremonial what was happening, okay? It's a process. So I don't know if he's misinformed or whatever, but this is a process, and we need to let it play out. Nobody on Trump's side that has any brains would have done that because they know this is part of the process. So it was probably some agent provocateurs that were slipped in, and then some people that were misguided or just thought, oh, this is what we're doing? Okay, let's follow them. And went and breached. It wasn't a siege, whatever they did.
Well, Kalita, if that was the case, why did the president say to those people that they need to be peaceful and that they need to go home?
Because if he doesn't, he'll be crucified. Whatever he does, he'll be crucified in the media. That's why, because y'all are biased, and it's obvious. I can watch a speech 2 seconds later, turn on the TV, and hear something that did not happen. When I watch it, I'm not stupid. I'm an educated person. I was in the military, 2 branches of the military. I was an officer with the 101st Airborne, served in Iraq. You can't tell me what I'm watching is not what I see. It's calm there. Look at the video right now. Are there people there burning things?
Well, the complex has been cleared now. And if you're watching speeches, remarks on C-SPAN, you'll see them in their entirety without interruption and without analysis. Mike Mamuli, a political reporter, tweets out a quote from a statement from President George W. Bush. This is how election results are disputed in a banana republic, not our democratic republic. I'm appalled by the reckless behavior of some political leaders since the election. Nick in Boise, Idaho.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can, Nick.
Okay, great. Thank you for covering today. I tuned in because I wanted to see the objection to the electoral votes. I believe that there are states in question that violate the Constitution, Article 2, Section 1. It doesn't surprise me what happened today. I believe that this has been coming since 2009 when the Obama and the Clinton regime brought in identity politics. So I could see where this is coming. On the MAGA side, you have people like me who are independent. You have former Democrats, and you have Republicans of all ethnicities on the MAGA side. And I just believe that this is a culmination of 4 years of a president who was elected, who made promises, and he delivered on those promises. He's been crucified by the media, crucified by the Democrat Party. There's been collusion between the media and the Democrat Party on whatever the president says and whatever his followers and constituents say and do. So
Nick,
today,
to be clear, you're not condoning the violence.
No, I'm not. I'm not condoning the initial siege on the Capitol Police, but these, as the Democrat, the tweets come out and stuff, and even George W. Bush, which I voted for. I voted for Gore, and I think that the main thing is people are disgusted with the royalty of politics. And I think today you saw a siege on the Capitol, the People's House, where people are just tired of parasitic politicians who make all these promises and they never keep them. And they finally got a president who did. And this is just a culmination of the identity politics. And as you can see, it wasn't. They occupied the Capitol. It's not burning. There's peace, and it's not thugs like all these parasitical politicians are stating.
Okay,
And
I'll leave it there. Nick, Tom Bossert, who was an advisor to President Trump, a Homeland Security advisor, tweets out, "This is beyond wrong and illegal. It's un-American. The president undermined American democracy baselessly for months. As a result, he's culpable for this siege and an utter disgrace. Despite of him, not because of him, police will regain control and prosecute those involved." And as our caller was talking, you saw the look like National Guard in riot gear lining up outside of the Capitol. You can see them there. Let's watch. Law enforcement circling around to the other side of the Capitol just now. You see they're wearing riot gear. They've been called to Capitol Hill, the entire National Guard of D.C., as well as law enforcement from Virginia and Maryland to help the Capitol Police. Casey in Richardson, Texas. Casey, have you been watching today?
I have. Thank you for taking my call. I think this hasn't been brought by Trump or brought in the last year. This has been a big issue boiling in America, and it's due to lack of education and disinformation. I think we're in an era of politics called post-true politics or post-reality politics, where appeals to emotion and largely disconnected from details of policy prevail. And we have social media, and we have news media that's making the ideological gap, much, much bigger in America. I think some of the things we need to take care of are taking care of disinformation by the internet, taking care of disinformation by politics, and we need to kind of bridge this ideological gap. One other issue we need to correct here is the growing class divide. We have people that have been working in stable factory jobs that have been shipped out to other countries that have now lost their jobs. They've lost their main source of income. They've fallen below the poverty line, and these people have been left behind. And when Trump came along, he said, "I hear you. I hear these people. I hear your problems." And he was elected. But the problem is not Trump. The symptom is Trump.
Okay, Casey. Casey there in Texas. More of your calls coming up. Niels Lesniewski is joining us. Niels, what have you learned about what is to happen next? We understand the complex is clear.
That's right. We understand that we have had the complex being cleared, and recently reporters who are in the Capitol complex, who are in the Hart building, heard from Senator Joe Manchin in one of the hallways that they are looking to proceed this evening. Rep. Jim Clyburn, the majority whip in the House, has also said they intend to proceed this evening. So it sounds like they're just trying to get enough order restored and to be able to get things set back up to maybe even resume the Electoral College vote counting within the Senate and House chambers themselves, rather than using some sort of alternate location or anything that could be more complicated in that regard.
Would they resume where they left off?
Yeah, I believe that because they both recessed subject to the call of the chair when sort of all the chaos broke out around 2:30 this afternoon, that they should still be in the middle of the debate on what to do with the electors from Arizona. Now, certainly one thing that we know, which never really thought was something that would need to be considered, but when the 1969 Electoral College challenge happened, there was a ruling on the floor of the Senate in response to a question from Ted Kennedy that it's not allowed to table the objection of a state. So they either have to run out whatever is remaining on the clock of the debate. And I'm sure the folks in your control room will know better than I do how much time is left in that first 2-hour block, or they would need unanimous consent to be able to dispense with the situation. So again, I think that where we are is that they're going to go back and try and figure out probably whether or not they actually have to run through the entire 2 hours of debate. We probably need to figure out whether or not they are going to have to hear any more challenges. But certainly, you know, in a normal year, and we've been saying this for a while, but in a normal year, this whole process takes 25, 30, 35 minutes. So the question is really going to be for senators like Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley and their supporters of these objections, whether or not now that we are, you know, in the dinner hour, whether or not they really want to launch any more objections, or whether A, they think their point has been heard, or B, it's not going to be possible to hear their point at this point in time. Because Greta, frankly, the issue is that, you know, I mean, what are the headlines in the newspapers going to be tomorrow? It's going to be mob overtakes Capitol. It's not going to be about whether or not people were defending what side of a particular state's electoral college votes.
Are there efforts by those Republicans in leadership who were opposed to objecting to convince the objectors to not go forward?
Yeah, that's what we're hearing has been going on in the Capitol, and the extent to which people have access to lawmakers at this point. There certainly are discussions underway about what to do and possibly speeding this process along at this point. I think there's a general sense, even perhaps among people who support the challenges, that democracy itself is now, you know, the fundamental problem here. So if in fact challenges go forward, it also wouldn't surprise me, even if they do go forward, if the tone of the debate is a little bit different than what we saw earlier this afternoon.
What do we know about the roles people were playing before? The vice president was presiding. The Speaker of the House was next to him. Will they continue?
Well, the speaker most likely will continue. I have not heard yet regarding where exactly the Vice President of the United States is. And so some of the question of whether it is Vice President Pence or whether it is Chuck Grassley, the Senate President pro tem, that is presiding over this when they reconvene, and at what juncture is probably going to be dependent on what the security assessment is around Pence, because certainly there were people in this group of protesters that overtook the Capitol earlier today who, suffice to say, are not happy with Vice President Pence fulfilling his constitutional duty. And so there may have to be a discussion, and I'm sure that there is a discussion going on about where it is best for the President of the Senate, Mike Pence, to be spending his evening this evening. And it is remarkable that we are having that conversation, but that is where we are, and preserving and protecting the Vice President may take precedence over what we've all been saying is a largely ceremonial role. But certainly it may depend on just how secure the Capitol is supposed to be. I'm looking at the clock and realizing we're about 6:15 in the evening. There is a curfew in effect here in DC now, and so in theory the crowd should be leaving. But you know, there is always the possibility that those orders will not be adhered to.
What do we know about what security did in that moment when the chamber was breached and the vice president, second in line to the presidency, and this, and then over on the House side, you had the Speaker of the House next in line after him. What do we know about how quickly the Capitol Police moved to protect them?
Well, that movement took place very quickly, and if I can just take just a second to pull up, and I'll tell you exactly what I'm looking at here. The reality was that in both cases things moved very, very quickly. Among the reporters in the Senate chamber was Paul Kane from the Washington Post, and one of my colleagues noted that Kane ran out of the Senate chamber and shouted that Pence had just left the chamber, which was a sign that there was some kind of an imminent threat. And when people were able to see, when reporters were able to see what was going on, it was also clear that Grassley was not in the Senate chamber. And so similar things were happening on the House side. The continuity of government was one of the preeminent concerns. The other thing I would tell you that was remarkable to see, and we've now seen senators, including Jeff Merkley and Tammy Duckworth, both make reference to this. The floor staff had to quickly think to make sure to remove the wooden boxes that hold the actual Electoral College documents, the paperwork from the various states. They had to make sure to take that with them to the undisclosed huddling security area where everyone sort of went to after the chamber was cleared. Because the other thing that, like, it's amazing that people thought of it in real time, was what would have happened if somehow these literal wooden boxes that contained the paperwork had been still sitting in the Senate chamber in particular, when the violent protesters were able to get into the chamber. It's not something we even really want to contemplate exactly what they may have done. But it's certainly not outside the realm of speculation to think that they could have either taken or destroyed in some way the actual certificates from the states, which would have made this entire evening way more complicated.
And as we wait to see if the House and the Senate can reconvene and continue on with the Electoral College process, Mike DeBonis of the Washington Post tweets out, House Majority Whip confirms top congressional leaders are hoping to come back tonight and finish. Potential obstacles. Can the building be secured? Can members safely get in and out? The Capitol is a crime scene. A woman was fatally shot steps from the House floor. Niels?
Those are all the exact questions. And the other thing is whether or not some of this may hinge on whether or not there are objections, frankly, because if there are no further objections, if this is able to all be sort of processed in an orderly manner, quite frankly, you don't need a whole lot of House members or senators to be in the chamber as long as no one actually asks if there's a quorum or not. As we know, the quorum calls sort of go away in a hurry when they can go away. And so I think that the question, one of the things that is probably being worked out is whether or not a handful of lawmakers, probably Roy Blunt and Amy Klobuchar, the chairman and ranking member of the Senate Rules Committee, their counterparts in the House on the House Administration Committee, and a few lawmakers can actually just get through this processing themselves, and whether or not you need to have some contingent closer to 435 House members in the House chamber and closer to 100 senators in the Senate. I don't know that we know that quite yet. The other thing, of course, which I hesitate to even bring up, but it became clear that because there was this urgent security situation, everyone kind of had to set aside the COVID protocols for a while this afternoon. There is still a pandemic. While lawmakers have largely received at least the first dose of the vaccine, the second dose of the vaccine isn't largely out yet. Immunity is clearly not there yet because at least two Texas Republican House members, Kay Granger and Kevin Brady, both have tested positive this week. And so there is this whole other factor. I'm not so sure how much you want people to be in close proximity and closed quarters any longer than they already have had to today because of the security breach and frankly, shots fired and someone being killed off the House floor today.
Yeah, and Niels, I mean, you and I were talking earlier about when the breach happened in the Senate chamber, outside of the House chamber, that those describe what happened for anyone who was in the chamber, including the journalists.
Yeah, the remarkable thing was, so people generally, when there are security threats, I don't think this has ever really been that secretive, but now it's obviously public knowledge because of what had to happen today. The first move in the Capitol building is usually into the chamber. If you are in proximity of the House or Senate floor and there's some sort of lockdown situation, the initial instinct of Capitol Police and the Sergeant at Arms and various other personnel is to actually go into the chamber because those rooms are considered some of the most secure spaces in the entire building. And so part of what was chaotic today, and you've probably seen people with gas masks and photos and videos of that. My colleague, Tom Williams, one of our photographers, was actually in the House chamber and has some amazing photos of people trying to put on these sort of single-use gas masks and protective equipment. There are, the reality is that's normally the way you go, is in. And so when the chambers had to be evacuated because there was no way apparently for the Capitol Police to secure the rooms, that was the part when the real, I think, panic set in, because then we were in then we were beyond the realm of what our normal security procedures even would be.
Mitt Romney, the senator of Utah, has tweeted out at about 6:15, what happened at the U.S. Capitol today was an insurrection incited by the President of the United States. He goes on to say, we must not be intimidated or prevented from fulfilling our constitutional duty. I urge my colleagues to move forward with completing the electoral count, to refrain from further objections, and to unanimously affirm the legitimacy of the presidential election. Niels Lesniewski, your reaction to Republican Utah Senator Mitt Romney?
Well, Senator Romney is probably certainly not going to be alone among his Republican colleagues. He had always been one of the Republican senators who said that Joe Biden won the election and will become president on January 20th, as he will. But I think what we have to watch out for is, what do the people who were the ardent backers of President Trump say? I would say that the other thing is, on the other side of the pendulum, we have people who are calling for using the 25th Amendment procedure or an impeachment proceeding or something to get current President Trump sidelined for the remainder of the 14 days or so that are left in his term. And, I don't think anything is out of the realm of possibility after what we saw today, but that certainly is going to be the sort of wide expanse of where we are. We may have people who still want to be challenging electoral college votes well into the night and overnight tonight. And on the other hand, we have people who would like to boot the current president out of office before the sun rises tomorrow, frankly.
Niels Lesniewski with CQ Roll Call. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We'll continue with your phone calls here as we await to see what happens on Capitol Hill after the protesters breached the security, entered into the chambers, lawmakers evacuated. Until a little bit, we'll get to your phone calls in just a minute, but Bill Scanlon has an update for us.
Let's catch up with what some members are saying, and our own Capitol Hill producer, Craig Kaplan, who's been on Capitol Hill throughout the day, House Armed Services Committee Chair. Here, Adam Smith saying President Trump and his enablers are directly responsible for the despicable acts on our nation's Capitol that we have all witnessed today. The president incited and encouraged this riot. You mentioned Mitt Romney. Craig Kaplan also on that with the further addition, we gathered today due to a selfish man's injured pride, and that's part of the statement that you had read earlier from Mitt Romney. This is from President Trump within the last 15, 20 minutes or so. He says that there are things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever. The president releasing a video earlier today, both on Twitter and on Facebook. This is the tweet from Guy Rosen, who is the Vice President of Integrity at Facebook. He says this is an emergency situation, and we are taking appropriate measures, including removing President Trump's video. We removed it because, on balance, we believe it contributes rather than diminishes the risk of ongoing violence. I would say, however, you can find that in our video library at cspan.org. Greta?
Jeffrey in Old Town, Florida. We go to you next, Jeffrey. As you've been watching and listening today, what has been going through your mind?
Yes, ma'am, I have. If anybody had read The Art of the Deal, they would know what Trump's all about. In that book, he admits outright that he lies all the time. He never apologizes about anything he's ever said. He never admits when he's wrong, no matter what it is. He will not admit it's wrong. And when he says a lie, he will repeat it over and over again, and he will do it for months on end, because the more he thinks that you repeat the lie, the more truthful people start to believe it.
Jeffrey's thoughts there in Florida. We'll go to Brooksville, Florida. Dorothy, what have you been thinking?
Yes. Thank you for taking my call first. But
I wonder what the people from other countries, the higher officials, think what this country is coming to be when they're watching us closely, because the electoral votes that counted for Obama being the president, and the people seems like it doesn't count what we do, because the electoral votes made it said and done that Biden is the president, and then Trump wants to step in saying it was not done right. And I feel like, he needs to wake up and smell the coffee and realize that Biden is the president.
Barbara in Wendover, Utah. Barbara?
Good evening. Good evening, and thank you for taking my call. First and foremost, I think we should all say a silent prayer for the lady that was shot. It was a horrible, horrible thing to happen.
Barbara, I apologize. I hope you can call back, but you were breaking up. It's really difficult to hear you. We'll go to Steve in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Steve.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me on. I do find the Democratic Party is pretty hypocritical when it comes to the Constitution. The Constitution, they pick and choose what they like, and then the rest they just kind of, try to disregard and abolish. And it's why this country is now in the state that it's in. You know what I mean?
You don't think both parties share some blame, the Republicans?
Well, no. I mean, it's fine and dandy when the Constitution suits the Democrats' agenda, like with the Electoral College. But not too long ago, they were talking about abolishing the Electoral College because they thought Trump was going to win.
Jenny in Wichita, Kansas. Jenny?
It's a very sad day for our country, and I think a lot of people are to blame. I think not all the blame should be on President Trump. I think the media has a lot to do with it. But, there's one person right now that can do a lot to bring everyone together, and he's preaching unity right now, and that is the apparent president-elect Joe Biden. And if he let everyone know that he wanted to do a full audit of all of the states on every level, every election, because if it happened in those states that are in question, it could have happened in any state. So he needs to do that, and that would really bring us all together, because if he's confident in his win and that there wasn't any fraud, then there should be no issue. And so really the ball is in his court to bring peace to this nation, and he's really dropping the ball. And that's sad.
Okay.
It's a very sad day for our country.
Okay, Jenny, and as we're listening to Jenny showing you the U.S. Capitol, the fences have gone up, security strengthened, and a lot more law enforcement on Capitol Hill. Nearly 4 hours, probably past 4 hours now, since the chaos began up there. Brenda in Kentucky.
Yes, thank you for taking my call.
Okay.
And I am calling because I am very upset with this whole situation going on. I'm tired of Trump being blamed for everything when fake news is involved with this. Facebook is involved with all this. All the lying from Joe Biden that has done nothing but lie to the American people. They will not tell everybody the truth about him and his son ripping us off through China. We need to attack China. The stuff ain't going to stop unless they shut it down, do another election, and everybody show voter ID. That will end this problem in this country.
Brenda, the Attorney General, the former Homeland Security Advisor to the President is saying what happened up there is criminal. Do you think that people who breached security and broke into the Capitol should be prosecuted?
No. Did you guys did everybody go after all these people burning down people's businesses? How many of them people got thrown in jail? People lost their businesses. People are losing their homes over this stuff. Everybody's playing with our lives. It's our lives that we're losing. Nobody else is losing them. They're all millions and billionaires. Do you really think they care about the American people? How many people lost their businesses? How many people fought for them?
Okay.
Do you hear anything?
Okay, Brenda in Kentucky. Walter in Addison, Illinois.
Hi, I just want to say thank you for taking my call.
I mean, first, we just have to face the facts here. Trump has not been a normal candidate since he started in 2016, you know, from making fun of a disabled reporter to insulting women. And I think that has just really snowballed until now. I mean, look at where we are. A few years ago, we might have laughed at this or thought that this was like, you know, some sort of a joke. But, I mean, this is serious. They went into that Capitol today with the intent to harm whoever they could. And I just think that Trump's message today was very inappropriate. He took no accountability for that, and he continued to do what he has shown he does during his presidency, and that is start a fire and walk away. If the roles were reversed, I mean, could you imagine if Biden had sat on the the foot of the Capitol and said, charge, like, you know, if we need to fight for a free and fair election, we need to charge the Capitol, we need to storm it now, like, people would be losing their mind.
Walter, do you think that if they can make the area secure tonight on Capitol Hill, that they should continue with the counting of the Electoral College votes?
I apologize for cutting you off, but I mean, we need some real leadership. I not only think that we need to meet back tonight and finish this, but Donald Trump needs to either resign or be impeached. He cannot remain in office for the next 2 weeks. This country will not survive that.
Loretta in Red Oak, Texas. Loretta?
Yes, hi. Thank you for taking my call. I have just a couple of things. First of all, I want to thank Mike Pence for doing the right thing and not bowing down to the pressure that was going to be or was put on him by Donald Trump. Second of all, the reason in my mind, I know the reason that Trump is so angry about losing this election is because he can't stand the fact that Obama, a black president, served 2 terms. I heard Mitch McConnell, they did a little cut from something he was saying, and he said when Obama came into office that we will do everything we can to make this president a 1-term president. Well, now that Trump is the 1-term president, then he is not, it is just burning him up because he hasn't done anything presidential, period, actually, in 4 years, but he certainly hasn't done anything presidential since the election. He has hid away wherever he has been. We got people dying. And the lady previously saying that people losing their homes, pandemic, my president, where are you when it comes to this pandemic? All you want to do, and he doesn't even want to be president. He could care less about being president. He does not want the fact that Obama served 2 terms and he is only going to serve 1. That's the only thing that's bothering him. Have you ever in your life seen a president try to hold on to the presidency like this? Now, I could understand if he was a president who actually was presidential. This man doesn't have a presidential bone in his body.
Okay, Loretta, I'm going to leave it there because there's an update from the Speaker of the House. Manu Raju tweets out a quote from her saying, "We have decided we should proceed tonight at the Capitol once it is cleared for use. Leader Hoyer will be sending out more guidance later today." Ryan in Broomfield, Colorado.
Hello. Thank you for taking my call. Main reason for calling in was as a journalism major to the callers who were claiming Antifa were responsible because they were wearing black, of the protesters who were in the Capitol. Business Insider on the 3rd of January wrote that Proud Boys would be attending in incognito and wearing all black to blend in and be inconspicuous. It's a sad state of affairs when people who claim that other people need to do their own research just parrot what they've read online without actually doing the research themselves or even caring what the facts are. Ultimately, it's a sad day for America. It's currently experiencing a stupid coup. And no matter how stupid, it's still a festering wound that's going to continue to rot until it's addressed completely and without disregard for those in power or with power or subservient to those with power.
Ryan, how did you learn about the breach of security? Were you watching when it happened?
I believe I saw, it was a headline or a news update from, I think it was YouTube on ABC News that I was watching, and then it tuned to C-SPAN because they kept cutting from the actual Capitol. Hey, Felicity, quiet, please.
Thank you.
Okay, Ryan there in Colorado. Loretta, Portland, Maine.
Oh, hi. How are you today?
I'm okay, Loretta. So what have you been thinking as you've been watching this?
I can't wrap my head around this. The lady that was shot earlier has passed away. So shall we say a prayer? But what I want to know is, where was the Capitol Police? It is incredible. Every time when you guys show the Capitol, it is full of police. Today there was no police. I don't understand that. What we witnessed today was a Republican coup from the top down. It started with Trump, infected the Senate, went on to the House, and then it radicalized the people, those followers, and they ripped up the Capitol. And I heard that lady calling in talking about people who lost their businesses. That's what insurance is for. Those people have insurance. They've been paid already. But for those followers of Trump to deface our Capitol, every last one of them should be prosecuted, and they should go to jail. Thank you, Greta.
Okay,
Have
Loretta.
a great day.
Bill Scanlon.
Greta, a couple of, you had mentioned Manu Raju's tweet, and we were getting an idea of scheduling, perhaps. This is a tweet saying that Senator Chuck Schumer, when asked about the proceedings, says 8 o'clock is to when they will begin. On the speaker, Jeff Zeleny of CNN, Speaker says the House will proceed tonight to count the Electoral College votes. She adds a prayer of Catholic optimism, quote, today, January 6th, the Feast of the Epiphany, let us pray that this instigation to violence will provide an epiphany for our country to heal. This is from, quote from Mo Brooks. Now, Mo Brooks was the first member of the U.S. House to say he would contest the electoral votes. He says that the violence at the U.S. Capitol today is despicable, un-American. Prosecute these thugs. From Jim Clyburn, the Democratic whip, the majority whip in the U.S. House, I have faced violent hatred before. I was not deterred then, and I will not be deterred now. Tonight, Congress will continue the business of certifying the Electoral College votes. Jim Langevin, former police officer from Rhode Island, injured in the line of duty, paralyzed in the line of duty as an officer, says this disgraceful attack on the Capitol will not deter us. Congress should fulfill its constitutional duty and count the Electoral College votes tonight. We will honor the choice of the people. Joe Biden will be our president. From Senator Rick Scott, Republican of Florida, the thugs who stormed the Capitol today and incited violence should be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, every single one of them. Thank you to the Capitol Police for your bravery today. I believe Congress should return tonight and finish our work. And from Georgia, Greg Bluestein, who has been reporting on the races and the recount, the presidential recount there, with a photo from a news conference today with Governor Brian Kemp. Governor Kemp on the insurrection in Washington, quote, it's a disgrace and quite honestly un-American. For those of you that have been calling for a special session, you can now see what that looks like. And this from NBC social media reporter Ben Collins. He posts here from Instagram a like from Eric Tweet, one of the president's son. And Ben Collins says, despite what Eric Trump may think, this is a Trump supporter. He's been profiled over and over again. He goes to Trump rallies constantly. He's known as the QAnon shaman. And that's the latest. We are still waiting word on when the House and Senate will return to session. And the joint session obviously resuming, but they haven't finished work on the first Electoral College challenge on Arizona. That's first, and then they would reconvene as a joint session. We're going to show you now from earlier today. This has been taken down now by Twitter and Facebook, the comments of President Trump.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
President Trump's video message from the White House, and as Bill said, it's been taken down by Facebook. Several of his tweets have been blocked as well. We'll continue here on C-SPAN coverage of the breach of security on Capitol Hill and potentially the resumption of the reconvening of the House here on C-SPAN and the Senate over on C-SPAN 2 as the lawmakers vow to come back together and continue with counting of the Electoral College votes. I want to show you the entire remarks made by President-elect Joe Biden earlier today.
I'm sorry, not just an inconvenience, but I'm sorry for the reason I've delayed coming out to speak to you. I initially was going to talk about the economy, but all of you have been watching what I've been watching. At this hour, our democracy is under an unprecedented assault, unlike anything we've seen in modern times. An assault on the citadel of liberty, the Capitol itself. An assault on the people's representatives and the Capitol Hill police, sworn to protect them, and the public servants who work at the heart of our republic. An assault on the rule of law like few times we've ever seen it. An assault on the most sacred of American undertakings, the doing of the people's business. Let me be very clear. The scenes of chaos at the Capitol do not reflect a true America, do not represent who we are. What we're seeing are a small number of extremists dedicated to lawlessness. This is not dissent. It's disorder. It's chaos. It borders on sedition. And it must end now. I call on this mob to pull back and allow the work of democracy to go forward. You've heard me say before in different contexts, the words of a president matter, no matter how good or bad that president is. At their best, the words of a president can inspire. At their worst, they can incite. And therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege, to storm the Capitol, to smash windows, to occupy offices, the floor of the United States Senate, rummaging through desks, on the Capitol, on the House of Representatives, threatening the safety of duly elected officials. It's not protest, it's insurrection. The world's watching. Like so many other Americans, I am genuinely shocked and saddened that our nation, so long the beacon of light and hope for democracy, has come to such a dark moment. Through war and strife, America's endured much. And we will endure here, and we will prevail again, and will prevail now. The work of the moment and the work of the next 4 years must be the restoration of democracy, of decency, honor, respect, the rule of law, just plain, simple decency. The renewal of the politics. It's about solving problems, looking out for one another, not stoking the flames of hate and chaos. As I said, America is about honor, decency, respect, tolerance. That's who we are. That's who we've always been. The certification of the Electoral College vote is supposed to be a sacred ritual, which we affirm. The purpose is to affirm the majesty of American democracy. But today's reminder, a painful one, that democracy is fragile, and to preserve it requires people of goodwill, leaders with the courage to stand up, who are devoted not to the pursuit of power, or the personal interest pursuits of their own selfish interest at any cost, but of the common good. Think what our children watching television are thinking. Think what the rest of the world is looking at. For nearly 2.5 centuries, we, the people, in search of a more perfect union, have kept our eyes on that common good. America is so much better than what we've seen today. Watching the scenes from the Capitol, I was reminded, as I prepared other speeches in the past, I was reminded of the words of Abraham Lincoln in his annual message to Congress, whose work has today been interrupted by chaos. Here's what Lincoln said. He said, "We shall nobly save or merely lose the last best hope on earth." Went on to say, "The way is plain, peaceful, generous, just. A way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud and God must forever bless." The way is plain here, too. That's who we are. It's the way of democracy, of respect, of decency, of honor, and commitment as patriots to this nation. Notwithstanding what I saw today and we're seeing today, I remain optimistic about the incredible opportunities. There has never been anything we can't do when we do it together. And this god-awful display today is bringing home to every Republican and Democrat and Independent in the nation that we must step up. This is the United States of America. There's never, ever, 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 ever been a thing we've tried to do that we've done it together. We've not been able to do it. So, President Trump, step up. May God bless America. May God protect our troops and all those folks at the Capitol who are trying to preserve order. Thank you, and I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
We've seen today,
Are
sir.
you concerned about your inauguration, sir? Sir, have you spoken to McConnell today? Are you concerned about your inauguration, sir? Are you concerned about violence?
I am not concerned about my safety, security, or the inauguration. I am not concerned. The American people are going to stand up, and stand up now. Enough is enough is enough.
That was the President-elect Joe Biden talking earlier to the cameras, to the public, about what happened here on Capitol Hill today, a little after 2 p.m. Eastern Time. It was about 15 minutes into the first objection over the Electoral College votes. The two lawmakers had gone back to their respective chambers, and they had begun debate on that objection. The scene here on Capitol Hill right now, as you can see, is a beefed up security. The law enforcement was called in from Virginia and Maryland, the National Guard for the DC and for other areas, brought to the Capitol. They've pushed the protesters back off of the Capitol grounds. The Speaker of the House is saying that they will reconvene tonight to continue with the counting of the votes, and they will do so in the Senate as well. The minority leader telling reporters in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, that the plan is for 8 p.m. Eastern time. We are approaching 7 p.m. here on the East Coast. And I want to share this tweet from Daily Caller. They sent out a quote from Liz Cheney, who was on Fox News, a Republican of Wyoming and part of the House Republican leadership. Quote, "We just had a violent mob assault the U.S. Capitol. No question the president formed the mob. The president incited the mob. The president addressed the mob. He lit the flame." Brad in Ogden, Utah, we'll go to you.
Hey, Greta, thank you for having me. I'm sure that you didn't imagine that the burden of today's heinous events would fall on you to fill the time until we figure this stuff out, but thanks for having me. So just a couple of thoughts. If I were Burger King, for example, and I hated Kentucky Fried Chicken, and my goal was to make it seem like today's horrendous events was caused by Kentucky Fried Chicken, I'd round up some of the guys and say, let's all wear Colonel Sanders outfits and go just behave as no person should, and it'll all get pinned on them. And as I've been following all the craziness of today, there are some pictures of some of the people who have joined in today's crazy acts that have been seen both at prior Antifa demonstrations and at the horrible events of today, like with matching tattoos and stuff. And so I agree with Joe Biden's sentiment.
Brad, where are you finding that information?
On Twitter, through any of the stuff that hasn't been blocked just yet.
And you trust it?
Yeah. I mean, they're pictures, and also it's there's one man in particular.
How do you know they're verified? How do you know they're verified, though?
Well, if you look at the tattoos on the man's arm, in addition to the outfit that he's wearing, it's identical tattoos and an identical outfit. And I mean, it's from two different demonstrations, so I can look at it myself and see that that's the same person, and that's one person. That's one person. There are other pictures floating out there that are claims to be matches, just like what I've described.
Okay.
Like with some guy with a beard and hair. Like, to me, it doesn't look similar, but.
Okay, Brad. I'll go on to Ryan, who's in Covington, Kentucky. Ryan, have you been watching all day?
Yes, I have. Thank you for having me. I would just like to start off by saying, let's address the absolute absurdity in this. And an example of that would be the person who, was just on. I've seen these pictures that he's talking about. It's not the same person. People look alike. All this is, all that we've been hearing all day long from a substantial amount of the calls that you've had coming in is people attacking the media. It's just been the media. There's this video of people out there destroying media equipment. Are we really surprised by this? Trump has been stoking the flames of hatred and pure insanity for, 5 years now? Today has been so rattling to the psyche of any well-adjusted human being. And I cannot believe what we witnessed today. And what made it worse was hearing the nonsense that people have been spouting when they call in, trying to say that, it was Antifa today. No, it wasn't. These people, these are probably the same people that spout conspiracy theories about false flags, this or that. They want to say that, there's been, proof of fraud. There have been over 60 lawsuits overseen by the Department of Justice by Bill Barr. None of this makes any sense. What happened today is what happens when nonsense and absolute absurdity and insanity are allowed to run free and do as they wish. There is a difference between freedom of speech and doing the right thing.
Okay,
and,
Ryan, I'm gonna jump in at that point because I just want to share some lawmakers' thoughts. Jackie Spear, a Democrat of California, a congresswoman who's been up on Capitol Hill for many years, tweeting out, "Trump has given us no choice. The 25th Amendment must be invoked now. We need to immediately wrest control of the country from him. He's not the commander-in-chief of the United States. He's a commander-in-chief of the Trump mob and Proud Boys. At VP Pence must step up and defend our democracy." Gary in Central Point, Oregon.
How are you doing this evening?
Gary, have you been watching, and what have you thought as you...
Oh, I've been watching. You know, there's good points and bad points to everybody who has spoken. Ultimately, I believe, you know, they should revene, go back in and finish the Electoral College. I think the bullying as far as trying to hold back any further objections goes against the Constitution. I think it's pretty clear in black and white the Constitution has been violated in Arizona because that was the only state that had made it that far. And if the governor doesn't release the voting even after court ordered, what has she got to hide? You know, I think that plays a lot into this, is the fact that there's this hidden game of, you know, it falls into swing states that are all ran by Democrats that got Democrat backdoor rules applied to voting that didn't follow the Constitution. I think, like I said, both sides.
Gary, one of the states that was going to be objected to, and we'll see if it happens, and it's one of the next states, if they reconvene here, it's Georgia, which is run by a Republican governor.
And that was one of the states that they didn't go through. They didn't, like Arizona, for instance, they changed the voting policies after voting had already started. Georgia was a separate topic altogether. And I'm interested to see what they say. I mean, I'm willing to listen to both sides and hear and make the judgment myself. But, you know, follow the Constitution, follow the letter of the Constitution. All the Democrats on the other side, they're saying the same thing. Most of even down to Biden stepped up and said, follow the Constitution.
All right, Gary. Eric Wasson is reporting, he's a Capitol Hill reporter, that Republican Senator Burr, here's a quote, "The president bears responsibility for today's events by promoting the unfounded conspiracy theories that have led to this point. It is past time to accept the will of the American voters and to allow our nation to move forward." River in Frenchtown, New Jersey. River, you're on the air.
Yeah. Thank you. And I want to thank you for your position in neutrality, being a professional, and doing the best you can to convey that. I know other news stations, you can clearly hear a political slant to it, so thank you. Are you able to hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. I have watched what happened, and I believe in protests. I believe in our right as Americans to protest. I protested at the Capitol many years ago, and I respect those protesters that do that. However, when we stop the political process and breach those buildings, we need that's where the thin blue line stands between chaos and the continuation of the actions of our government. So when I saw one video where the policeman was backing up the stairs and they continued to come, and he did not stand his ground, which is what he needed to do to stop them. As soon as he picked up a baton, they stopped, and he should have drawn his weapon and stopped them. And that's what needed to happen. As hard as that is to see, it's the reality and the necessity of what needs to happen in order for us to continue our democratic process. So, And I will just say that our President Trump's maniacal ego just stops him from accepting the fact that he lost the election. That's a fact, and that's just the way that is. Thank you.
And caller, how did you vote in the last election?
I voted not what I would have preferred, but I had to vote for Biden. This two-party system is one of our difficulties. The two-party system gives you a limited choice. There's no balance. It's one direction or the other. We need a balance, even a third party that would be able to, we could vote for, that would enhance political positions from both sides. There's goodness in the Republican and the Democratic parties, and we need to have a third party option so that we can vote for that option.
Okay, River. Reporters are saying that Twitter has removed 3 of the president's tweets, including the last 2 tweets, one of which contained his video and the other blamed the insurrection on what he falsely claimed was fraudulent election. Jenny in Tampa, Florida. Hi, Jenny.
Hey, how are you?
Jenny, what have you been thinking?
Well, I think the people of America need to remember the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We don't have to follow a man. We need to keep our minds thinking for the best of this country. And this that I've seen on TV today is not America. This is not the best of America. America is better than this. And Trump did not come on TV until he was asked to do so. So his followers need to think about this. America is better than this.
Okay. Jenny, I'm going to read this from Twitter. As a result of the unprecedented and ongoing violent situation in Washington, D.C., we've required the removal of 3 of the president's tweets that were posted earlier today for repeated and severe violations of our civic integrity policy. And they go on to say this means that the account of President Donald Trump will be locked for 12 hours following the removal of these tweets. If the tweets are not removed, the account will remain locked. Landon in Blue Springs, Missouri, you are next. Landon in Blue Springs, Missouri. Okay, let me move.
Oh, hello.
Hi,
yeah,
hi, Landon. Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah. So how are you doing?
Landon, when did you first start watching this, and what was your immediate reaction?
A couple hours ago.
And what was your immediate reaction?
I was super surprised, to be honest.
And what do you think about it?
I think it's super unjustified. Like saying I'm a monkey and you're a banana. And
okay, I'm going to move on to Patty, Valley Springs, California. Patty.
Hi. I don't condone what happened today, but I didn't condone Black Lives Matters, all the riots and everything either. I think we need to have voter ID for the whole United States. I think that the media needs to quit doing analysis and give fair and impartial reporting with no agenda. I think that we definitely need term limits for Congress, both the Senate and the House. There's too many career politicians that have been in there forever and ever, and they do not listen to the American people. Bipartisanship needs to come back. The American people are tired of all the bickering, and if we can't get our, quote, leaders, who are not actually our leaders, we are their leaders, if we can't get them to compromise and do consensus, then they need to be voted out. And I am just so sick and tired of both sides arguing and not compromising.
Okay, Patty. Josh Wingrove, who reports from the White House for Bloomberg, tweeting out that fresh off of having Trump tweets deleted, the White House has called a travel photo lid. It means that the president won't make any public appearances or speak to the press tonight, other than maybe more tweets and tweeted videos. However, you just read from Twitter that they've locked his account. Dan in Largo, Florida. Dan.
Good evening, and once again, thank you for everything you're doing for America. I just want to say I believe we need to impeach Trump right now before he does any more harm to our country. He's guilty of a catastrophic failure to his oath of office. And the only fraud we have in America is Donald Trump. There's no fraud in the election and everything, but he continues to make these false, unsubstantiated, comments, and continues to pillage our government, the FBI, CIA, and many other positions. And he has intentionally hurt America, and he needs to be stopped. And I thank you for this opportunity to speak. You have a great night.
Okay, Dan. Heidi in Hudson, New York. Heidi.
Hi. Thank you for this program. You're doing a really good job. My thought right from the beginning was that, when law enforcement is deployed to protect an area, a building, a business, a police station, whatever, from a mob, it has certain equipment and procedures which it follows. If people storm the place or try to, they have tasers, they have tear gas, they have rubber bullets, and they use them. What was happening here? And I don't hear anybody asking about that. Law enforcement was not doing what they normally do. So my thought right away was, okay, where were the orders coming from for them to stand down? And when you see it on the inside, as a previous caller mentioned, with the officer just backing up the stairs, why did he not deploy his taser? I mean, he was obviously under orders not to, because under any normal circumstances, law enforcement would do that. Again, I saw all the good security that there's now, the barriers, the buses full of whoever they are, National Guard. Why were they there this afternoon? Everyone knew there was going to be disorder. So I want to know, where were the orders coming from to prevent?
Okay, well, Heidi, there's obviously a lot of questions about what happened today that will be unpacked and likely addressed by this 117th Congress. Let's show you the moment in the House when they were debating the objection to the Arizona Electoral College votes, when the Capitol was breached and they went into recess.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Okay. The House will be in order. House will be in order. Members will take their seats. The House will be in order. Okay. Okay. We can get order. We can resume. Without objection, the chair declares the House in recess pursuant to Clause 12B of Rule 1.
And with that, the House went into recess over almost 5 hours ago. And the Capitol Police tried to get control of the Capitol building, and the protesters that had broken in and gotten inside and made their way throughout the Capitol. You've seen the pictures into the Speaker's office, into the chambers. Right now, the complex has been cleared, and lawmakers are hoping that they can reconvene in the House and in the Senate in their respective chambers and continue on with tonight. Now, according to Congressional reports on Capitol Hill, there are still lawmakers who are sheltering in place in an undisclosed location. And one lawmaker says a lot of soul searching and bipartisan talks happening. And he said members in both parties are, quote, hell-bent on returning to the count. Fox News is reporting that GOP Kentucky Senator Rand Paul says, quote, I don't think there's going to be another objection. I think it's over. Let's go to Eric in Seattle, Washington. Eric?
Thank you so much for shedding light on the issues that face our country today. I think that our country of 328 million people have a right to have their elected officials represent them properly. And I personally have written my congressional representatives and senators of my state to initiate Article 25 or impeachment or otherwise sanction those involved with watering down the Capitol Police to force the spectacle that we've seen today. And I implore everyone who's listening to write to their representatives and have them represent them in a way that they'd like to be represented. I'm embarrassed for our country. I'm embarrassed that the legacy that my family has invested in this country since the 1700s has been sullied by this presidency and its representatives. And I'm sad, to be honest. I've been listening to your coverage all day today, and I haven't seen anything like this in my lifetime, and I'm in my mid-50s. So those are my points.
Eric in Seattle. Dan in New Jersey. Hi, Dan.
Hi. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about this demonstration. It really breaks my heart that this happened. But I do and can only say that I hope the members that are objecting to this protest continue, that they don't feel that because so many people were arrogant, interrupted them, and that they are no longer interested in objecting to the presidential fraud, because I do believe there was fraud, and I do believe it was not a good election, and I just hope that it doesn't discourage the ones who are defending the president to stop doing so because of a few people who were stupid and should never have gone to the limit that they went to. Protesting outside is one thing, but going inside is absurd and ridiculous, and I am so ashamed of these people who did that.
Well, Dan, you might be interested in the Kansas City Star editorial board. Kansas City, Josh Hawley, who said he was going to object, he's from Missouri, said he was going to object to the Electoral College votes in Pennsylvania. Their headline, their editorial board, Assault on Democracy, Senator Josh Hawley has blood on his hands in Capitol coup attempt. And they say no one other than President Trump himself is more responsible for Wednesday's coup attempt at the U.S. Capitol than one Joshua David Hawley, the 41-year-old junior senator from Missouri, who put out a fundraising appeal while the siege was underway. This, Senator Hawley, is what law-breaking and destruction looks like. This is what mobs do. This is not a protest, but a riot. One woman was shot and has died. The Washington Post reported while lawmakers were sheltering in place. No longer can it be asked, as George Will did recently of Hawley, has there ever been such a high ratio of ambition to accomplishment? Hawley's actions in the last week had such impact that he deserves an impressive share of the blame for the blood that's been shed. They go on to say Hawley was first to say that he would oppose the certification of Joe Biden's Electoral College win. That action, motivated by ambition, set off much that followed. The rush of his fellow presidential aspirants, Texas Senator Ted Cruz, and other members of the Sedation Caucus to put a show of loyalty to the president above all else. After mayhem broke out, Hawley put out this uncharacteristically brief statement. Thank you to the brave law enforcement officials who have put their lives on the line. The violence must end. Those who attacked police and broke the law must be prosecuted, and Congress must get back to work and finish its job. So modest, Senator, failing to note your key role in inspiring one of the most heartbreaking days in modern American history. We lost something precious on Wednesday, as condolence notes to our democracy from our friends around the world recognize. Nick in Richmond, Virginia. Nick, you are next.
Yes, how are you?
Nick, when you were watching this, what was your immediate thought?
Well, to put it into a little bit of a better perspective, I was a devoted Democrat until Obama took office, and then I flipped pretty quickly. I come from a market statistician perspective, but I'm also a photographer. So one of the callers said something about the photographs a little bit earlier, and then I think your response was, well, have they been verified? I can verify those photos. The photos of the Antifa protesters that actually stormed the Capitol building, one of them was from Philadelphia, the other one came from Portland, and the FBI has already acknowledged that there was a busload of Antifa protesters that approached the Capitol building. Right, so we're mainstream.
And where did you
media,
read that, Nick?
That's been all over the place. It's been on a couple of. I have a couple of friends in law enforcement that they have said that the photographs are really easy. You know, when you break down a photograph, whether it's on Photoshop or a couple of the other programs, you can correlate the color, the direction, the angle, and everything else, and that's how you can really easily identify people.
Okay, that was Nick in Virginia. The Majority Leader Steny Hoyer has put out a floor update. Let's read it. Members are advised that as soon as the House Sergeant-at-Arms confirms that the Capitol building is safe and secure, the House is expected to reconvene and resume debate on the objection to the state of Arizona's electoral votes. After debate, the House is expected to vote by groups. Following the vote, the House will reconvene for the joint session of Congress to continue to count electoral ballots for the President and Vice President of the United States. Members and staff should remain on the Capitol complex until they are notified by the United States Capitol Police. Up on Capitol Hill, law enforcement has been brought in. The barriers have been erected around the Capitol, and the protesters pushed back off of the complex. You will be able to watch the House proceedings right here on C-SPAN, and the Senate debate over that Arizona objection over on C-SPAN 2. When the House reconvenes the joint session for continuation of counting of the electoral votes, the senators will do as they did earlier today. They will gather and they will go into the House chamber. We believe, we don't know how this will play out. That's what they did before, but obviously there are security concerns. So we will wait and see to see what happens, but the Minority Leader Chuck Schumer has said 8 p.m. and we are a little less than 40 minutes away from 8 p.m. Eastern Time is when the Senate would reconvene. Jackie in St. Louis, Missouri. Jackie?
Hi, Greta. Good evening.
Hi.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep. We can hear you.
Hey. Hi, Greta. So I want to say, first of all, as a physician here in St. Louis, it was a little bit disheartening to see all of those people out there without masks, exposing themselves and others. And Greta, the only other point that I wanted to make was it was also heartbreaking, one, to see the assault on our democracy, but also to see the way the Capitol Police were responding. They looked a lot gentler than the response that we've been seeing all year against Black Lives Matter protesters. You know, there was, as I was following you guys today, you were mentioning the fact that they were using pepper spray and not tear gas and not some of the other ways that, again, other people have been responded to. That was incredibly heartbreaking, both as a physician but also as a Black person. And lastly, I'm very thankful to the senators that are continuing to not allow our democracy to become under siege. So I want to thank you and all members of our Congress, both Democratic and Republican, for not relenting to violence. Thank you so much, Greta.
Okay. C-SPAN's not part of Congress. I just want to make that clear. We're not part of the government. We are funded by your dollars for however you receive cable. So I just want to make sure that's clear. And most days we don't have our own cameras in the House and the Senate chamber. We get the video from the House and the Senate. They control the cameras in there. Caitlin Collins, who reports for CNN from the White House, tweets out that hearing that despite today's events, President Trump doesn't want his Republican allies to drop their efforts to object to Biden's win. There's been some discussion among GOP senators about abandoning it, but the president wants them to keep fighting it. To be determined what they'll do. Zeke Miller of the Associated Press tweeting out, for the first time, Twitter has locked President Trump's account, demands he remove tweets excusing violence, and threatens permanent suspension for the president. Dave in Chandler, Arizona. Dave.
Hello, thanks for taking my call. And thank you for saying that that Twitter locked President Trump's account, because today we saw a 9/11 done by Americans, not by Antifa, not by communists, not even by Al-Qaeda, but by our own right-wing Nazis in this country.
Dave, when did you begin watching and what did you think?
I started watching about 12:45 Mountain Time, my time, and I was just appalled, and I was just ashamed, but I said to myself, this is Donald Adolf Hitler Trump doing what Adolf Hitler does, or Adolf Hitler did. You know, he'll have congressmen, senators come out saying that the election was a fraud, trying to do everything and anything to keep himself out of prison. He belongs up in Dannemora, up in Clinton County, up in New York State, occupying Lucky Luciano's cell for the rest of his life.
Okay, Dave there in Arizona. Rebecca Buck sends this out. On Fox News, Kevin McCarthy appears to suggest House GOP should follow Kathy McMorris Rogers' lead and abandon objections to the Electoral College vote. McCarthy, quote, what has transpired today may hopefully bring people together to finish certifying. Linda in Ravenna, Ohio. Linda.
Yes, finally. And good evening. I can't help it. I've been watching this all day. But where did this all begin? With the November elections, at least part of this, with the falsifications of voting. And I've worked the polls for 30 years, and there needs to be state regulation. There is no reason that before the next election in 4 years, that there can't be photo ID and proof of residency for every single voter, because that is where a lot of Trump's accusation has been with the mail-in ballots, not the absentee ballots. And I know with that little signature, it looks nothing like a person's signature. And we have all this time prior to the next election to work on this. And a lot of, like Arizona, and I can see why that should be minusculely gone over, with the state changing the laws prior to the election and giving 2 extra days, same as Pennsylvania.
Okay, but Linda, what about all of the court challenges and 60 judges dismissing the cases, either because the parties didn't have standing or there was no evidence of fraud or irregularities presented in these cases?
I don't know what to say about that. But there is, and you know, and I know, and a lot of, and I am for Trump. And today was upsetting, but not to the peaceful protesters. I'm a little tired of hearing them say they were all rioters. Maybe 1% broke in.
All right.
The rest were peaceful. But there is a way to get into the elections and have them validated. People that aren't even citizens voted.
Okay, so Linda, you want to see these objections continue on Capitol Hill?
Well, I think the two, yes, I think it's necessary. It shouldn't be, but I think it is.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Jake Sherman, who reports for Punchbowl News, formerly Politico, tweets out, "We are back in the United States Capitol." It's 7:30 p.m. here on the East Coast. We are expecting at least the Senate to reconvene at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Not sure when the House would come back in, but there are plans to do so. They will, as the majority leader said, continue with the objection to the Arizona Electoral College votes. And then after that debate ends, they would have a vote on that objection, and then presumably reconvene the joint session. That takes place in the House chamber, with the senators making their way across the Capitol through the Statuary Hall and into the House chamber. That's exactly where you saw the protesters today. Now, the Capitol Police, with the help of other law enforcement, have cleared the complex, and so we do expect the proceedings to get back underway. Scott Wong is tweeting out, "The First Lady's Chief of Staff and former White House press secretary resigns over violent protests." Let's go to Simona in Bolton, California. Simona?
Hi, in the morning, and thank you for your courage. I'm a Native American woman who hates getting political, but who also hates seeing her rights taken away. I'm very fed up with what I have seen so far, and I'm finally getting political. I'm not surprised to see what has happened today, because when you oppress Americans until they snap, they can and will fight back. I don't agree with how Trump speaks or acts, but I do agree with something he has done. Trump has set up an organization to find my kidnapped and lost people, whereas Biden has been forcing us inside, going against the Constitution. Trump has been finding those women and children, and what has Biden done to help them?
Okay, Simona, I'm going to jump in. Difficult to hear you. Devin O'Malley, who is the spokesperson for the Vice President's office, says that he has returned to the Senate. He never left the Capitol. The VP was in regular contact with House and Senate leadership, Capitol Police, the Justice Department, the Defense Department to facilitate efforts to secure the Capitol and reconvene Congress. And now we will finish the people's business. Tony in St. Cloud, Florida. Hi, Tony.
Hi. Yes, I've been watching today's proceedings since they first began. The first thing I want to mention is I don't know how to discuss today's events with my children, grandchildren, and my teenage great-grandchildren. I have no words to describe what occurred. The second thing is I don't believe that there has been any malfeasance or fraud in the elections that occurred, or the states would not have certified the elections. The third thing I want to mention is I think that it's time someone initiate whatever the process is to activate the 25th Amendment to remove President Trump from having any presidential powers for the next 2 weeks, because in my opinion, he has clearly gone over the edge of the cliff. And I'm concerned what he might do next that could really be detrimental to our country. I don't understand why there weren't barriers out in front of the Capitol today, and I don't understand why they weren't allowed to have more police present, nor were they allowed to be at least as active and forceful as they were with the Black Lives Matter crowd. By the way, I'm 78 years old and white as a lily. And the crowd today was treated clearly a lot different. And it just didn't seem real to me. I thought I didn't know what I was watching. And thank you for taking my call. I appreciate the hard work you do at C-SPAN, and I'll be here watching until you go off the air tonight. Thank you, Greta.
We're going to stay with it, Tony, as long as they are convening on Capitol Hill and continuing on with this. So we will continue here on C-SPAN and C-SPAN 2. Paul Kane, who reports for the Washington Post, says the Electoral College certificates ratifying Biden's win are being marched back into the Senate chamber. Jamie Lovegrove, a political reporter, says a message from Mitt Romney to objectors, including 4 South Carolina GOP members. This is the message: those who chose to continue to support his dangerous gambit by objecting to the results of a legitimate Democratic election will forever be seen as being complicit in an unprecedented attack against our democracy. And then Manu Raju of CNN on Twitter: many GOP senators are clearly angry at Trump for today's events. Roy Blunt asked what he wants to hear from Trump. Quote, "I don't want to hear anything." Asked by Jason Donner of Fox News if Trump bears responsibility, Blunt says, "I think it was a tragic day and he was part of it." Chris in Kissimmee, Florida. Chris?
Yes, good evening. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it. I don't even know where I want to start. First of all, I don't condone what happened today in D.C. I think it just detracts from the issue. I do believe there was some irregularities during the election, and my main thing is if there wasn't, then why were there not audits conducted? I mean, there's a lot of nations in the world that don't allow mail-in voting. They ban it. What do they know that we don't know? Brazil does not allow it. Japan does not allow it. And when the Democrats were pushing for this, when the COVID hit, I was suspect from the beginning. I mean, I've been suspect of mail-in voting for a long time. We have absentee balloting here in Florida. It's very strictly regulated. I got the absentee ballot from my mom. She voted. I dropped the ballot off in the drop box. We didn't mail it in. But the redundant call of the media is like, where's the evidence? And what strikes me as hypocritical is like they didn't need much evidence to run with this Russia collusion thing for years. And, they ran with it with very little evidence. The investigation bore out that there was no collusion. I mean, these people accused the president of treason,
Okay. And Chris, I'm just going to jump in because the mayor of D.C., Muriel Bowser, has issued a statewide curfew for D.C. As you all know, it started at 6 p.m. here on the East Coast. It was supposed to go till tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. She's just extended that starting at 6 p.m. until Thursday at 6 a.m. Actually, essential workers, including healthcare personnel and media, are exempt. So that curfew, citywide curfew, just being sent out an emergency alert to D.C. residents. Glynis in Portland, Oregon. Hi, Glynis.
Hello.
Glynis,
how are you?
Glynis, what have you been thinking today?
Well, I'm in very much two places. I was born and raised in D.C. D.C. is my hometown. And it hurts me to see my friends and my family in danger because of this violent mob that has been unleashed on my hometown. I'm also astonished at the difference in police response to today's rioters breaching the United States Capitol and the BLM protesters all summer long in Portland. I find that astonishing, that there is such a difference. And also not particularly surprised. I am horrified by what is happening, and I'm horrified that so many people don't seem to understand the severity and the seriousness of what we're dealing with.
Okay, Glynis. Mark Barabak, a political reporter, tweets out, police drew their guns, lawmakers fled, tear gas wafted through the Capitol's hallways amid statues dedicated to the men and women who helped build what Americans fancy as the greatest democracy the world has ever seen. For those watching, its fragility never seemed more apparent. Jake Sherman of Punchbowl News says Metropolitan Police, the D.C. Police Department, is now also protecting the hallways of the Capitol. He's never seen that before. Lisa in Alabama, we'll go to you next.
Thank you, Greta. I've got several comments, but I'm going to run through them as quick as I can. There was a lady that talked earlier about Obama being a two-term president, and Trump's upset because he lost only with one term. Well, okay, what was Obama's legacy? He had none, and he was there for 2 years. Let's move on to what happened today. Where was the sergeant of arms? What was he doing? Does he not have some responsibility in this? And also, yes, this was stolen from the American people. Where are all these people being bussed in from by who? Well, we know that. It's by Biden's team. Trump has tried for 4 years and done a great job. And people should have been behind him because he was president. But not even Biden stood behind the president then. Do you think the American people want to stand behind Biden when the man needs to be replaced, period?
Okay, Lisa. The Prime Minister of Australia tweeting out, very distressing scene at the U.S. Congress. We condemn these acts of violence and look forward to a peaceful transfer of government to the newly elected administration in the great American democratic tradition. Justin Trudeau, the leader of Canada. Canadians are deeply disturbed and saddened by the attack on democracy in the United States, our closest ally and neighbor. Violence will never succeed in overruling the will of the people. Democracy in the United States must be upheld, and it will be. Let's go to Sean in California. Sean?
Hey, Greta, I just wanted to say thank you. You're doing an amazing job letting both sides kind of express their views, and I think both extremes. Some of the callers have been pretty ridiculous, but that's the only reason I'm calling. I really appreciate this platform that you've made available to everybody, to let everybody be heard regardless of their views. So thank you very much. You're doing a wonderful job, and I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Sean. We'll go to Amanda in San Diego. Amanda?
Erlinda. You mean Erlinda?
Okay, you're in San Diego?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
It's your turn. It's your turn.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for taking my call. Okay, my opinion is like this. Mainstream media has been biased against Trump. You know, like maybe not Fox, because I see it taken both sides. So nothing he says is good. By whose direction, I don't know. Big tech have big profits from China. So they cater to the wishes of the CCP, who hates Trump's guts. Okay. And then also, the media keeps saying there is no fraud, baseless accusation. And they kept the public, general public, ignorant of what's really going on. By saying like that, and by not taking, both sides of the story.
Okay. Amanda, we'll leave it there. Wanda in Arlington, Texas.
Hello. I think Biden is not, Congress should not certify a fraudulent election. The judges did not act on it because they were afraid for various reasons, and they would not truly hear the evidence of the massive voter fraud and irregularities that happened in the 2020 election.
Wanda, 60 different judges were afraid?
Yeah, they're all afraid because the Black Lives Matter and Antifa did a good enough job, along with Democratic pressure, get done that they framed these judges into falsely claiming that there was no evidence when there is plenty of evidence.
Okay.
A voter fraud.
Okay, one to Kyle, Phoenix, Arizona.
Hi, how are you doing this evening?
Kyle, what have you been thinking as you watch this scene unfold today?
So what I was thinking of, one, is mainstream media came really quick to say that the Capitol Police failed. And what I wanted to say was that the Capitol Police did not fail. Their use of force model, they go out to work every day. They, taking into consideration the scrutiny under police force right now, the Congress and members in the Senate weigh in on what levels of force that they can use, and were more than likely culpable in telling those police officers to stand down or use less force so that there wouldn't be any political fallout for them. So that's point one. Point two is, for the last 4 years, we've seen Black Lives Matter and Antifa have pretty much free reign across the United States. These individuals, albeit that they didn't go about it in necessarily the correct way, we saw BLM and Antifa do a lot worse based on a lot less at stake, based on criminals Jacob Blake and George Floyd. They burnt down cities and got far more political change than we'll probably ever see from these individuals today. So just to reiterate, I think Black Lives Matter and Antifa are far worse than collectively than what happened today. And I think the Capitol Police...
You're not condoning the violence up there.
What's that?
Are you, to clarify, you're not condoning the violence that happened up there?
No, I'm not condoning any sort of violence. What
Understood.
I'm saying is that a great many of your callers have been saying, comparing this to BLM and Antifa.
Understood your point. The former President Bill Clinton tweeting out, "The match was lit by Donald Trump and his most ardent enablers, including many in Congress, to overturn the results of an election he lost. The election was free. The count was fair. The result is final. We must complete the peaceful transfer of power our Constitution mandates." Jonathan Martin of the New York Times tweeting out that there are some reports that those who were going to, there it is, walking back to the Capitol, he says, some optimism among Republican senators that Hawley and company will drop their objections tonight and, quote, stop the encouraging of the president, as one said. Charles in Washington, North Carolina. Charles?
Yes, good evening. I have a pretty short comment, and it's basically about the elephant in the room, and you just talked about the Constitution. Well, basically, this is all about the Constitution, and the state constitution in 4 or 5 of these states was clearly broken, and they went around Republican legislatures, and that broke their own state laws, okay? Then the Supreme Court ignored or basically voted 4-4 when they were one person short, and basically just ignored the thing. And then they clearly broke Article 2 of our Constitution. And that's what the problem is. It's not going to go away. You can't excuse it. You can't be a hypocrite about it. And when you use the Constitution in your favor only when it suits your purpose, but ignore it when it doesn't suit your purpose, we have truly lost the country. And that's why the people were there. And I did not see a big riot of these people. They were peaceful. And you know how easy it is to blend in.
Okay, Charles in Washington, D.C. Let's go back to the moment when security was broken and the protesters entered the Capitol building. This is what happened on the House floor.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Okay. The House will be in order. House will be in order. Members will take their seats. The House will be in order. Okay. Okay. We can get order. We can resume. Without objection, the chair declares the House in recess pursuant to Clause 12B of Rule 1.
That was from the House floor. Earlier today, they gavelled into a recess subject to call of the chair, and that is where things stand right now. You're looking at a live shot of the Capitol. Security has been beefed up. There are more police officers, including D.C. Police, National Guard, law enforcement from Virginia and Maryland, all on the scene at the Capitol complex. It has been cleared, and the leadership in both the House and the Senate say that they intend to reconvene today's proceedings of counting the Electoral College votes. Declan Garvey, who writes for the Dispatch, tweets out that 2 GOP Senate sources tell me Josh Hawley has not yet agreed to drop his objection to the Pennsylvania vote, despite significant lobbying from other members of the conference. Now, they had a Republican Senator Ted Cruz from Texas, along with Paul Gosar of Arizona, had objected to Arizona's Electoral College votes about 15 minutes into today's joint session. That required them, the House lawmakers and the Senate lawmakers, to retreat to their respective chambers and debate that objection. So when they come back in, we believe that is where they will pick up in their 2 chambers. There is also, earlier today, reports that Georgia Senator Kelly Loeffler, who's serving out the term of retiring former Senator Johnny Isakson of Georgia, she just lost that special re-election race last night, but she's still a senator, that she would object to Georgia's Electoral College votes. And then Josh Hawley of Missouri had planned to object to Pennsylvania's Electoral College votes. Obviously, they're going in alphabetical order, and Georgia would be up next after about 7 states. Then it would be the state of Georgia. So we will be able to watch and see what happens as negotiations, it sounds like, continue on Capitol Hill by some Republicans to get these other Republicans to not go forward with their objections. While we wait for the House and the Senate to reconvene, your thoughts on this day. Josh in Kenner, Louisiana. Josh.
Yes, I would just like to say, I mean, if you looked at this march today, there were no burning of police cars, buildings, small businesses. I don't promote what happened, but obviously Antifa terrorists are not going to show up in Trump shirts with Trump hats and Trump flags, and not show how they're representing. They went in there with a plan, a very precise plan, and they accomplished what they wanted. And
what
that
proof,
is not
Josh?
what
What proof do you have? of that?
Oh, it'll come out. It'll come out. It just, I mean, since it's only a couple hours, it will be clearly coming out.
Okay.
There's pictures.
Koba in Washington State.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening.
Quite a day. Turn of events in the country. Definitely a historic moment. However, these events, in my opinion, are not surprising if we understand the real conditions we live under at this stage in capitalism. You have what you had today was a middle class attempt at adventurism. These aren't working class people. These people are not working. They come in here and they engage in this type of adventurism. And we see the same from the ultra-left. And these type of actions are not surprising, and they will probably continue because the stage of capitalism we live under precipitates this kind of alienation and political violence. Because we have so much alienation in the country, these type of outbreaks are more likely to occur. Now, it does shed light on the hypocrisy of the state doling out justice, as we see basically a group of right-wing.
Okay, Koba, I'm gonna jump in because I want to share this tweet. We're a couple minutes away here from the Senate reconvening. Ali Zaslav, who reports for CNN, sends out this video. Heavy law enforcement detail escorting senators to the Capitol. The joint session is expected to resume at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. You can see in there the Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, along with other senators, being escorted into the Senate. It's unclear, though, if they, according to the Majority Leader in the House, Steny Hoyer, they're not going to go into a joint session right away. They will resume their debate over the Arizona objection, the objection to the Arizona Electoral College votes. We will see what happens. Again, here on C-SPAN is where you can watch the House floor proceedings, and over on C-SPAN 2, you can watch the Senate. Daniel, I'm going to try to get you in Conyers, Georgia. Daniel.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. I am from Georgia, and I just wanted to bring to light that there are a lot of people who aren't holding their leaders responsible for perpetuating this whole entire voter fraud scheme. And one person I want to call out specifically is the queen of QAnon, the 14th Congressional District freshman, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who refused to wear a mask while she was being sworn in, and then called Nancy Pelosi's House of hypocrites. And I found that very hypocritical of her. I've even spoke with her staff in her own office today, trying to get her to stop with her Twitter account today and this morning, where she was inciting Fight for Trump. This is an election steal. She's just as guilty as Donald Trump. She herself was promoting the fight for Trump all morning long. So, nobody's bringing up the GOP senators who were bringing up all this stuff, and nobody is speaking out against her. And I want to be the first person in Georgia to say that we need to do something to have all of these leaders recalled, because they perpetuated the violence that happened on the Capitol today. And one thing that aggravates me about some of these callers is that they're not taking responsibility for their crazy nudnik belief that it's a stolen election.
Okay, Daniel, Ali Ziadi, who writes for the Washington Post, sent this out. The Washington Post editorial board has called for the president's removal. Charles Fallbrook, California. Charles?
Greta, you've done a heck of a job, and I'm still here, too.
And what have you been thinking, Charles, as you've been watching today?
I'm an expert witness on white-collar crime, so I'm very observing of things you do. Is C-SPAN the owner of the films that were taken in Statuary Hall?
Say it again?
Is C-SPAN the owner of today's films taken in Statuary Hall?
I'm not sure. What's your point?
Okay, I need them. On those films, I'll tell you what I saw, and I'm observing as an expert. The party leading into Statuary Hall, when the crowd followed gently, was wearing a certain kind of shirt, and he was led in by a police escort. That police escort was a Capitol policeman, and that policeman led him up 3 flights of stairs to the visitors gallery into the House of Representatives. I need that film. You need that film. Mr. Trump needs that film. This is a falsehood, and it was contrived, and I believe I've seen that man led up by a specific patrolman.
Okay. I'm going to leave it there. A lot of speculation. And Terrence, Columbus, Ohio. Terrence?
I believe it's Karen in Columbus, Ohio.
Okay, yes. Go ahead.
You know, this is the first time I've ever actually seen House Clause 12B Rule 1 called, which is an imminent threat to the House. Imminent threat to the security of the House. I'm going to say something here. The protesters became insurrectionists the moment they breached the building. And they shouldn't go home peacefully. They should turn themselves into the authorities and be prosecuted. I feel bad for them because they're probably victims in this. They've been misled just like all the other people who are following this guy who just uses his position of power to do nothing but incite fear and violence and hatred and now insurrection.
Okay. Another report from a Capitol Hill reporter. Senator Mike Braun, who objected to Arizona's electoral votes earlier in the day, on whether he will object again. Quote, I think today changed things drastically. Whatever point you made before, that should suffice. Says we should get this ugly day behind us. We are waiting for the Senate to reconvene. They're standing in recess, subject to the call. And that means at any moment they could gavel back in their session. Where they left off was debate over the Arizona Electoral College votes. We'll wait and see if they continue with that. If they do, the debate will go on for potentially another hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes, and then a vote will take place both in the House and the Senate. And then they would continue on with a joint session of saying out loud the tally of each state's Electoral College votes, with the Vice President presiding and the Speaker of the House next to him on the dais in the House chamber. That is how it's supposed to work. We're all waiting to see if that is how it'll happen tonight. Let's go to Lisa in Kentucky. Lisa?
Hi. Hello. Thank you. I would just like to say that I believe that the 25th Amendment needs to invoke immediately. We just have to harken back to when President Trump on the 2016 campaign trail said that he could actually stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot someone and never lose a vote. And at the time, I thought, well, you know, that's preposterous. But as the cult of Trumpism has progressed into what culminated today, we can see more and more how this attitude towards Trumpism, instead of a Republican or a Democrat or democracy, has totally been eroded. And it's like anything that he says, that people are more than willing to buy and act on, apparently today. And it just reached a dangerous precedent. And I began watching the feeds last night on Twitter of what was happening on the ground there in D.C., and I've continued watching it today in just utter shock, and how anyone that is an American and a patriot and a lover of this country can stand by and allow this to happen. I just pray for all of us, and I pray that everybody does the right thing when they reconvene in moments.
Okay. And Lisa, Aaron Schaff, a political reporter, tweeting out that the Senate is back in the Capitol, now with armed federal guards. Jonathan Swan, who reports for Axios, tweeting out striking part of a statement from Senator Tom Cotton, who has been one of President's most loyal allies on the Hill. Quote, it's past time for the president to accept the results of the election, quit misleading the American people, and repudiate mob violence. Michael in Littleton, Colorado. Michael.
Hi, thank you for having me. I just wanted to say that in my observation, I highly doubt that all of these people that are out there doing these atrocities, I highly doubt they'd be doing this if Trump hadn't been out there repeating these debunked lies. I think there'd be a peaceful transfer of power. And however, as a result of the power Trump has over his admirers, we're now seeing these treasonous actions of people that are easily manipulated. So we need to move forward quickly with the removal of the current president and hold all of his enablers accountable.
Kathy, Plainville, Kansas. Kathy, go ahead.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, I just want to say that I think people better wake up. You know, you think you're shocked and you're surprised. You need to talk to people from Venezuela. The exact same thing happened. The same thing happened in Venezuela, and it's happening here. And when the communists take over, you will be shocked and surprised. People need to wake up.
Okay, Kathy. Sahil Kapoor of NBC tweeting out a statement by former President Barack Obama. History will rightly remember today's violence at the Capitol, incited by a sitting president who has continued to baselessly lie about the outcome of a lawful election as a moment of great dishonor and shame for our nation. Noah Berman reporting that Kamala Harris is now arriving at the Capitol and heading for the floor per staff. Again, we're waiting for the Senate to reconvene. We were told it would happen at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. It's 6 minutes past the hour here on the East Coast. The House is also expected to reconvene tonight. You can watch it right here on C-SPAN, and the debate in the Senate over on C-SPAN too. When they go into a joint session, which we expect them to do, you can watch that right here on C-SPAN. Byron in Minnesota, go ahead.
Thank you so much for the service.
Okay, I'm going to jump in. If you're watching C-SPAN 2, you can watch it right here. The Vice President presiding over the Senate.
Today was a dark day in the history of the United States Capitol. But thanks to the swift efforts of U.S. Capitol Police, federal, state, and local law enforcement, the violence was quelled. The Capitol is secured, and the people's work continues. We condemn the violence that took place here in the strongest possible terms. We grieve the loss of life in these hallowed halls, as well as the injuries suffered by those who defended our Capitol today. And we will always be grateful to the men and women who stayed at their posts to defend this historic place. To those who wreaked havoc in our Capitol today, you did not win. Violence never wins. Freedom wins. And this is still the people's house. And as we reconvene in this chamber, the world will again witness the resilience and strength of our democracy. For even in the wake of unprecedented violence and vandalism at this Capitol, the elected representatives of the people of the United States have assembled again on the very same day to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. So may God bless the lost, the injured, and the heroes forged on this day. May God bless all who serve here and those who protect this place. And may God bless the United States of America. Let's get back to work.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Majority Leader and the Democratic Leader be allowed to speak, and that the time not count against 2 hours of debate in relation to the objection raised on the state of Arizona.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
On the state of the American people, the United States Senate will not be intimidated. We will not be kept out of this chamber by thugs, mobs, or threats. We will not bow to lawlessness or intimidation. We are back at our posts. We will discharge our duty under the Constitution and for our nation. And we're going to do it tonight. This afternoon, Congress began the process of honoring the will of the American people and counting the Electoral College votes. We've fulfilled this solemn duty every 4 years for more than 2 centuries. Whether our nation's been at war or at peace, under all manner of threats, even during an ongoing armed rebellion and the Civil War, the clockwork of our democracy has carried on. The United States and the United States Congress have faced down much greater threats than the unhinged crowd we saw today. We've never been deterred before and will be not deterred today. They tried to disrupt our democracy. They failed. They failed. They failed to attempt to obstruct the Congress. This failed insurrection only underscores how crucial the task before us is for our republic. Our nation was founded precisely so that the free choice of the American people is what shapes our self-government and determines the destiny of our nation. Not fear, not force, but the peaceful expression of the popular will. Now, we assembled this afternoon to count our citizens' votes and to formalize their choice of the next president. Now we're going to finish exactly what we started. We'll complete the process the right way, by the book. We'll follow our precedents, our laws, and our Constitution to the letter. And we will certify the winner of the 2020 presidential election. Criminal behavior will never dominate the United States Congress. This institution is resilient. Our democratic republic is strong. The American people deserve nothing less.
Democratic leader.
Mr. President. Mr. President, it is very, very difficult to put into words what has transpired today. I have never lived through or even imagined an experience like the one we have just witnessed in this Capitol. President Franklin Roosevelt set aside December 7, 1941, as a day that will live in infamy. Unfortunately, we can now add January 6, 2021, to that very short list of dates in American history that will live forever in infamy. This temple to democracy was desecrated, its windows smashed, our offices vandalized. The world saw Americans' elected officials hurriedly ushered out because they were in harm's way. The House and Senate floors were places of shelter until the evacuation was ordered, leaving rioters to stalk these hallowed halls. Lawmakers and our staffs, average citizens who love their country, serve it every day, feared for their lives. I understand that one woman was shot and tragically lost her life. We mourn her and feel for her friends and family. These images were projected to the world. Foreign embassies cabled home their home capitals to report the harrowing scenes at the very heart of our democracy. This will be a stain on our country, not so easily washed away. The final, terrible, indelible legacy of the 45th President of the United States undoubtedly our worst. I want to be very clear. Those who perform these reprehensible acts cannot be called protesters. No, these were rioters and insurrectionists, goons and thugs, domestic terrorists. They do not represent America. They were a few thousand violent extremists who tried to take over the Capitol building and attack our democracy. They must and should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, hopefully by this administration, if not, certainly by the next. They should be provided no leniency. I want to thank the many of the Capitol Hill Police and Secret Service and local police who kept us safe today and worked to clear the Capitol and return it to its rightful owners and its rightful purpose. I want to thank the leaders, Democrat and Republican, House and Senate. It was Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, Leader McCarthy, and myself who came together and decided that these thugs would not succeed, that we would finish the work of that our Constitution requires us to complete in the very legislative chambers of the House and Senate that were desecrated, but we know always belong to the people and do again tonight. But make no mistake, my friends, today's events did not happen spontaneously. The president who promoted conspiracy theories that motivated these thugs, the president who exhorted them to come to our nation's capital, egged them on. He hardly ever discourages violence and more often encourages it. This president bears a great deal of the blame. This mob was in good part President Trump's doing, incited by his words, his lies. This violence, in good part, his responsibility, his everlasting shame. Today's events certainly would not have happened without him. Now, January 6th will go down as one of the darkest days in recent American history. A final warning to our nation about the consequences of a demagogic president, the people who enable him, the captive media that parrots his lies, and the people who follow him as he attempts to push America to the brink of ruin. As we reconvene tonight, let us remember, in the end, all this mob has really accomplished is to delay our work by a few hours. We will resume our responsibilities now, and we will finish our task tonight. The House and Senate chambers will be restored good as new and ready for legislating in short order. The counting of the electoral votes is our sacred duty. Democracy's roots in this nation are deep, they're strong, and they will not be undone, ever, by a group of thugs. Democracy will triumph, as it has for centuries. So to my fellow Americans who were shocked and appalled by the images on their televisions today and who are worried about the future of this country, let me speak to you directly. The divisions in our country clearly run deep, but we are a resilient, forward-looking, and optimistic people, and we will begin the hard work of repairing this nation tonight, because here in America, we do hard things. In America, we always overcome our challenges. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I yield 2 minutes to the Senator from Oklahoma, Senator Lankford.
Senator from Oklahoma.
The Vice President, you said things more eloquently than how we say it in Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, we'd say something like, why in God's name would someone think attacking law enforcement and occupying the United States Capitol is the best way to show that you're right? Why would you do that? Rioters and thugs don't run the Capitol. We're the United States of America. We disagree on a lot of things, and we have a lot of spirited debate in this room. But we talk it out, and we honor each other, even in our disagreement. That person is not my enemy. That's my fellow American. And while we disagree on things, and disagree strongly at times, we do not encourage what happened today, ever. I want to join my fellow senators in saying thank you to the Capitol Hill Police, the law enforcement, the National Guard, the Secret Service, who stood in harm's way. While we were here debating, they were pushing back. And I was literally interrupted mid-sentence speaking here because we were all unaware of what was happening right outside this room because of their faithfulness and because of what they have done. And I want to thank them. Ronald Reagan once said, "Peace is not the absence of conflict. It is the ability to handle conflict by peaceful means." The peaceful people in my state in Oklahoma want their questions answered, but they don't want what happened today. They want to do the right thing, and they also want to do it the right way. They want to honor the constitutional process, but they also want to have debate about election security because they want to make sure it's right, which is why it's an important issue that still needs to be resolved. Transparency in government just doesn't seem like a bad idea. Obviously, the commission that we have asked for is not going to happen at this point, and I understand that. And we're headed towards tonight, towards the certification of Joe Biden to be the President of the United States. And we will work together in this body to be able to set a peaceful example for the days ahead. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senator from Nevada, Senator Cortez Masto.
Senator from Nevada.
Mr. Vice President.
And the Senate has resumed its debate on the Arizona electoral vote certification. You can watch all that live on C-SPAN 2. We're waiting for the House to come back into session. They too, at 2:15 this afternoon, were debating the certification for Arizona's electoral votes. As soon as the House comes back into session, we will go live there as well. At some point, the Senate will return to the House chamber. We'll watch that, and that will be the joint session, and they'll get back to going through the roster of states. Following the debate on Arizona, Arkansas and California are the next two states that are up. We will watch all of that live. 202 is the area code if you want to dial in and comment on today's activities. 748-8920 for those of you in the East and Central time zones. 748-8921 if you live in the Mountain and Pacific time zones. You can see there a text number. If you do send a text to 202-748-8903, please be sure to include your first name and your city. And you can see another line there as well. And Cynthia in Frankfort, Kentucky, go ahead. And have you been watching all day today, Cynthia?
Yes, I have. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Thank you for taking my call. I think that the violence is not the answer to express our opinion, but also people need to be heard. United States used to be a source of great pride because the people voted for the people there now. But now it seems that we the people are never heard anymore. We have all these financial issues, everything that's going on. Maybe, do they think that maybe they should start listening to the people a little bit more? Because we are the ones that vote for them.
That's Cynthia in Frankfort, Kentucky, and this is Omar in North Olmsted, Ohio. Omar, good evening.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me. I was actually watching this joint session live, and I was very surprised about what happened. I think at this point we all know that the next president is going to be Joe Biden, and President Trump should just concede the election to calm everybody down at this point.
Omar, who did you vote for?
I voted for Joe Biden.
Why?
It was my first time voting, so I took my time to research the candidates. I watched all of the debates, and I felt like Joe Biden is more mature than Trump.
So as a first-time voter, and you said you were surprised at today's events.
Yeah, that's true.
And did you spend the afternoon watching?
I watched for a couple of hours, but I had other stuff to do for school. And then I just I opened the news about 2 hours ago to continue watching what happened.
Well, thanks for joining us. And again, the Senate has returned to session live. They are debating the Arizona electoral votes. That is live on C-SPAN 2. The House is due to come in shortly to begin their debate or to continue their debate on Arizona. And we will bring that to you as soon as they come back. Al's in Sicklerville, New Jersey. Please go ahead, Al, and share your thoughts on today.
Hi, I have two comments. After the Congress certifies the Electoral College vote count, I think immediately, as the one person that straddles both the legislative branch and the executive branch, Vice President Pence, as the President of the Senate and as Vice President, should immediately begin to invoke the 25th Amendment, because it is clear that President Trump is incompetent as he incited an attack, an unsuccessful attack, on the other branch of government. Secondly, I think that all the added expense that has been incurred by this insurrection should be deducted from the more than $200 million that President Trump has raised to perpetrate this farce that the election was not fair and free. It certainly was fair and free, and it certainly was, through all of his objections, through all the court processes, has been shown to be fair and free.
The president put out a tweet video earlier telling everybody, calling out the election, but also telling everybody to go home and that we need to be peaceful. Twitter pulled that down. Do you think that was the right move?
No, I don't agree with Twitter as a corporate policy to moderate free speech in the United States. If they're going to be a platform for speech, they should be a free speech and allow any wacky person, including the President of the United States, to say whatever they want. It is up to each individual American to be able to decipher fact from fantasy. And unfortunately, we see that half the country, a little bit less than half the country, that voted in the 2020 election is unable to see fact from fiction and actually supported a huckster, a man who has never earned any money himself, through the grace of his father's inherited money and through evading taxes, has perpetrated this myth that he's a successful businessman.
That's Al in Sicklerville, New Jersey. This tweet by Daniela Diaz. The same House chamber doors where the armed standoff took place hours ago is being cleaned for members to return for the joint session, which will be live on C-SPAN as soon as it begins. Tammy's in Boise, Idaho. Hi, Tammy. What are your thoughts about today?
I just have one question. I wanted to know if my president lied to me today. And if he did, I want him to tell me. And more importantly, I want him to tell the family of the woman that got shot and killed today. I voted for him. I voted for him. I'm sorry.
That's Tammy in Boise. Dallas is calling in from Columbus, Georgia. Go ahead, Dallas. Dallas, you with us?
Hi. Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
I was watching all day today, and I was really shocked when all of this happened. I would have never imagined any of this happened. All I could think of when I saw it was, this is the beginning of a civil war. And I think that we all need to start putting politics aside and stop with Republicans and Democrats. And we need to realize that we're all Americans, because like the lady just said right before, a woman lost her life. And this is unnecessary. It does not have to go on. We all need to find a way to move past this.
That's Dallas in Georgia, and Belford is in Pinellas Park, Florida. Please go ahead, Belford.
Yes, hi. Thank you first for taking my call. I just want to say that today we definitely saw democracy bleed today. What took place, it's very heart-wrenching. It's sad. It should have never happened, and the blame completely falls on the president. The 25th Amendment should be invoked. The president should be removed until the next administration comes in. It definitely is a sad day. I hope that woman's family, regardless of who she voted for, I send up my prayers for her family. This should have never happened. And the president as a leader has failed the American people, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, or what have you. Trump has failed America, and it has shown today. Thank you.
Cindy, Joshua Tree, California. Good evening.
Hi, hello. First of all, I'd like to say thank you so much for taking my call. And second of all, I would just like to say basically to everybody else in my age group and younger, I'm 26, independent, I'm a veteran, and I would like to say that what the events that happened today, obviously I wholeheartedly condone them, but this is an example of why it is so important for people our age, younger, whoever is able to vote, whoever is able to go and be an activist. It's so important that we do that, because if we don't, things like what happened today it's only going to get worse.
And what do you think about what happened today? You said you condemn the events that happened today, but if you're going to be an activist, what kind of an activist are you going to be?
You need to start at obviously the lowest level in your local community. Do what you can do. Make sure that people are registered to vote. Make sure that they are informed so they can be informed voters at your local level, at your state level, and then of course at the country level.
We are waiting for the House to come back into session. The Senate has already returned to session. They are live, and you can watch it on C-SPAN 2. When they came in at about 8:15 this evening, Vice President Pence, who is the president of the Senate, made an opening statement.
The Senate will come to order. The Vice President, as President of the Senate, would like to give a brief statement with the indulgence of the senators. Today was a dark day in the history of the United States Capitol. But thanks to the swift efforts of U.S. Capitol Police, federal, state, and local law enforcement, the violence was quelled. The Capitol is secured, and the people's work continues. We condemn the violence that took place here in the strongest possible terms. We grieve the loss of life in these hallowed halls, as well as the injuries suffered by those who defended our Capitol today. And we will always be grateful to the men and women who stayed at their posts to defend this historic place. To those who wreaked havoc in our Capitol today, you did not win. Violence never wins. Freedom wins. And this is still the people's house. And as we reconvene in this chamber, the world will again witness the resilience and strength of our democracy. For even in the wake of unprecedented violence and vandalism at this Capitol, the elected representatives of the people of the United States have assembled again on the very same day to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. So may God bless the lost, the injured, and the heroes forged on this day. May God bless all who serve here and those who protect this place. And may God bless the United States of America. Let's get back to work.
And that was the Vice President about 20 minutes ago when the Senate came back in session. According to the Vice President's press secretary, Devin O'Malley, Vice President Mike Pence has returned to the Senate. He never left the Capitol. The Vice President was in regular contact with House and Senate leadership, Capitol Police, the Department of Justice, and the Department of Defense to facilitate efforts to secure the Capitol and reconvene Congress. And now we will finish the people's business. That's a live shot of the Capitol. You can see the barriers. Usually there are people walking back and forth there. This is the east front of the Capitol. The Senate is on your far right. The House chamber is down on the far left. And we're waiting for the House to come back into session. The Senate, though, you can watch live on C-SPAN 2. Lauren in Grapeland, Texas, please go ahead and make your comment about the events of today.
Hello. I just, a lot of people are wanting to lay blame on President Trump and, wherever. But to me, I think all of this could have been totally avoided several weeks ago if the Republicans and the Democrats listened to the people and said, you know what, folks aren't confident. We need to take a real close look at this and see if there was any problem with this election. If they would have done that, the people would have been satisfied. Maybe not everybody, but I know that myself, I would have been satisfied if they could have at least listened to the people and looked into the irregularities of this election.
Thank you, Lauren. Hey, Lauren, I saw a news report that there was some activity or some protests in Austin at the state capitol. Do you know anything about that?
Nowhere near where I live. Texas is a big place.
Yes, it is. Patricia in Dundee, Oregon. Please go ahead and make your comments, Patricia. Patricia.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm of an age that I remember a time when people could civilly discuss politics and disagree. But in 1987, prior to 1987, I should say, the FCC, Federal Communication Commission, had a ruling that any time a political position was stated on any kind of media.
Are you talking about the fair use doctrine? You're talking about the fair use doctrine. Patricia, turn off the volume of your TV and go ahead and finish your point.
Okay, sorry. Anytime somebody made a political statement in public newspapers, television, radio,
right, the fair use doctrine,
equal time had to be allowed for the opposite.
And why do you think that that was good or bad?
Pardon me?
Why do you think that was good or bad?
Well, because I know in my own family, when I go to visit, people have on, they get up in the morning, they turn on Fox News, and they listen to it all day long. I believe a lot of people in America today are indoctrinated. And
That's Patricia in Oregon, and this is Harold in Kenai, Alaska. Harold, good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening. Thanks for taking my call. I just have a couple of comments there. I've been watching this there for the past 4 years, I guess, maybe longer. And I'm not liking what I see. I think I could speak for everybody here in Alaska. All them Democrats would have to do is be honest about the election.
That's Harold in Alaska. It's been tweeted out by Jake Sherman of Politico that the House is coming back at 9 p.m. this evening. That's in about 20 minutes. Susan, Waynesville, let me try that again. Susan in Waynesville, North Carolina. Susan, please go ahead and make your comment.
Yes, I watched it all day. I was already watching the hearing as it was going on, and I watched everything that happened most of the day. And I don't believe in any way, shape, or form that Trump was trying to incite anything. He wasn't trying to call on the people to breach the Capitol building. He was calling for support of the American people. But I think that we should all go ahead and recount every state, because it was not fair. If there's any idea that there's any kind of corruption that went on and stuff, then we need to look at the evidence. They said earlier, as this was happening, the representative from Arizona stated that there was 1,000 pages that he brought with him of evidence. Why can't they look at the evidence? Why does everybody keep turning it down, including the Supreme Court, including at the state level? Why does everybody keep turning the evidence down and not looking at it? Let us American people see it. Let us decide.
Hey, Susan, some of the president's fellow Republicans in the Senate and the House have all said the president needs to be quiet. He's fomenting this violence. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I disagree with it. I mean, I think they need to take his Twitter account away, just because I don't think that our president needs to be on Twitter and stuff and giving out different information at different times. I don't agree with everything that President Trump has done and everything, but I also don't think that he was calling for the American people, that are the ones that were up there protesting, or us Trump supporters, because I am a Trump supporter. I don't believe he was calling on us to incite something bad to happen. He was calling on us to stand behind him and say, look, let's look at this evidence. And I want to know, as a voter, I want to know, because if he's telling us wrong, if all these other people that are supporting him are telling us wrong, all of us American people need to know.
Susan, did you consider coming up this week to Washington as a President Trump supporter?
No, only because I've had the virus. I've been sick. But otherwise, I did consider it.
That's Susan.
I would have.
Susan in Waynesville, North Carolina. Well, when the Senate returned at 8:15 this evening, the Majority Leader Mitch McConnell made an opening statement before they returned to the Electoral College certification.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Majority Leader and the Democratic Leader be allowed to speak, and that the time not count against 2 hours of debate in relation to the objection raised on the state of Arizona.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
I want to say to the American people, the United States Senate will not be intimidated. We will not be kept out of this chamber by thugs, mobs, or threats. We will not bow to lawlessness or intimidation. We are back at our posts. We will discharge our duty under the Constitution and for our nation. And we're going to do it tonight. This afternoon, Congress began the process of honoring the will of the American people and counting the Electoral College votes. We've fulfilled this solemn duty every 4 years for more than 2 centuries. Whether our nation's been at war or at peace, under all manner of threats, even during an ongoing armed rebellion and the Civil War, the clockwork of our democracy has carried on. The United States and the United States Congress have faced down much greater threats than the unhinged crowd we saw today. We've never been deterred before and will be not deterred today. They tried to disrupt our democracy. They failed. They failed. They failed to attempt to obstruct the Congress. This failed insurrection only underscores how crucial the task before us is for our republic. Our nation was founded precisely so that the free choice of the American people is what shapes our self-government and determines the destiny of our nation. Not fear, not force, but the peaceful expression of the popular will. Now, we assembled this afternoon to count our citizens' votes and to formalize their choice of the next president. Now we're going to finish exactly what we started. We'll complete the process the right way, by the book. We'll follow our precedents, our laws, and our Constitution to the letter. And we will certify the winner of the 2020 presidential election. Criminal behavior will never dominate the United States Congress. This institution is resilient. Our democratic republic is strong. The American people deserve nothing less.
And that was Majority Leader Mitch McConnell about a half hour ago when the Senate reconvened. They are live on C-SPAN 2. Ed O'Keefe of CBS reports that this is, quote, "This is not news we deliver lightly," Margaret Brennan says as she reports Trump cabinet secretaries are discussing invoking the 25th Amendment to remove President Trump. Nothing formal yet presented to Vice President Pence. Darnell's in Levine, Arizona. Darnell, what do you think about today?
Well, sir, I got to say, today is just one of it's a very sad day for our country. I feel I'm a veteran. I've been to Iraq, Afghanistan, and I got to tell you, our enemies, in my opinion, I believe that they are laughing at us. I believe that we have become a joke. And this is what happens when you elect a reality TV star to the Oval Office. He's an entertainer. He don't care about the drama about a woman losing her life, threw her life away, and for what? What about that 17-year-old boy in Kenosha, Wisconsin, that thought he was doing the right thing, patrolling the streets and protecting businesses? He killed 3 people, and he's going to pay for his crimes. He drank the Kool-Aid. This is like, to me, President Trump has been, I don't even like calling him President Trump, but unfortunately, he is still President of the United States. It's like he's the Reverend before I was born, Jim Jones, when he got all those people to drink the Kool-Aid, commit suicide. This is poisonous. This is a cancer. And I've listened to some of the people that you've had on this program before me. And some of these people, they're just so brainwashed. They don't understand. One woman said, well, the election wasn't so transparent and all this other. I don't know what it takes for it to be more transparent than what it is. Okay? When you had the tape, I listened to that tape when President Trump called Georgia, the Georgia governor and the Secretary of State of Georgia, and said, I want you to find me votes. And they said, Mr. President, we need evidence. And President Trump has refused to give any evidence.
Darnell, we're going to leave it there. We got your point. Let's hear from Ed in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Ed, what's your reaction to the events of today?
Well, it was bad, and a woman lost her life. However, this country needs to find out about lawsuits and about the justice system and the legal system when it comes to civil suits. Most civil suits are 3 to 5 years. People are put under oath and testimony is given.
Hey, Ed, just curious, where are you going with this?
Well, I'm just trying to say that Trump had 2 months. So when they say there's no evidence, of course there's no evidence. The system didn't work. The system doesn't work for 2 months. It takes.
Ed, we had a caller earlier who said she just wished that some of the potential voting irregularities had been explored and she would have been satisfied. Do you agree with that?
Yes. I think this is what I think. I think if Trump had gone to court and lost, nobody would have said a word. If he would have lost, and he would have lost these lawsuits and testimony was given, evidence was given, and the court ruled against him, nothing would have been said. Everybody would have just shut their mouth and Trump would have went away.
That was Ed in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Chad Pergram of Fox is reporting that the 15-minute bells in the House of Representatives have gone off in the Capitol. House back in at 9 p.m. straight up, he says. Jacoby, Tucson, hi.
Hi, thank you for having me. I just wanted to say that what happened today at the Capitol building, I don't find it shocking. As someone who studies civil rights movements and revolutions and history, I think this is just something, unfortunately, that was bound to happen. And I think it's happening because the American people, at least Trump supporters, are now realizing what, their BLM brothers and sisters have been experiencing for decades and centuries now, is that they're not being listened to and they don't like it. And I think they need to take a long, hard and look at what they believe and realize that they have brothers and sisters who are in the same position, but fighting it not just against this whole election system, but against the systems of injustice. And I think that Congress and congressional leadership needs to not sweep this under the rug and take a hard look at why Americans have done this. And we need to challenge ourselves to look at history and realize what lessons we can learn from our civil rights leaders in the past and see what the people actually want, and that is a correction to the system. And I just hope that all these Trump supporters calling in can listen to themselves and see that it's the same thing that civil rights leaders have been saying for years. And we don't have to have what happened.
Jacoby, is it fair to say that you're comparing some of the Antifa and BLM riots or protests this year with what happened today at the Capitol?
I definitely think so. There is definitely strong parallels there. And I think, like I said, if people would correlate what's going on and get the message, they might peacefully be able to, talk about these things. We don't need to storm the Capitol building. Martin Luther King Jr. brought 1 million people and they didn't break into the Capitol. I think people just need to come together. And if they want change, like these callers keep saying, these Trump supporters who come on here keep saying, then they need to reach across the aisle and look to their BLM brothers and sisters and say, hey, look, we're on the same side. That's how we do it the Democratic way, not through violence, not through aggression, not through name calling, but we listen to each other. And I think that's what we saw here at the Capitol building today, is a failure to listen to one another and get the messages that people have been saying.
Jacoby, you're calling in from Tucson. Are you studying at the University of Arizona?
Yes, I am.
And what is your major?
Ethics and civil rights. I just finished a lecture course with the great Noam Chomsky. And I, for one, I'm not a liberal. I'm an independent, so I don't want people to think that I'm just some liberal.
All right. Thanks for calling in and sharing your thoughts. Ken is in Port Clinton, Ohio. Please go ahead, Ken. What's your reaction to the events of today?
For taking my call, sir. I'm a veteran, and let me tell you, the actions of today is appalling. Never in my life have I ever witnessed anything like this. I feel bad for that lady's family and all the people involved, but this just didn't come from the election or today. This has been going on for the last 4 years. When you look across the aisle, the Democrats can't work well with the Republicans, and nobody in that in this administration wanted to work with President Trump and help him do what he needed to do. This started 4 years ago when they started going after President Trump, and then just increasingly got worse over the time.
Do you see fault with the president's reactions?
Yeah, he needs to stay off of Twitter and and be more diplomatic and accepting to change himself. But like I said, this just didn't start from today or from the election. This has been going on for the last 4 years.
That's Ken in Port Clinton, Ohio. He mentioned the president's Twitter account, which has been locked supposedly for the next 12 hours or so because of some of the tweets that he sent out earlier. This is from Sarah Matthews, who's the deputy press secretary at the White House. I was honored to serve in the Trump administration and proud of the policies we enacted. As someone who worked in the halls of Congress, I was deeply disturbed by what I saw today. I'll be stepping down from my role effective immediately. Our nation needs a peaceful transfer of power. Ronald in Highlander Ranch, Colorado, please go ahead with your thoughts. Ronald?
Can you hear me?
We're listening. Please go ahead.
I want to make a suggestion to help get our country back together and not divided. Congress is elected for the people, by the people. And I notice that the Republicans sit on one side of the aisle, the Democrats on the other. I would make a suggestion that they have to sit together by state. So if you have a Republican and a Democrat, they have to sit together by their state, not by their party. That way they can discuss what the people in their state want, not what the party wants.
That's Ronald in Highlander Ranch, Colorado. Jose is calling in from Texas, New Braunfels, Texas. Hi, Jose.
Hey, good evening. I just wanted to talk about tonight's events. And as a father of two, and one of them being a 3-year-old, watching the news together just really broke my heart today, because the future of our country lies in children like mine. And it's sad when we can't come together as a nation and honor what has been around for hundreds and hundreds of years, which is the institution of voting. There is such a thing as words matter. And I feel like the president himself for the last 4 years have been just insinuating this violence. There's a thing called presidential decorum, and unfortunately this president lacks that. And so it's a sad day in our history, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. It's a sad day just because we're not able to honor that. And really, the people who suffer in this is the future, like my children. And so it's a sad day, and I just hope that everybody can look past this. It's going to be a dark day in our history, and I hope that we can move forward from this.
Hey, Jose, a couple callers ago, Ron from Ohio blamed it on the other side of issues, the Democrats and et cetera, saying that they were inciting the president.
It's tough, right? It's tough to think about what the president is feeling, and this country has had a long history of, whether you're a Democrat, you have a certain type of belief, and you're a Republican, you have a certain type of belief. I just think what matters is the institution that our founding fathers have, and that's to respect each other's votes and to respect each other's rights. And so, yeah, the president has some moral responsibility here. I understand that he probably hasn't gotten a fair shot the last 4 years, but you also have to look at what's happened to our country. You know, we're still in the grips of a middle of a pandemic, probably on the verge of a disaster when it comes to our economy. I unfortunately have been a victim of that myself, with losing my job because of COVID. And so, yeah, there's a lot of going on in our country, and the last thing that we need right now is for this to happen.
Thank you, Jose in Texas, for calling in and sharing some thoughts with us. Facebook joins Twitter in blocking Trump from posting following the storming of the U.S. Capitol by his supporters. This is by Zeke Miller. The Senate has returned. They have been in session for about 45 minutes on certification of the Electoral College. They're debating Arizona. You can see Senator Dick Durbin there is speaking. That's live, all on C-SPAN 2. Now, the House is coming back into session at 2:15 this afternoon. is when everything broke loose. The House went into recess, the Senate went into recess, all the members fled and were taken to safety. And 6 hours later, the Senate came back into session, and now the House is about to come back into session. They were in the middle of debating the challenge to the Arizona electoral votes when all of this happened. So that's where they'll pick up. My guess is, or they'll probably make some opening statements, and then they'll go back to that debate. At some point, the Senate will walk back from its chamber when it finishes debating the Arizona challenge. They will walk back to the House chamber, and then they will move on from there and go through the states in alphabetical order, certifying the Electoral College votes. So whether or not there are any more challenges, there had been talk about challenges in Georgia and in Pennsylvania as well. Whether or not those happen is not known at this point after the events of today. So, but C-SPAN will be live with the House on C-SPAN and the Senate on C-SPAN 2 until this is all complete. John, in East Hampton, Connecticut, we might have to cut you off, but please go ahead and make a quick comment.
My father is rolling in his grave over what happened today. He made 2 invasions. He was in Normandy. He was in Korea. It's just a shame what this country's turned into.
Adam, Portland, Oregon, a city that has had some issues with protests this summer. Adam, what's your comment?
Well, we have. I just wanted to comment, although today was a dark day and disturbing in many levels, I want to say that the majority of people, as far as I can tell, are pretty moderate in their thinking, and it's not so much a blue, red, left, right. People are purple, and I think that this moment really affects those people the most, and people are depressed by it. And I think going forward that I hope this is a pivot point where optimism for a system of checks and balances, and realizing that this isn't a conservative or liberal or Democratic or Republican issue necessarily. It really hinges on one man's ego. And that ego has really drawn a line in the sand that has deeply affected in a negative way this country. And it's not representative of us. It's not who we are. And we're better than this. We should love thy neighbor as thyself.
Adam, what was the effect of this summer's protests in Portland?
The effect was something that didn't strike me as too unusual, because, as you know, Portlanders are very passionate about what they believe in. Although I think to compare and to constantly compare BLM to what we saw today is a little different. I think the Black Lives Matter movement.
And I apologize, we're going to have to interrupt you right there. The House is back live.
Made on our democracy. It cannot, however, deter us from our responsibility to validate the election of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. For that reason, Congress has returned to the Capitol. We always knew that this responsibility would take us into the night and will stay as long as it takes. Our purpose will be accomplished. We must and we will show to the country, and indeed to the world, that we will not be diverted from our duty, that we will respect our responsibility to the Constitution and to the American people. On Sunday, it was my great honor to be sworn in as Speaker and to preside over a sacred ritual of renewal as we gathered under this dome of this temple of democracy to open the 117th Congress. I said that as we were sworn in then, we accept a responsibility as daunting and demanding as any previous generation of leadership has ever faced. We know that we're in difficult times, but little could we have imagined the assault that was made on our democracy today. To those who strove to deter us from our responsibility, you have failed. To those who engaged in the gleeful desecration of this, our temple of democracy, American democracy, justice will be done. Today, January 6th, is the Feast of the Epiphany. On this day of revelation, let us pray that this instigation to violence will provide an epiphany for our country to heal. In that spirit of healing, I evoke the song of St. Francis. I usually do. St. Francis is the patron saint of my city of San Francisco, and his song of St. Francis is our anthem. Lord, make me a channel of thy peace. Where there is darkness, may I bring light. Where there is hatred, let us bring love. Where there is despair, let us bring hope. We know that we would be part of history in a positive way today, every 4 years, when we demonstrate again the peaceful transfer of power from one president to the next. And despite the shameful actions of today, we still will do so. We will be part of a history that shows the world what America is made of. That this assault is just that. It shows the weakness of those who had to show through violence what their message was. My colleagues, it's time to move on. I wear this pin quite frequently. Actually, I gave it to our beloved John Lewis just the weekend or so before he left us. And it's a flag of our country, a flag of the United States of America. On it, it says, one country, one destiny. One country, one destiny, written on the flag. That was also what was embroidered in Abraham Lincoln's coat that he had on that fateful night. Lincoln's party, Lincoln's message, one country, one destiny. So on this holy day of Epiphany, let us pray. I'm a big believer in prayer. Let us pray that there will be peace on earth and that it will begin with us. Let us pray that God will continue to bless America. And with that, let us proceed with our responsibilities to the Constitution, to which we have just within 72 hours taken the oath to uphold. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it is a sad day in America. It is a wrenching day in America. It is a day in which our words and our actions have had consequences of a very, very negative nature. We ought to watch our words and think what it may mean to some. My remarks were written before the tragic, dangerous, and unacceptable actions. And unacceptable is such a tame word. My remarks started with, Madam Speaker, the American people today are witnessing one of the greatest challenges to our democracy in its 244-year history. Little did I know that this Capitol would be attacked by the enemy within. I was here on 9/11 when we were attacked by the enemy without. We need to all work together to tame and reduce the anger, and yes, the hate that some stoke. What some, not all, Madam Speaker, but some in this House and in this Senate are doing today will not change the outcome of the election, which is the clear and insurmountable victory of President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris. Instead, all they will accomplish is to further the dangerous divisions. This was written before this Capitol was assaulted, before this democracy was put aside by thousands. Encouraged by the Commander-in-Chief. Instead, all they will accomplish is to further the dangerous divisions, as I said, among our people and energize conspiracy theories stoked by our foreign adversaries, which seek to erode America's confidence in our democracy and our system of free and fair elections. I was here in 2000. I was strongly in favor of Al Gore for president. And my candidate got more votes than the other candidate. His name was George Bush, of course. And one of the saddest days was January 20th of 2001 when our candidate, who won the election in my view, was not elected. But it was also one of the proudest moments of my career, because the greatest power on earth passed peacefully from Bill Clinton to George W. Bush. Not a shot was fired. Nobody assaulted this caucus or this Congress or this chamber. Because we were not disappointed? No. Because we were not angry? No. Because we believe in democracy. We believe in we the people. And the way the people, one of the speakers, I think it was the senator from Texas, expressed, we're here for the people. If those were the people, we're in a lot of trouble. Our electoral system, our democratic system, however, did not break under the strains of the misinformation, the claims of fraud, which court after court after court have dismissed out of hand. Not because there was a little evidence, because there was no evidence. That's why we're the longest lasting constitutional democracy in the world. I hope all of us in this body are proud of that and understand why that's the case. Because, as Dick Gephardt said on this floor many years ago, democracy is a substitute for war to resolve differences. It proved once more the ever-beating strong heart that gives life to our republic and our freedoms. That strength, Madam Speaker, is derived in part from our institution and our laws. But most importantly, it is powered by citizens and leaders' commitment to our Constitution. Not just us, we swear an oath. But it's all of America. Barack Obama spoke from that chamber and he said, I'm going to be taking another title next year, citizen. And he was proud to take that. And every citizen needs to protect, preserve, and uplift our democracy. Some today did not do that. Many today. 68 years ago in Springfield, Illinois, Governor Adlai Stevenson gracefully conceded his loss to General Dwight Eisenhower. He said this, it is traditionally American, he told his deeply disappointed supporters, to fight hard before an election. But then he added, it is equally traditional to close ranks as soon as the people have spoken. Not the Congress, not the electors, the people have spoken. That which unites us as American citizens is far greater than that which divides us as political parties. It was another man from Springfield, 68 years earlier, who won re-election to the presidency in a national crisis that tested our country and its democratic institutions, who pleaded even in his hour of victory for the same spirit of reconciliation. That was the party of Lincoln. That hasn't happened to this hour. Lincoln said, now that the election is over, he asked, may not all, having a common interest, reunite in a common effort to save our common country? Such is the duty of an American who stands for elections or participates in our politics, to be either humble in triumph or gracious in defeat. I've lost some elections, not too many, and I've won a lot of elections. And I hope that I've been gracious in defeat and humble in victory. I hope that I put my state and my country first, not myself. It is clear to all that the outgoing president has not followed the path that Stevenson and Lincoln urged. So we, the people, each one of us represents about 750 to 800,000 people, some a few more, less. The people. And they've spoken in the way that our Constitution set for them to be heard by us and by the country. They voted. And they voted pretty decisively. We, the people, together must turn away from divisions and its dangers. The senior member of our body, Don Young from Alaska, spoke the other day when we were sworn in and said, ladies and gentlemen of this House, we are so divisive that it's going to destroy our country. We need to reach out and hold one another's hands. We all have a title that we honor more than any other. Perhaps parent, perhaps husband, but we are all Americans. Not Americans R, not Americans D. We are Americans. Let us hope tonight, that we act like Americans, not as D's and R's, but as Americans. Just as Al Gore, just as Hillary Clinton, just as Adlai Stevenson, just as Abraham Lincoln, who had won that election, of course. But he had defeated people, and he said, that's not the issue. The issue is to reunite. We, the people, must again be the strong heart of our American democracy. We, the people, on this day in Congress must be agents of unity and constructive action to face the grave threats that confront us and tell those who would assault our Capitol, that is not the American way. And we, the members of Congress, who swore an oath before God to preserve and protect the Constitution of the United States and our democracy, must do so. Now, I don't usually read Senator McConnell's speeches, but I'm not speaking as a Democrat, nor was he speaking as a Republican. Just a few hours ago, we're debating a step that has never been taken in American history, whether Congress should overrule the voters and overturn a presidential election. He went on to say that he supports a strong state-led voting reform. The Constitution, he said, gives us here in Congress a limited role. We cannot simply declare ourselves a National Board of Elections on steroids. The voters, the courts, and the states, the voters, the courts, and the states have all spoken. 5 people said the election of 2000 was over. We didn't agree with them. But Al Gore said, we are a nation of laws. 5 people. Yes, they were members of the Supreme Court, but they were 5 people said the election is over. And I sat on that podium and saw that power transferred to George W. Bush. McConnell went on to say, if we overrule them, it would damage our republic forever. He said that, McConnell, the Republican leader in the Senate, about 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago now, 4 hours. He went on to say, if this election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral. He concluded it would be unfair and wrong to disenfranchise American voters and overrule the courts and states on this extraordinarily thin basis. And I will not pretend such a vote would be a harmless protest gesture. How presciently he spoke. People who think that the election has been stolen, there's some fraud. Why do they think it? Because the commander-in-chief said so. And they respect him and they follow him. And words matter. Repeat as he ended, I will not pretend such a vote would be harmless protest gesture while relying on others to do the right thing. I will vote to respect the people's decision and defend our system of government as we know it. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this objection. As McConnell said, a danger to our democracy. And I yield back the balance of my time.
We've got 6 Republicans that will sign. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise for the point of personal privilege to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
5 minutes.
I rise to address what happened in this chamber today and where do we go from here. The violence, destruction, and chaos we saw earlier was unacceptable, undemocratic, and un-American. It was the saddest day I've ever had as serving as a member of this institution. The Capitol was in chaos. Police officers were attacked. Guns were drawn on this very floor. A woman tragically lost her life. No one wins when this building and what it stands for are destroyed. America and this institution is better than this. We saw the worst of America this afternoon, yet in the midst of violence and fear, we also saw the best of America. It starts with our law enforcement, the Capitol Police, the National Guard. The FBI, the Secret Service, who faced the most difficult challenges but did their duty with confidence and strength. Many of them are injured right now. And it also extends to this chamber, where both Democrats and Republicans showed courage, calm, and resolve. I'd like to recognize the members now who helped to hold the line. Mark Wayne Mullen, Tony Gonzalez, Jason Crow, Pat Fallon, and Troy Nels. Working with the Capitol Police, they ensured the floor of this chamber was never breached. These are the heroes among us. Thank you for this round of applause. Looking back on the past few hours, it is clear this Congress will not be the same after today. And I hope it will be the better. I hope not just this institution, but I hope every American pauses for that moment and thinks among themselves that we can disagree with one another but not dislike each other. We can respect the voices of others. There's many times we debate on this body, and we should. There's many times we can get heated. I still consider Steny Hoyer a very good friend. There's times I get upset. I'll call him at home to express what things I may not see fair or just. But that's the way we should handle things. The majority leader is right. We are all Americans first. But should we also think for a moment, what do we put on social media? What do we convey to one another? Just because you have a personal opinion different than mine, you have a right to say it, but nobody has a right to become a mob. And we all should stand united in condemning the mob together. We solve problems before our nation not through destruction, but through debate. That is the heart of this democracy. I know what we debate today is tough, but it's just, it's right. This isn't the first side of the aisle that's ever debated this issue. I thought what Madam Speaker said back in 2005, this is democracy at its best, when they talked about a presidential election in Ohio. These are the moments that we should raise the issue about integrity and accountability and accuracy in our elections. But you know what we should do, the next difference? Not just raise the issue, but work together to solve the problems. Now is the moment. Now is the moment to show America we can work best together. I will tell you, the size of the majority is slim, so it gives us the opportunity to make that happen. The only thing that can hold us back is the will of one another to do it. This side of the aisle always believes in working with anybody who wants to move it forward. That does not mean that we're going to agree 100% of the time. That does not mean our voice cannot be heard. That does not mean we cannot be treated fairly. We should be. That may mean on the size of committees. That means on our ability to offer an amendment. It means on our ability to have our voice. But at the end of the day, it helps us come to a better conclusion. By returning here to complete the work we were sent to do, we are proving that our democracy cannot be disrupted by criminal behavior. We will not falter, we will not bend, and we will not shrink from our duty. Let me be very clear. Mobs don't rule America. Laws rule America. It was true when our cities were burning this summer, and it's true now. When Americans go to bed tonight, their lasting memory should not be a Congress overrun by rioters. It must be a resolute Congress conducting healthy debate. We may not disagree on a lot in America, but tonight we must show the world that we will respectfully but thoroughly carry out the most basic duties of democracy. We will continue with the task that we have been sent here to do. We will follow the Constitution and the law and the process for hearing valid concerns about election integrity. We'll do it with respect. We will respect your opinion. We'll respect what you say, and we're willing to listen to it. I think the nation will be better for it on both sides of the aisle. Let's show the country the mob did not win. We have a job to do it. Let's do it with pride, and let's be better when the sun rises tomorrow. With that, I yield back, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection. Over the last few hours, we have seen the consequences of dangerous, un-American rhetoric, an armed insurrection against the seat of government of the most powerful country on earth, a breach of this Capitol building to attack Congress, something that has not taken place since the British occupied this building during the War of 1812, an attempted coup spurred by rhetoric coming from those who are looking out for themselves, not country. And it is stunning, Madam Speaker, that there are some in this House who have voiced support for what happened. It was not a protest. It was treason. It was sedition, and it should be prosecuted as such. At its root is a disease that has infected our politics, one that will make some political leaders do anything, including lie and incite violence, to hold on to power. That's what we're seeing before our very eyes. In contesting the outcome of this election, my Republican colleagues make contradictory argument that puts party and power before country. They argue the election results were valid when it showed they won their races, but the same ballots were somehow fraudulent when it produced a result President Trump did not like. Keep the results we like, they demand. Cancel the one we don't. That's not how democracy works, and neither is armed insurrection. Here's the truth. Arizona has a long bipartisan record of conducting safe, secure, and fair elections. And I say that as someone whose party has more often than not been on the losing end of those elections. This last election was once again safe and secure. And I commend our state and county election officials, public servants on both sides of the aisle, for making Arizona proud once again. We are here because the case that Republicans have brought before us has failed in court over and over and over again. My colleagues say, let's go back to the state. Let them decide. My friends, Arizona has spoken. They have sent the correct electors. Arizona's Republican Attorney General, one of the most partisan in the country, said, quote, "There is no evidence, there are no facts that would lead anyone to believe the election results will change," unquote. The Republican Speaker of our state house has told us he doesn't like the results of the election, but they are the right results. Joe Biden has won Arizona. The state Supreme Court, made up entirely of justices appointed by Republican governors, they have spoken too. The court said the president's challenge, quote, "fails to present any evidence of misconduct, illegal votes, or that the Biden electors did not in fact receive the highest numbers of votes for office," end quote. Look to the words of one of the president's own campaign chairs in my state, our governor, Doug Ducey. Our governor, he loves the president. He's been so loyal. He made sure the president could hold large rallies in our state in the middle of a pandemic. The governor personally attended them. They spoke so often that the governor gave the president a special "Hail to the Chief" ringtone on his phone. After Election Day, as the legal challenges played out, the governor kept quiet. But when the truth became clear, even he acknowledged, quote, Joe Biden did win Arizona, unquote. And I'm grateful that, in this instance, the governor put law, not partisan politics, first. And I urge my colleagues in the House to follow his lead. Each and every one of us in this House, the People's House, swore an oath to preserve, protect, and defend our Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Over the last few hours, we have gained a better understanding of what that means. The future of the Constitution, the most precious of the founding documents of the greatest democracy humankind has ever known, is in our hands. Defending democracy is not and should not be a partisan task. It is a sacred one. Right here, right now, we must recognize that fidelity to the founding principles of our nation are not about loyalty to one man, but rather to ensure that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. The world is watching us all right now. We must get it right. Reject this ill-conceived attack on our democracy. I yield back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Jim. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart. This has been a truly tragic day for America, and we all join together in fully condemning the dangerous violence and destruction that occurred today in our nation's capital. Americans will always have the freedom of speech and the constitutional right to protest, but violence in any form is absolutely unacceptable. It is anti-American and must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Thank you to the heroic United States Capitol Police, and thank you to the bipartisan professional staff of the United States Capitol for protecting the People's House and the American people. This hallowed temple of democracy is where generations of Americans have peacefully come together to face our nation's greatest challenges, bridge our deepest fissures, and create a more perfect system of government. This is the appropriate place we stand to respectfully and peacefully give voice to the people we represent across our diverse country. The representatives of the American people in this House are standing up for 3 fundamental American beliefs. The right to vote is sacred, that a representative has a duty to represent his or her constituents, and that the rule of law is a hallmark of our nation. And in the spirit of healing, those are not my words, those are the words of you, Madam Speaker, from this very chamber, when some of my colleagues and friends across the aisle objected to the 2005 Electoral College certification. In fact, there were objections on this floor to the certification of nearly every Republican president in my lifetime. In 1989, in 2001, in 2005, and in 2017. So history is our guide that the People's Sacred House is the appropriate venue for a peaceful debate. And this peaceful debate serves as a powerful condemnation to the violence that perpetrated our Capitol grounds today, the violence that was truly un-American. Today's discussion is about the Constitution, and it is about the American people, but it must also be about clearly and resolutely condemning the violence that occurred today. I am honored each and every day to represent New York's 21st Congressional District, and I believe it is my solemn and sacred duty to serve as their voice and their vote in the People's House. Tens of millions of Americans are concerned that the 2020 election featured unconstitutional overreach by unelected state officials and judges ignoring state election laws. We can and we should peacefully and respectfully discuss these concerns. In Pennsylvania, the state Supreme Court and Secretary of State unilaterally and unconstitutionally rewrote election law, eliminating signature matching requirements. In Georgia, there was constitutional overreach when the Secretary of State unilaterally and unconstitutionally gutted signature matching for absentee ballots and, in essence, eliminated voter verification required by state election law. In Wisconsin, officials issued illegal rules to circumvent a state law passed by the legislature as the Constitution requires, that required absentee voters to provide photo identification before obtaining a ballot. And in Michigan, signed affidavits document numerous unconstitutional irregularities. Officials physically blocking the legal right of poll watchers to observe vote counts, the illegal counting of late ballots, and hand stamping ballots with the previous day's date. My North Country constituents and the American people cherish the Constitution, and they know, according to the Constitution, elected officials closest to the people in state legislatures have the power of the pen to write election law, not unelected bureaucrats, judges, governors, or secretaries of state. To the tens of thousands of constituents who have reached out to me, thank you. Please know that I'm listening and I hear you, both those who agree and those who disagree. Our constitutional republic will endure this tragic day because the Founding Fathers understood Congress and the American people would face unprecedented and historic challenges by debating them on this very floor. I believe that the most precious foundation and the covenant of our republic is the right to vote and the faith in the sanctity of our nation's free and fair elections. And we must work together in this House to rebuild that faith so that our elections are free, fair, secure, and safe, and most importantly, that they are according to the United States Constitution, and I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Boyd? Where's it from? Texas. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the objection, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, today the People's House was attacked, which is an attack on the Republic itself. There is no excuse for it. A woman died, and people need to go to jail. And the president should never have spun up certain Americans to believe something that simply cannot be. I applaud House leadership of both parties for bringing us back to do our job, which is to count the electors and no more. The problem we face, though, is even bigger. We are deeply divided. We are divided about even life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, the words which used to bind us together. Now, at times, tear us apart because we disagree about what they even mean. My constituents at home in Texas are genuinely upset, I say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, at a constant barrage of those who wish to remake America into a socialist welfare state, efforts to attack our institutions, tear down statues, erase our history, defund our police. We've seen the debasing of our language. We teach our children that America is evil. We destroy our sovereignty and power cartels. We attack our Second Amendment. We've destroyed small businesses through lockdowns. We divide ourselves by race, and we can't even agree that there is man and woman, and we extinguish the unborn before they even have a chance to see daylight. But at the heart of our path forward lies the essence of our republic. Its cornerstone, that we are a union of states bound together for common defense and economic strength, and more so bound together through federalism in which we may live together peaceably as citizens in this vast land, agreeing to disagree, free to live according to our own beliefs and according to the dictates of our conscience. Now, many of my colleagues were poised this afternoon to vote to insert Congress into the constitutionally prescribed decision-making of the states by rejecting the sole official electors sent to us by each of the states of the Union. I hope they will reconsider. I can tell you that I was not going to, and I will not be voting to reject the electors. And that vote may well sign my political death warrant, but so be it. I swore an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and I will not bend its words into contortions for personal political expediency. Number one, rejecting the electors certified to Congress by sovereign states violates the 12th Amendment and the entirety of the Constitution it amends. Notwithstanding claims that you must read certain sections first, it is clear, it is black and white, we count. It is ministerial, and our only job is to count the electors before us. We have only one slate of electors per state sent to us under color of law and no more. Number two, to the extent you believe we do have constitutional authority to reject, we are arguing using incomplete and often misleading data points to prove it. I'm not afforded time to go point by point, but there are more misleading claims than legitimate ones. Three, rejecting the electors ignores the founders' specific admonition that Congress not choose the president, as articulated in Federalist 68. Indeed, in fourth point, the founders drafted the inclusion of a phrase specifically putting Congress into the manner of the election process, then specifically rejected it. Five, if more than a trivial block of this body votes to reject a sovereign state's electors, it will irrevocably empower Congress to take over the selection of presidential electors. And doing so will almost certainly guarantee future houses will vote to reject the electors of Texas or any of our states for whatever reason. Six, voting to reject the electors is not remotely consistent with our vote on Sunday, a vote I forced to highlight the very hypocrisy to accept the outcome of the election of ourselves through elections conducted under the same rules by procedures put in place by the same executive branch officials, impacted by rulings from the same judges, state and federal. To do so is entirely inexplicable on its face. The argument for rejection most given by my colleagues is based on the allegations of systemic election abuse by executive or judicial branch officials interfering with the legislatures thereof in Article 2. Many states made poor policy decisions. Whether these poor policy decisions violate state law is a contested matter and a matter for the states to resolve for themselves. More, 5 of the 6 legislatures are controlled by Republicans. Not one body has sent separate electors. Not one body has sent us even a letter by a majority of its whole body. The only body, the Pennsylvania Senate, who managed to come up with a majority of Republicans to complain, only did so yesterday in an 11th hour face-saving political statement. Not one GOP statewide official has formally called on us to change. Not one law enforcement organization, state or federal, has presented a case of malfeasance. History will judge this moment. Let us not turn the last firewall for liberty we have remaining on its head in a fit of populist rage for political expediency, when there's plenty of looking into the mirror for Republicans to do for destroying our election systems with expansion of mail-in ballots. I may well get attacked by this, but I will not abandon my oath to the Constitution.
Has expired.
And I will make clear that I'm standing up in defense of that Constitution to protect our Federalist order and the Electoral College, which empowers the very states we represent to stand athwart the long arm of the federal government.
Sorry.
I submit this respectfully and humbly.
Emma, that's different. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
I rise in support of the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, for years, Democrats and their media allies deceived America about Trump-Russian collusion and the extent of foreign interference in the 2016 elections. Yet, in 2020, Democrats promoted massive foreign interference in American elections by helping illegal aliens and other non-citizens vote in American elections, thereby canceling the votes of and stealing elections from American citizens. Want evidence? Exhibit A. In 1993, Democrats rammed through Congress the National Voter Registration Act, making it illegal to require proof of citizenship that prevents illegal aliens and non-citizens from registering to vote. Why did Democrats do that? Simple. To steal elections, of course. Exhibit B. How bad is the non-citizen voting problem? In 2005, Democrat President Jimmy Carter's Commission on Federal Election Reform warned that, quote, non-citizens have registered to vote in several recent elections, end quote, and recommended that, quote, all states should use their best efforts to obtain proof of citizenship before registering voters, end quote. Exhibit C, a June 2005 General Accountability Office report discovered that up to 3% of people on voter registration lists are not U.S. citizens. Exhibit D, in 2008, Electoral Study surveyed 339 non-citizens. 8% admitted voting in American elections. As an aside, I have seen higher percentages in other studies. Exhibit E, the 2010 census counted 11 million illegal aliens in America. Exhibit F, a 2018 Yale study estimated as many as 22 million illegal aliens in America. Exhibit G, The math means between 880,000 and 1.72 million illegal aliens illegally voted in the 2020 elections. Exhibit H. In 2014, Old Dominion University and George Mason University professors surveyed non-citizens and illegal aliens and found they vote Democrat roughly 80% of the time. Exhibit I. The math is again straightforward. The 60% Biden advantage times the illegal alien voting number means Joe Biden gained roughly 1,032,000 votes from illegal alien voting. That's the high number. Exhibit J. While no one knows for sure how massive the illegal alien voting bloc is, we do know Joe Biden and his campaign believed it large enough and critical enough to winning the presidential race that at the October 22nd presidential debate, Joe Biden publicly solicited the illegal alien bloc vote by promising, quote, "Within 100 days, I'm going to send to the United States Congress a pathway to citizenship for over 11 million undocumented people." Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Speaker, that is the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow for illegal aliens. Joe Biden knew exactly what he was doing by seeking the illegal alien bloc vote. After all, on May 11th, 1993, then Senator Joe Biden voted for the National Voter Registration Act that makes it illegal to require proof of citizenship from illegal aliens and other non-citizens when they seek to register to vote. Madam Speaker, the evidence is compelling and irrefutable. Non-citizens overwhelmingly voted for Joe Biden in exchange for the promised amnesty and citizenship, and in so doing, helped steal the election from Donald Trump, Republican candidates, and American citizens across America. Madam Speaker, in my judgment, if only lawful votes cast by eligible American citizens are counted, Joe Biden lost and President Trump won the Electoral College. As such, it is my constitutional duty to promote honest and accurate elections by rejecting Electoral College vote submissions from states whose electoral systems are so badly flawed as to render their vote submissions unreliable, untrustworthy, and unworthy of acceptance. Madam Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time to the opposition.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York State seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a proud Republican, I rise in opposition to the objection to the electors.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I come to this side of the aisle as a proud Republican, but most importantly, as a proud American. Today we saw an assault on our democracy. I love this institution. I love the United States Congress. And I love the United States of America. And what I saw today was mob rule that spat upon the blood of my father, that is in the soil of Europe and in the soil of Korea, and who gave us, through that blood, this sacred Constitution and the sacred ability to lead this world as a power that says we settle our differences not with mob rule, we settle our differences through elections. And when those elections are over, we have a peaceful transition of power. Now, make no mistake to my colleagues on the Democratic side of the aisle, I will be passionate in my disagreement with you. I will be passionate in my ideas for the future of this country. And I will fight for my Republican ideas that I hold near and dear. But I will stand with you tonight and send a message to the nation and all Americans that what we saw today was not American, and what we see tonight in this body shall be
what we do in America, and that is to transfer power in a peaceful way. And with that, I yield to my best friend in Congress and a Democrat, Josh Gottheimer, my co-chair of the Problem Solvers Caucus.
I thank my friend for yielding and for standing with me and with all of us. Tom Reed is my co-chair of the Problem Solvers Caucus. He's a Republican and I'm a Democrat. When it comes to policy views, we often disagree, but at the end of the day, we are united as Americans. My good friend like me always puts country first. Today, a group of lawless thugs sought to upend the Constitution and the peaceful transition of power because they didn't like the outcome of the presidential election. So they tried to nullify it using improvised explosives, shattering windows, breaking down doors, injuring law enforcement, and even tearing down the American flag that rises above this beacon of democracy. But their attempt to obstruct democracy failed. Their insurrection was foiled. The American people and the greatest democracy the world has ever known won. Abraham Lincoln, who served in this very body, famously said, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." That's why, for the sake of this country, we must stand together, united, and celebrate a peaceful transition of power. In 14 days, President-elect Biden will be sworn in, and despite all of our differences, I have faith that for the American people, we will come together, Democrats and Republicans, committed to unity, civility, and truth. We will recognize our higher purpose to help America through these dark days. That is the only way we will beat COVID, rebuild our economy, and stand up to threats at home and abroad. Working together as Democrats and Republicans, I know our best days will always be ahead of us. I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to always search their conscience and their souls. And I respect my Republican colleagues and my Democratic colleagues. But today, let us pause and remember what happened here today. Let us pause that our tenure in this Congress will far surpass the time that we stay here. And let us pass and cast our votes today, recognizing that what we do here today will set the course of this institution for years to come. And this institution, Madam Speaker, shall not fail, because the United States of America shall forever be the beacon of hope, the inspiration to all, and may God bless our great country. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My constitutional oath is sacred, and I have a duty to speak out about confirmed, evidence-filled issues with the administration of the 2020 presidential election in certain battleground states. Signature verification, ballot observation, voter roll integrity, voter ID requirements, and ballot collection protections were weakened on top of the millions of mailboxes that were flooded with unrequested mail-in ballots. Many of my constituents have been outraged and demanding that I voice their objections here today. This debate is necessary because rogue election officials, secretaries of state, and courts circumvented state election laws. They made massive changes to how their state's election would be run. These acts, among other issues, were unlawful and unconstitutional. Congress has the duty to defend the Constitution and any powers of state legislatures that were usurped. Some claim today's objections set new precedent by challenging state electors. That claim, of course, ignores that Democrats have objected every time a Republican presidential candidate has won an election over the past generation. If you don't have any objections today, that's your call, but don't lecture about precedent. Over the past 4 years, Democrats boycotted President Trump's inauguration and State of the Union addresses, pushed the Trump-Russia collusion conspiracies and investigations and knowingly lied about it, voted to impeach the president before even knowing what to impeach him for, and then actually passed articles of impeachment before Senate Democrats voted to remove him from office. Today's debate is necessary, especially because of the insistence that everything President Trump and his supporters say about the 2020 election is evidence-free. That's simply not true. No one can honestly claim it's evidence-free when I say that in Arizona, courts unilaterally extended the legislatively set deadline to register to vote. The Arizona State Senate issued subpoenas post-election to get information from the Maricopa County Board on various election matters. But the board and the courts refused to help at all to let the state Senate complete its constitutional duties. In Pennsylvania, where state legislators wrote us about their powers being usurped, the Democrat majority on the state Supreme Court changed signature matching, and postal marking requirements. The date to submit mail-in ballots was extended, contradictory to the date set by state law. The state legislature expanded no-excuse mail-in balloting without a constitutional amendment. Constitutions apply to the acts of all branches of government. The issue is magnified by the voter rolls being so inaccurate that more voters submitted ballots than there were registered voters. Signature authentication rules for absentee and mail-in ballots were weakened by the Democrat Secretary of the Commonwealth without authorization. Ballot defects were allowed to be cured in some counties, but not others. There were poll watchers denied the ability to closely observe ballot counting operations. In Georgia, the Secretary of State unilaterally entered into a settlement agreement with the Democratic Party, changing statutory requirements for confirming voter identity. Challenging defective signatures was made far more difficult, and the settlement even required election officials to consider issuing training materials drafted by an expert retained by the Democratic Party. In Wisconsin, election officials assisted voters on how to circumvent the state's voter ID laws and signature verification laws, while also placing unmanned drop boxes in locations picked to boost Democrat turnout. The Democracy in the Park event in Wisconsin had over 17,000 ballots transferred that shouldn't have been. These are all facts, and certainly not evidence-free. Americans deserve nothing less than full faith and confidence in their elections, and a guarantee that their vote, their voice counts, and that their concerns are being heard. That's why we need to have this debate today, whether you like it or not. This isn't about us. This is about our Constitution, our elections. This is about our people and our republic. I yield back.
Mayor Diego. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I am the proud son of immigrants. Growing up, I heard stories about parties, politicians, and presidents invalidating elections from the people that took power for themselves. That's why when I joined the Marine Corps, the most sacred part of my oath was to protect the Constitution of the United States. I never thought I would have to do that on the floor of Congress. But here we are. The people have spoken, and the power of the people, the Constitution, will be preserved. Madam Speaker, I left my youth. I left my sanity. I left it all in Iraq for this country. Because there was this one precious idea that we all had, that we all believed, that this country was going to protect everyone's individual rights, that you were going to be able to vote, that you were going to be able to preserve democracy and pass it on as a legacy, as an inheritance to every American. But today there was treason in this house. Today there was traitors in this house. So I'm not asking my Republican colleagues to help me and stop this objection to Arizona. I'm asking you to get off all these objections. It is time for you to save your soul. It is time for you to save your country. That man at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue will forget you. He will use you, and he will dump you to the side. But what will be left will be the stain of democracy that you are engaging in right now. Listen to yourselves. I consider most of you very smart, believe it or not. But the idea that we would rig an election for the president, but not preserve the congressional seats for all of our friends that we just lost in the last election is absurd. The idea that we would help Vice President Biden win, but wouldn't make sure that we got enough senators in the Senate for us to pass our full agenda is absurd. The idea that there is somehow nefarious voter registration in Arizona that tipped the scale, when because during that same time of voter registration, there were more registered voters that were Republican than Democrats. You are better than this. Many of you did serve. Many of you have never served. But there is an opportunity and a time for courage. I hope you never have to face fire or bullets or bombs for your country. But right now, this country is asking you to be better. Right now, this country is asking you to show courage. That man will leave. Your soul will stay with you for the rest of your life. You owe it to democracy. You owe it to the hundreds and thousands of men and women that have sacrificed their life. You know better. You are better. Be the good American. Be the American you want. Preserve this democracy. Reject this movement. And stop this terrorism that is happening from the White House. I yield back my time.
Members are reminded to redirect their remarks to the chair. What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To speak in favor of the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it's been quite a day. And in contrast to the gentleman's comments just now, I couldn't get over this text that I received from the mayor of Charlotte, Vi Lyles, about 30 minutes ago. She is a progressive Democrat, political opponent for years, tremendously graceful person. She said, "Representative Bishop, I hope you're safe and well. It must have been a day of anguish for the world to see our Capitol buildings under siege. I know you have a long night ahead and want you to know I was thinking about you, your family, and staff. God bless, Vi." Back home, the generosity of spirit still exists. And I understand the sharp words and feelings on the other side tonight. But there are also good people back home. And I've heard from many, many, many of them. And news would suggest there are millions of Americans. That's a big number. Millions, tens of millions who believe something went awry in this election. And they aren't dumb. They aren't mindless. They don't believe things simply because the president says them. There were problems. I know that Joe Biden will be president. But I don't know that it hurts or would hurt any of us to have the generosity of spirit to continue to reflect on what might be better or what might seriously have gone wrong here, even if you reject the notion that the result was wrong. I'd like to offer a slightly different perspective, a distinct perspective. Perhaps it will be rejected. I think if I were sitting on the other side of the aisle, it would be very difficult for me to listen to tonight. But you all have heard it said, and it certainly is true, that many executive branch officials around the nation departed from state legislatures, enacted laws. I think it's less understood how this came to pass. It was not a spontaneous, independent decision-making, but it resulted, I would argue, from a coordinated, nationwide, partisan plan. And the fact and scope of the plan, it really isn't disputed. If you go to democracydocket.com, it is the website of Mark Elias, the National Democratic election lawyer, who appeared in hundreds of cases across the country in the course of the election year. This plan was not a response to COVID, by the way. It pre-existed that, and his website shows that as well. He explained that in January 2020. It was a chaos strategy, a plan to flood state and federal courts with hundreds of simultaneous election year lawsuits aimed at displacing state legislative control. Now, as I've seen it, only the most experienced and independent judges appear to have recognized what was afoot. In the Fourth Circuit, dissenting judges Wilkinson and Agee said this: let's understand the strategy that is being deployed here. Our country is now plagued with a proliferation of pre-election litigation. And as they put it, 385 election year cases to that point on October 20th. And they referred to the website healthyelections.org to verify that. Around the country, they wrote, courts are changing the rules of the upcoming elections at the last minute. It makes the promise of the Constitution's elections and electors' clauses into a farce. This was a political operation masquerading as a judicial one. And in keeping with that, it featured gross breaches of litigation ethics, forum shopping, repetitive suits after losses, and collusive settlements with cooperating Democratic officials of state and local governments. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what led to officials changing the rules in state after state, mainly through consent orders or the preliminary unreviewed decisions of state and federal trial judges inclined by partisanship or having limited experience with the electors' clause. In turn, the displacement of rules set by state legislatures led to chaotic conditions on the ground, about which so many Americans are angry and disheartened. I think we can do better. I think that strategy was unwise. And I think, particularly in light of what's happened here today, we should. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise tonight in opposition to the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. As a nation, we have endured trying times and overcome many challenges. And now we face an unprecedented effort to ignore the will of the American people and the people of Arizona. Given the facts, the unprecedented events of tonight, this effort must be finished, and America can be united again. That is going to take leadership. We are all leaders. We are elected to be leaders. And if we're going to do that, we have to do it from the respect to others, the idea that truth is important, that factual content is important, that we're going to tell the American people what is going on in this country and not what we hope they hear from a 30-second soundbite. I used to be a homicide investigator. My job was to follow the facts, develop a case, make decisions and recommendations based on where those facts led me. Following the process means that decisions cannot be made on rumors and innuendos alone. I am proud to say that Arizona has used mail-in voting for over 2 decades. Both Republicans and Democrats have long been proud of how our state has administered elections. In 2020, over 65% of eligible Arizonans voted in record number. Our Republican governor, Republican Attorney General, Democratic Secretary of State, and our state's election administrators and volunteers worked with integrity to administer a fair election. We saw turnout increase in both Republican and Democratic areas, and in fact, more Republicans registered this election than any other party. I am proud that many of our tribal, rural, and underserved communities voted in record numbers, all during a pandemic. In 2020, Arizonans made their voices heard. The fact is, multiple federal, state judges, agencies, state elected officials concluded the winner was Joe Biden. In Arizona, this process was administered and overseen by officials from both parties. Elections officials conducted random, hand-counted audits of many precincts. They confirmed there were no errors that would change the result of the election. The fact is that the Republican chairman of Maricopa County, the largest Republican county in the state, the biggest population county, he stated more than 2 million ballots were cast, and there was no evidence of fraud or misconduct or malfunction. He concluded, no matter how you voted, this election was administered with integrity, transparency, and in accordance with state laws. The fact is, the president and his campaign and several Republican-led groups filed 8 election lawsuits, all of which were dismissed. The Arizona Supreme Court, a body where all justices have been appointed by Republican governors, unanimously dismissed the case. The justices found that the party had failed to present any evidence of misconduct or illegal votes, let alone establish any degree of fraud or a significant error rate that would undermine the certainty of the election results. After these judicial rulings, the governor said, "I trust our election system. There's integrity in our election system." The fact is, Joe Biden is the certified winner of Arizona's 11 electoral votes. Arizona's elected and appointed officials from both parties followed the facts and came to this conclusion. I urge my colleagues to do the same. To my colleagues across the aisle, I know we may disagree on who we want as president, but what we personally want is not what matters here. Rather, the people's influence, as reflected in the certified electoral college results, is what matters. Facts matter. Undermining faith in our election process by attempting to mislead the American public only serves to weaken us and make us vulnerable to foreign actors who would do us harm. For the good of our country, this must stop. Now is the time to come together to preserve our democracy and to protect our national security. I know my constituents are looking to Congress to move past its divisions, find common ground, and pass legislation to improve the lives of struggling families. We must stay focused on fighting the pandemic. We must work to ensure all Americans can be vaccinated as soon as possible so we can save American lives. Safely reopen schools, get people back to work, and visit loved ones again. I urge my colleagues to follow this, and Madam Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman's time has expired. What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to claim time in support of the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Madam Speaker, one of the first things we did when the House convened today was to join together to extend our grace and our kindness and our concern for a colleague who has experienced just an insurmountable amount of grief with his family. And I want all of our fellow Americans watching to know that we did that because we care about each other and we don't want bad things to happen to each other. And our heart hurts when they're due. Now, I'm sure there are plenty of folks over there who don't like me too much, and there are a few of you that I don't care for too much. But if anybody had been hurt today, it would have been even more of a catastrophe than we already saw. And I think that's an important point for the country. Another important point for the country is that this morning, President Trump explicitly called for demonstrations and protests to be peaceful. He was far more, you can moan and groan, but he was far more explicit about his calls for peace than some of the BLM and left-wing rioters were this summer when we saw violence sweep across this nation. Now, we came here today to debate, to follow regular order, to offer an objection, to follow a process that is expressly contemplated in our Constitution. And for doing that, we got called a bunch of seditious traitors. Now, not since 1985 has a Republican president been sworn in, absent some Democrat effort, to object to the electors. But when we do it, it is the new violation of all norms. And when those things are said, people get angry. Now, I know there are many countries where political violence may be necessary, but America is not one such country. Madam Speaker, it was wrong when people vandalized and defaced your home. It was wrong when thugs went to Senator Hawley's home. And I don't know if the reports are true, but the Washington Times has just reported some pretty compelling evidence from a facial recognition company showing that some of the people who breached the Capitol today were not Trump supporters. They were masquerading as Trump supporters and, in fact, were members of the violent terrorist group Antifa. Now, we should seek to build America up, not tear her down and destroy her. And I am sure glad that at least for one day, I didn't hear my Democrat colleagues calling to defund the police. Now, I appreciate all the talk. Now, I appreciate all the talk of coming together, but let us not pretend that our colleagues on the left have been free of some anti-democratic impulses just because we signed on to legal briefs and asked courts to resolve disputes. There were some on the left who said that we should not even be seated in the body, that we ought to be prosecuted, maybe even jailed. Those arguments anger people, but people do understand the concepts of basic fairness. And no competition, contest, or election can be deemed fair if the participants are subject to different rules. Baseball teams that cheat and steal signs should be stripped of their championships. Russian Olympians who cheat and use steroids should be stripped of their medals, and states that do not run clean elections should be stripped of their electors. This fraud was systemic. It was repeated. It was the same system, and I dare say it was effective. We saw circumstances where when Democrat operatives couldn't get the outcomes they wanted in state legislators, when they couldn't get the job done there, they went and pressured and litigated and usurped the Constitution with extra constitutional action of some officials in some states. They fraudulently laundered ballots, votes, voter registration forms, and then they limited review. In 2016, Democrats found out that they couldn't beat Donald Trump at the ballot box with voters who actually show up, so they turned to impeachment and the witness box. And when that failed, they ran to the mailbox, where this election saw an unprecedented amount of votes that could not be authenticated with true ID, with true signature match, and with true confidence for the American people. Our Article III courts have failed by not holding evidentiary hearings to weigh the evidence. We should not join in that failure. We should vindicate the rights of states. We should vindicate the subpoenas in Arizona that have been issued to get a hold of these voting machines, and we should reject these electors. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to yield my time to the Dean of the Arizona delegation, Mr. Grijalva.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the lady from Colorado for yielding time. I'll be very brief, Madam Speaker. There's really nothing left to say. This challenge brought by members of this House, Republican members from this House from Arizona, and a senator from Texas. The whole discussion today, this challenge to the 11 electoral votes that are designated for President Biden and Vice President Harris, the discussion today proved there is no merit to denying those electoral votes. There's no legal standing. The courts have proven that in Arizona time and time again. There is no precedent. There is no constitutional violation. But we're here today, Madam Speaker, because of one man and those who are desperate to please him. So what do we have to show for this process today? Fear, a lockdown, violence, and regrettably and sadly death, arrest, present and real danger, threats, and assault on our institution, this House, this Congress, and the very democracy that we practice here. And to what end? What did we accomplish? The reality is that the challenge will be defeated come January 20th. President Biden and President Harris will be the President and Vice President of the United States. So what have we accomplished? To further divide this nation, to continue to fan the same rhetoric of division and us versus them, to paralyze and dismantle our democracy? Is that what we're attempting to accomplish today? The mob that attacked this institution, I hold no member specifically responsible for that madness that was around us. But we do share a responsibility, my friends, to end it. It's past time to accept reality, to reaffirm our democracy, and move on. I would urge my colleagues from Arizona who filed this challenge to withdraw their challenge to Arizona and to the electors that have been chosen to give their 11 votes to the winners in that election. But if that doesn't happen, then I would urge my colleagues to reject this challenge and defend all voters, defend the voters of Arizona, and that democracy that we practice daily in the representation of our constituents. That's what's at stake today. And with that, I yield back to the gentlelady from Colorado and thank her for the time.
I thank the gentleman. Madam Speaker, on Sunday, every member in this chamber took an oath to uphold the Constitution. And there's only one vote tonight for those who took that oath, and that vote is to reject this challenge. I yield back.
All the time for debate has expired. The question is, shall the objection to the Arizona Electoral College vote count submitted by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and the senator from Texas, Mr. Cruz, be agreed to? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No! Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Speaker?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
We would ask for a roll call.
The yeas and nays have been requested pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device and are reminded to vote when their group is called.
The House now voting on whether to uphold a Republican objection to Arizona's Electoral College vote that was certified by the state in favor of Joe Biden. The objection was raised earlier this afternoon when Congress was in a joint session, forcing the House and Senate to meet separately to debate the issue. The debate was soon interrupted when the U.S. Capitol was placed on lockdown after rioters protesting the election results breached security and stormed the building. Once order was restored, lawmakers returned to finish the debate.
The chair will address the chamber. Today, a shameful assault was made on our democracy. It cannot, however, deter us from our responsibility to validate the election of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. For that reason, Congress has returned to the Capitol. We always knew that this responsibility would take us into the night and will stay as long as it takes. Our purpose will be accomplished. We must and we will show to the country and indeed to the world that we will not be diverted from our duty, that we will respect our responsibility to the Constitution and to the American people. On Sunday, it was my great honor to be sworn in as Speaker and to preside over a sacred ritual of renewal as we gathered under this dome of this temple of democracy to open the 117th Congress. I said that as we were sworn in then, We accept a responsibility as daunting and demanding as any previous generation of leadership has ever faced. We know that we're in difficult times, but little could we have imagined the assault that was made on our democracy today. To those who strove to deter us from our responsibility, you have failed. To those who engaged in the gleeful desecration of this, our temple of democracy, American democracy, justice will be done. Today, January 6th, is the Feast of the Epiphany. On this day of revelation, let us pray that this instigation to violence will provide an epiphany for our country to heal. In that spirit of healing, I evoke the song of St. Francis. I usually do. St. Francis is the patron saint of my city of San Francisco, and his song of St. Francis is our anthem. Lord, make me a channel of thy peace. Where there is darkness, may I bring light. Where there is hatred, let us bring love. Where there is despair, let us bring hope. We know that we would be part of history in a positive way today, every 4 years, when we demonstrate again the peaceful transfer of power from one president to the next. And despite the shameful actions of today, we still will do so. We will be part of a history that shows the world what America is made of. That this assault is just that. It shows the weakness of those who had to show through violence what their message was. My colleagues, it's time to move on. I wear this pin quite frequently. Actually, I gave it to our beloved John Lewis just a weekend or so before he left us. And it's a flag of our country, a flag of the United States of America. On it, it says, one country, one destiny. One country, one destiny, written on the flag. That was also what was embroidered in Abraham Lincoln's coat that he had on that fateful night. Lincoln's party, Lincoln's message, one country, one destiny. So on this holy day of Epiphany, let us pray. I'm a big believer in prayer. Let us pray that there will be peace on earth and that it will begin with us. Let us pray that God will continue to bless America. And with that, let us proceed with our responsibilities to the Constitution, to which we have just within 72 hours taken the oath to uphold. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it is a sad day in America. It is a wrenching day in America. It is a day in which our words and our actions have had consequences of a very, very negative nature. We ought to watch our words and think what it may mean to some. My remarks were written before the tragic, dangerous, and unacceptable actions. And unacceptable is such a tame word. My remarks started with, Madam Speaker, the American people today are witnessing one of the greatest challenges to our democracy in its 22 244-year history. Little did I know that this Capitol would be attacked by the enemy within. I was here on 9/11 when we were attacked by the enemy without. We need to all work together to tame and reduce the anger, and yes, the hate that some stoke. What some, not all, Madam Speaker, but some in this House and in this Senate are doing today will not change the outcome of the election, which is the clear and insurmountable victory of President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris. Instead, all they will accomplish is to further the dangerous divisions. This was written before this Capitol was assaulted, before this democracy was put aside by thousands. Encouraged by the Commander-in-Chief. Instead, all they will accomplish is to further the dangerous divisions, as I said, among our people and energize conspiracy theories stoked by our foreign adversaries, which seek to erode America's confidence in our democracy and our system of free and fair elections. I was here in 2000. I was strongly in favor of Al Gore for president. And my candidate got more votes than the other candidate. His name was George Bush, of course. And one of the saddest days was January 20th of 2001 when our candidate, who won the election in my view, was not elected. But it was also one of the proudest moments of my career, because the greatest power on earth passed peacefully from Bill Clinton to George W. Bush. Not a shot was fired. Nobody assaulted this caucus or this Congress or this chamber. Because we were not disappointed? No. Because we were not angry? No. Because we believe in democracy. We believe in we the people. And the way the people, one of the speakers, I think it was the senator from Texas, expressed, we're here for the people. If those were the people, we're in a lot of trouble. Our electoral system, our democratic system, however, did not break under the strains of the misinformation, the claims of fraud, which court after court after court have dismissed out of hand. Not because there was a little evidence, because there was no evidence. That's why we're the longest lasting constitutional democracy in the world. I hope all of us in this body are proud of that and understand why that's the case. Because, as Dick Gephardt said on this floor many years ago, democracy is a substitute for war to resolve differences. It proved once more the ever-beating strong heart that gives life to our republic and our freedoms. That strength, Madam Speaker, is derived in part from our institution and our laws. But most importantly, it is powered by citizens and leaders' commitment to our Constitution. Not just us, we swear an oath. But it's all of America. Barack Obama spoke from that chamber and he said, I'm going to be taking another title next year, citizen. And he was proud to take that. And every citizen needs to protect, preserve, and uplift our democracy. Some today did not do that. Many today. 68 years ago in Springfield, Illinois, Governor Adlai Stevenson gracefully conceded his loss to General Dwight Eisenhower. He said this, it is traditionally American. He told his deeply disappointed supporters to fight hard before an election. But then he added, it is equally traditional to close ranks as soon as the people have spoken. Not the Congress, not the electors. The people have spoken. That which unites us as American citizens is far greater than that which divides us as political parties. It was another man from Springfield, 68 years earlier, who won re-election to the presidency in a national crisis that tested our country and its democratic institutions, who pleaded even in his hour of victory for the same spirit of reconciliation. That was the party of Lincoln. That hasn't happened to this hour. Lincoln said, now that the election is over, he asked, may not all, having a common interest, reunite in a common effort to save our common country? Such is the duty of an American who stands for elections or participates in our politics, to be either humble in triumph or gracious in defeat. I've lost some elections, not too many, and I've won a lot of elections. And I hope that I've been gracious in defeat and humble in victory. I hope that I put my state and my country first, not myself. It is clear to all that the outgoing president has not followed the path that Stevenson and Lincoln urged. So we, the people, each one of us represents about 750 to 800,000 people, some a few more, less. The people. And they've spoken in the way that our Constitution set for them to be heard by us and by the country. They voted. And they voted pretty decisively. We, the people, together must turn away from divisions and its dangers. The senior member of our body, Don Young from Alaska, spoke the other day when we were sworn in and said, ladies and gentlemen of this House, we are so divisive that it's going to destroy our country. We need to reach out and hold one another's hands. We all have a title that we honor more than any other. Perhaps parent, perhaps husband, but we are all Americans. Not Americans are, not Americans D. We are Americans. Let us hope tonight, that we act like Americans, not as D's and R's, but as Americans. Just as Al Gore, just as Hillary Clinton, just as Adlai Stevenson, just as Abraham Lincoln, who had won that election, of course. But he had defeated people, and he said, that's not the issue. The issue is to reunite. We, the people, must again be the strong heart of our American democracy. We, the people, on this day in Congress must be agents of unity and constructive action to face the grave threats that confront us and tell those who would assault our Capitol, that is not the American way. And we, the members of Congress, who swore an oath before God to preserve and protect the Constitution of the United States and our democracy, must do so. Now, I don't usually read Senator McConnell's speeches, but I'm not speaking as a Democrat, nor was he speaking as a Republican. Just a few hours ago, We're debating a step that has never been taken in American history, whether Congress should overrule the voters and overturn a presidential election. He went on to say that he supports a strong state-led voting reform. The Constitution, he said, gives us here in Congress a limited role. We cannot simply declare ourselves a national board of elections on steroids. The voters, the courts, and the states, the voters, the courts, and the states have all spoken. 5 people said the election of 2000 was over. We didn't agree with them. But Al Gore said, we are a nation of laws. 5 people. Yes, they were members of the Supreme Court, but they were 5 people said the election is over. And I sat on that podium and saw that power transferred to George W. Bush. McConnell went on to say, if we overrule them, it would damage our republic forever. He said that, McConnell, the Republican leader in the Senate, about 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago now, 4 hours. He went on to say, if this election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral. He concluded it would be unfair and wrong to disenfranchise American voters and overrule the courts and states on this extraordinarily thin basis. And I will not pretend such a vote would be a harmless protest gesture. How presciently he spoke. People who think that the election has been stolen, there's some fraud. Why do they think it? Because the commander-in-chief said so. And they respect him and they follow him. And words matter. Repeat as he ended, I will not pretend such a vote would be a harmless protest gesture while relying on others to do the right thing. I will vote to respect the people's decision and defend our system of government as we know it. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this objection. As McConnell said, a danger to our democracy. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Regroup 6, Republicans at Lower 5. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise for the point of personal privilege to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
5 minutes.
I rise to address what happened in this chamber today and where do we go from here. The violence, destruction, and chaos we saw earlier was unacceptable, undemocratic, and un-American. It was the saddest day I've ever had as serving as a member of this institution. The Capitol was in chaos. Police officers were attacked. Guns were drawn on this very floor. A woman tragically lost her life. No one wins when this building and what it stands for are destroyed. America and this institution is better than this. We saw the worst of America this afternoon, yet in the midst of violence and fear, we also saw the best of America. It starts with our law enforcement, the Capitol Police, the National Guard. The FBI, the Secret Service, who faced the most difficult challenges but did their duty with confidence and strength. Many of them are injured right now. And it also extends to this chamber, where both Democrats and Republicans showed courage, calm, and resolve. I'd like to recognize the members now who helped to hold the line. Mark Wayne Mullen, Tony Gonzalez, Jason Crow, Pat Fallon, and Troy Nels. Working with the Capitol Police, they ensured the floor of this chamber was never breached. These are the heroes among us. Thank you for this sign of courage. Looking back on the past few hours, it is clear this Congress will not be the same after today. And I hope it will be the better. I hope not just this institution, but I hope every American pauses for that moment and thinks among themselves that we can disagree with one another but not dislike each other. We can respect the voices of others. There's many times we debate on this body, and we should. There's many times we can get heated. I still consider Steny Hoyer a very good friend. There's times I get upset. I'll call him at home to express what things I may not see fair or just. But that's the way we should handle things. The majority leader is right. We are all Americans first. But should we also think for a moment, what do we put on social media? What do we convey to one another? Just because you have a personal opinion different than mine, you have a right to say it, but nobody has a right to become a mob. And we all should stand united in condemning the mob together. We solve problems before our nation not through destruction, but through debate. That is the heart of this democracy. I know what we debate today is tough, but it's just, it's right. This isn't the first side of the aisle that's ever debated this issue. I thought what Madam Speaker said back in 2005, this is democracy at its best, when they talked about a presidential election in Ohio. These are the moments that we should raise the issue about integrity and accountability and accuracy in our elections. But you know what we should do, the next difference? Not just raise the issue, but work together to solve the problems. Now is the moment. Now is the moment to show America we can work best together. I will tell you, the size of the majority is slim, so it gives us the opportunity to make that happen. The only thing that can hold us back is the will of one another to do it. This side of the aisle always believes in working with anybody who wants to move it forward. That does not mean that we're going to agree 100% of the time. That does not mean our voice cannot be heard. That does not mean we cannot be treated fairly. We should be. That may mean on the size of committees. That means on our ability to offer an amendment. It means on our ability to have our voice. But at the end of the day, it helps us come to a better conclusion. By returning here to complete the work we were sent to do, we are proving that our democracy cannot be disrupted by criminal behavior. We will not falter, we will not bend, and we will not shrink from our duty. Let me be very clear. Mobs don't rule America. Laws rule America. It was true when our cities were burning this summer, and it's true now. When Americans go to bed tonight, their lasting memory should not be a Congress overrun by rioters. It must be a resolute Congress conducting healthy debate. We may not disagree on a lot in America, but tonight we must show the world that we will respectfully but thoroughly carry out the most basic duties of democracy. We will continue with the task that we have been sent here to do. We will follow the Constitution and the law and the process for hearing valid concerns about election integrity. We'll do it with respect. We will respect your opinion. We'll respect what you say, and we're willing to listen to it. I think the nation will be better for it on both sides of the aisle. Let's show the country the mob did not win. We have a job to do it. Let's do it with pride, and let's be better when the sun rises tomorrow. With that, I yield back, Madam Speaker.
Does any member wish to change his or her vote?
Aye, no. Mr. Mooney of West Virginia, Mr. Whitman, Mr. Vicente Gonzalez of Texas, Mr. Young. Off, no, on aye. Mr. Johnson of Ohio, Mr. Reschenthaler, Mrs. Walorski.
On this vote, the yeas are 121, the nays are 303. The noes have it. The objection is not agreed to, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The clerk will now notify the Senate of the action of this House, informing that body that the House is now ready to proceed in joint session with the further counting of the electoral vote for the President and the Vice President. To remind both sides of the aisle, during the joint session, there are 11 House Republicans, 11 House Democrats, 11 House Senate Democrats, 11 Senate Republicans, 44 members on the floor. Please view the proceedings from your offices. Thank you.
It's not a suggestion, that is a direction in the interest of good
Example to the public of how serious we take the coronavirus threat and the need for social distancing. Please, my colleagues, if you are not participating in the next part of this, please return to your offices.
I wish to remind members that you have to reduce the number of members on the floor. You're invited to the gallery to witness the proceedings from there in a limited number, so first come, first served.
And as you heard Speaker Pelosi say, the House has rejected the objection to the electoral vote certification for Arizona. So therefore, those 11 electoral votes have been awarded to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. The Senate also rejected it, 93-6. 82 House Republicans voted against the objection. 122 House Republicans voted for it. The House is letting the Senate know what they just did. The Senate will be coming back over to the House chamber, walking across the Capitol to the House chamber, and then they will rejoin the joint session and start working their way through the states. Up next is Arkansas, followed by California and Colorado. Now, the next state that's coming up where there was a potential objection noted was in Georgia. So that will be coming up, and then potentially Pennsylvania as well. But they've gone through 3 states now. 3 states have been certified: Alabama, Alaska, and then Arizona, which at 2:15 this afternoon was interrupted, and that's what they were just finishing. So the joint session will continue in just a minute. The House is waiting for the Senate members to come back into joint session. They have not gavelled out at this point, as they usually do during this part, from potentially a cleaning break or something like that, but they seem to be staying in session. So we wanted to keep the program going tonight. And joining us once again today is Niels Lesniewski. He's a senior reporter with CQ Roll Call. Mr. Lesniewski, for those viewers who maybe haven't been with us all day, where did your day start?
So I've had the I suppose good fortune for myself of having been working from home today as part of our effort to keep down the number of journalists who are operating out of the Capitol because of the pandemic. And so my job today was designed to be largely looking at aggregating the feeds that were coming in from my colleagues who were in the Capitol building for the purposes of basically monitoring what we thought was going to be a fairly predictable proceeding with some objections and some votes, and maybe it would take a while, and maybe we'd still be going at 11 p.m. or midnight. But at the end of the day, it seemed like it was going to be a fairly predictable afternoon and evening of sort of piecing together what was going on in the Capitol. It turned out that was what I ended up doing today, but certainly the circumstances changed mightily, as you say, around 2 o'clock, when it became clear that the Capitol building itself was going to be breached. And was breached, and then ultimately we had these mobs of protesters that ended up overtaking both the House and the Senate floors.
So at 2 o'clock this afternoon, what were you hearing from your colleagues on the Hill?
Well, so what we initially heard was that there were reports that there would be a lockdown going into effect, and there was some commotion on both the House and the Senate floors, with people being hurried out, particularly key officials like Vice President Mike Pence, some of the House leaders. We had a report fairly early on that both Steny Hoyer, the House Majority Leader, and some of the other House leaders were being hustled away. At one point in time, there was actually a Capitol Police officer on the rostrum in the House making an announcement that there was going to be a lockdown. And that was where we knew that things were getting out of hand. We could see the pictures from outside, obviously, and we knew of people who were out with the demonstrators, but we didn't expect, I don't think anybody really expected, that they would not only get as close as they did to the carriage entrances and the other doors to the Capitol, but that they would actually be able to break windows and actually break into the physical building.
So the Arizona debate is now finished. Arizona's electoral votes have been certified, as they've been rejected by both the House and the Senate. What happens First of all, listening to the speeches in the House and the Senate, what did you hear that you want to comment on?
Well, there was a sort of interesting change in tenor from the ones that had taken place before the violence of this afternoon. You know, the attempted failed insurrection, I guess you would call it. That before that, things were going according to plan. Afterwards, there were a couple of senators. I was mainly watching the Senate debate this evening, and there were a couple of senators who talked about Ben Sasse and Rand Paul coming to mind immediately, who said they had speeches that they had planned to give this afternoon that were completely, basically non-operable, would have sounded completely out of tune with the fact that there had actually been an insurrection attempt in the middle of the day. And so I think that that was sort of the remarkable quick adjustment that everybody was making from something that seemed like a hypothetical that maybe someday, if Congress this time were to start rejecting electoral votes, then someday there could be some sort of a violent scene in the Capitol building to, oh no, it happened today. And so I think that was sort of the most jarring part of some of the speeches that took place this evening.
Mr. Lesniewski, I don't know if you said you were monitoring mainly the Senate, and one of the speeches given tonight was by Lindsey Graham. And what Senator Graham had to say was, Trump and I, we've had a hell of a journey. I hate it to end this way. Oh my God, I hate it. Did you hear that?
I did. And Senator Graham, of course, has been sort of gone full circle with President Trump. You know, he ran for president himself in 2016. I can remember an event he was doing in his home state of South Carolina, where I want to say I was one of 2 reporters who were not from South Carolina who were in the room, and he maybe only got a couple dozen constituents of his own to show up. From that and the incident where President Trump read out his telephone number in the primary process, to being one of his closest allies, really, in the Capitol, someone who he would play golf with not infrequently. I think that the sort of coming around and back around to the other side again, perhaps for Senator Graham, was kind of remarkable to hear how quickly the switch flipped this evening.
A couple of questions before we go back to the House. There's been some talk in a lot of social media comments about the 25th Amendment. What are you hearing?
Well, so the 25th Amendment question, whether or not Vice President Pence and a majority or the bulk of the cabinet would sort of set aside the presidency of Donald Trump temporarily, presumably for the remainder of the president's term, it seems unfathomable, and I would have said this morning it would have been unfathomable, but you know, we have to see, I think, what President Trump does in the next sort of 24 hours. When this process concludes, what are we finding out that he intends to do or attempts to do between now and noon on January 20th? If he sort of literally or figuratively sort of goes away, whether it stays in the White House and doesn't do anything, or he actually gets on an airplane and goes to Mar-a-Lago and spends the remaining time in Florida, then maybe we don't technically have to see a debate about the 25th Amendment. But certainly, if there were to be a repeat of the rally that he did this morning outside the White House or near the White House, that sort of seemed to be the green light for the group of protesters and the mob that then was going to the Capitol building, then I don't think anything is out of the question in the next week, week and a half.
Okay, Niels Lesniewski, we're going to go back to the House here in 2 seconds, but very quickly, will there be more objections tonight, do you think? Georgia and Pennsylvania specifically.
We expect Pennsylvania at least, but there may be a deal to sort of truncate the debate time on that Pennsylvania objection. So we might see the Senate quickly walk across the building and then relatively quickly be back in the House. I don't know if it'll be another 2-hour break.
Niels Lesniewski, CQ roll call. I hope we can check in with you again later tonight. The House is about to be joined by the Senate for the joint session as the Electoral College certification continues. Up next is the state of Arkansas. And the joint session between the House and the Senate is about to begin as they continue their electoral vote certification process. They've gone through 3 states so far, Arizona being the last. There was an objection to the Arizona certification, which was rejected. Arkansas, California, and Colorado are the next states that are coming up. The House is currently waiting on 11 Democratic senators and 11 Republican senators to walk across the Capitol to the House chamber, along with Vice President Pence, who will join Speaker Pelosi on the dais, and then they will continue the process of certification. As we heard from Niels Lesniewski of CQ Roll Call, there's potentially a challenge to the Pennsylvania certification coming up, but there may be some operating going on so that the 2-hour debate period is not used, and it's a quicker process. So given that, we are waiting for the Senate to come over, join the House. As Speaker Pelosi said, 11 Republicans in the House, 11 Republicans in the Senate, 11 Democrats in the House, 11 senators, Democratic senators may be on the floor for the House rules because of the COVID prevention rules. And that should begin very shortly. The Senate should be working its way into the House chamber very shortly. So this will go on for another couple hours. They'll go through each state and certify the electoral vote or object to the electoral vote. If there is an objection, a reminder that both a member of the House and a senator have to sign the objection. So there was talk earlier, prior to this afternoon and the breach of the Capitol, that Georgia could also be objected to. Senator Loeffler, who was defeated yesterday in her election bid, she's filling the seat of a senator who resigned. So it was a special election, was going to object to Georgia, but the word right now is that that probably will not happen.
The United States Senate.
The joint session of Congress to count the electoral vote will resume. The tellers having taken their seats, the two houses retired to consider separately and decide upon the vote of the state of Arizona to which an objection has been filed. The Secretary of the Senate will report the action of the Senate.
In the Senate of the United States, ordered that the Senate, by a vote of 6 ayes to 93 nays, rejects the objection to the electoral votes cast in the state of Arizona for Joseph R. Biden for president and Kamala D. Harris for vice president.
The clerk of the House will report the action of the House.
Ordered that the House of Representatives rejects the objections to the electoral vote of the state of Arizona.
Pursuant to the law, Chapter 1 of Title 3 of the United States Code, because the two houses have not sustained the objection, the original certificate submitted by the state of Arizona will be counted as provided therein. The tellers will now record and announce the vote of the state of Arkansas for president and vice president in accordance with the action of the two houses. This certificate from Arkansas, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Arkansas seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Arkansas that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from California, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of California, I would say the great state of California, seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 55 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 55 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of California that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Colorado, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Colorado seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 9 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 9 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote to the state of Colorado that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Connecticut, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Connecticut seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 7 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Connecticut that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Delaware, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Delaware seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Delaware that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from the District of Columbia, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the district that purports to be a return from the district and has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the district purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the District of Columbia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris from the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the District of Columbia that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Florida, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Florida seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 29 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 29 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Florida that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Georgia, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Georgia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, myself, members of the Georgia delegation, and some 74 of my Republican colleagues and I object to the electoral votes from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the election conducted on November 3rd was faulty and fraudulent due to unilateral actions by the Secretary of State to unlawfully change the state's election process without approval from the General Assembly, and thereby setting the stage for an unprecedented amount of fraud and irregularities, and I have signed the objection myself.
Sections 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
President, prior to the actions and events of today, we did, but following the events of today, it appears that some senators have withdrawn their objection.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Section 18 of Title III of the United States Code moves us. This certificate from Hawaii, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Hawaii seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Hawaii that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Idaho, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Idaho seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Idaho that the teller has verified appear to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Illinois, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Illinois seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 20 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Illinois that the teller has verified appears to be in regular form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Indiana, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Indiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 11 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Indiana that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Iowa, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Iowa seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Iowa that the teller has verified appears to be regular and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Kansas, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Kansas seems to be regular in form and authentic. It appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Kansas that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for Vice President.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky? That the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Louisiana, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state. It purports to be returned from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Louisiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Louisiana? That the teller is verified to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Maine, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maine seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 1 vote for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 1 vote for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Maine that the teller is verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Maryland, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be returned from the state, has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maryland seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Maryland that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be returned from the state, and has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 11 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? The tellers advised appear to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Michigan, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote in that state. It purports to be returned from the state and has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Michigan seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentlelady from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, I, along with 70 of my Republican colleagues, object to the counting of the electoral votes for the state of Michigan on the grounds that the error rate precedes the FEC rate allowed at 0.0008%, and that the people who signed affidavits at risk of perjury, their voices have not been heard in a court of law.
Section 15 and 17 of Title III of the U.S. Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
The objection is writing, not signed by a senator.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Are there any further objections to counting the certificate of the vote from the state of Michigan? The certificate the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing no further objections, this certificate from Minnesota, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state. Annexed to it, a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Minnesota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Minnesota that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Mississippi, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, as annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Mississippi seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Mississippi that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Missouri, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Missouri seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 10 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Missouri that the teller has verified appears to be regular and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Montana, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Montana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Montana that the teller verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Nebraska, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nebraska seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 1 vote for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 1 vote for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Nebraska that the teller is verified as regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Nevada, the parliamentarian advises, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nevada seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 6 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 6 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Mr. President, I and 55 other members of the United States House of Representatives object to the electoral votes of the state of Nevada in order to protect the lawful votes of Nevada and all other American citizens.
Section 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code requires that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
Mr. President, it is in writing, but unfortunately, no United States senator has joined in this effort.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Are there any further objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Nevada that the teller has verified appears to be regular, in form, and authentic? This certificate from New Hampshire, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Hampshire seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New Hampshire that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? This certificate from New Jersey, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Jersey seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 14 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 14 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New Jersey? Teller's verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. This certificate from New Mexico, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state. It purports to be a return from the state, and that is annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Mexico seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 5 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 5 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the state of New Mexico that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from New York, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New York seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 29 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 29 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New York that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from North Carolina, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of North Carolina seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 15 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 15 votes for Vice President.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of North Carolina? If the teller is verified, appears to be regular in form and authentic. This certificate from North Dakota, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state. It purports to be a return from the state that is annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of North Dakota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote for the state of North Dakota that the teller is verified as regular and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Ohio, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state. It purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Ohio seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 18 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 18 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Ohio that the teller has verified as regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Oklahoma, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Oklahoma seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 7 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Oklahoma that the teller has verified to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Oregon, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, has a certificate of authority from the state annexed to it to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Oregon seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 7 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Oregon that the teller has verified as regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned to the state, has annexed to it a certificate from an authority in the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 20 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Mr. President, sadly but resolutely, I object to the electoral votes of my beloved Commonwealth of Pennsylvania on the grounds of multiple constitutional infractions that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. And on this occasion, I have a written objection signed by a senator and 80 members of the House of Representatives.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
Yes, Mr. President, it is.
An objection presented in writing and signed by both a representative and a senator complies with the law. Chapter 1, Title 3 of the United States Code. The clerk will report the objection.
We, a United States Senator and members of the House of Representatives, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Pennsylvania on the ground that they were not under all of the known circumstances regularly given. Signed, Josh Hawley, United States Senator. Scott Perry, Member of Congress.
Are there further objections to the certificates from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? The chair hears none. The two houses will withdraw from joint session. Each house will deliberate separately on the pending objection and report its decision back to the joint session. The Senate will now retire to its chamber.
And you're watching live coverage on C-SPAN of the Electoral College certification by the Congress. This was a joint session by the House and Senate. There have been objections throughout the evening, including to Georgia, Nevada, and Michigan. However, both a representative and a senator need to sign those objections to the certification if they want to debate it. Those did not have Senate signatures. Pennsylvania had a Senate signature and 80 House members. So the Senate is going back on the other side of the Capitol to the Senate chamber. The House will debate the Pennsylvania certification. The Senate will debate the Pennsylvania certification. You'll watch live coverage of the Senate on C-SPAN 2 and the House on C-SPAN. After that, there are still 12 states to get through. There are no predicted objections to those 12 states. Throughout the evening now, we're going to be taking your calls, getting your reaction to today's events up at the Capitol and also the certification process. This is live coverage on C-SPAN. Now back to the House.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 1, the House will be in order. Thank you. Pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 1 and Section 17 of Title III, United States Code, when the two houses withdraw from the joint session to count the electoral vote for separate consideration of an objection, a representative may speak to the objection for 5 minutes and not more than once. Debate shall not exceed 2 hours, after which the chair shall put the question, shall the objection be agreed to? The clerk will report the objection made in joint session.
We, a United States Senator and members of the House of Representatives, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Pennsylvania on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. Signed, Josh Howley and Scott Perry.
The chair will endeavor to alternate recognition between members speaking in support of the objection and members speaking in opposition to the objection. Before I recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the House will be in order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a somber day for the defense of the Constitution. See, the Constitution is just a piece of paper. It cannot defend itself. That is why our leaders swear an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, and that's what I'm doing here this evening. The Constitution states the times, place, and manner of holding elections shall be prescribed by the legislature, not the courts, not the governor, not the Secretary of State or other bureaucrats or elected officials, the legislature. In Pennsylvania, the Supreme Court unilaterally extended the deadline for ballots to 3 days after the election. They actually wanted 10. The Supreme Court is not the legislature. The Supreme Court mandated unpostmarked ballots to be received, destroying the validity of all the votes that were cast timely. The Supreme Court action defied the law, the legislature, and the will of the people. The Supreme Court authorized the use of drop boxes where ballot harvesting could occur. The legislature never authorized that form of voting, and the court had absolutely no right to do so. Responding to the Secretary of State, Kathy Boockvar, the Supreme Court ruled that mail-in ballots need not authenticate signatures. Once again, the court not only defied the Constitution and the will of the people, but by so doing, they created a separate class of voters, thereby violating the Equal Protections Clause prescribed in the Constitution. How can we have two legally separate classes of voters? Yet the court made it so, not the legislature. The Constitution doesn't mention the court when determining the time, place, and manner of elections because they're not authorized to make those decisions, and yet they did it. And the U.S. Supreme Court has refused to hear the case, denying the evidence and denying the demands for justice from the people of Pennsylvania and America. These aren't my opinions. These aren't partisan viewpoints. These are irrefutable facts. 6 days before the election, guidance emailed from the Secretary of State required that counties shall not pre-canvass or canvass any mail-in or civilian absentee ballots received between 8 o'clock Tuesday and 5 o'clock Friday, and that they must be kept separately. That was 6 days before the election. 2 days before the election, county received new guidance from the Secretary of State informing counties that they shall canvass segregated absentee and mail-in ballots as soon as possible upon receipt. The Secretary of State is not elected by the people. She is not a member of the legislature. Yet she, and she alone, determine the time and manner of elections. Unconstitutional, ladies and gentlemen. In defiance of a U.S. Supreme Court order that all ballots received after Election Day be segregated, the Secretary of State knew once they were canvassed, that is, opened and commingled with all the other ballots, they would be counted with all the rest. And what's the remedy for this defiance, for this law breaking? So far, the court has decided there is no remedy. There is no penalty for this lawlessness, this dilution of lawfully cast votes, this defiance of the Constitution.
no remedy. When the state legislature requested the governor convene a special session to address the unanswered questions and try and provide a remedy, he refused. When votes are accepted under unconstitutional means without fair and equal protection for all, the only result can be an illegitimate outcome. Illegitimate. The voters did not create this mess, but the will of the people is absolutely being subverted by the deliberate and willful actions of individuals defying their oath, the law, and the Constitution. In Pennsylvania, we use the statewide Uniform Registry of Electors, or the SURE system, as the basis of determining who can vote. Unfortunately, a recent attempted audit by the Democrat State Auditor General concluded that he was unable to establish with any degree of reasonable assurance that the SURE system is secure and that Pennsylvania voter registration records are complete and accurate. That's what we're relying on, ladies and gentlemen, that right there. This is the very same system used to certify the election in the contest for President of the United States. This is the very same system that the state used to certify the 2020 election, even though its figures do not match more than half of Pennsylvania's 67 counties. To this day, right now, while we stand here, how can this election be certified using a system that after 2 months still displays that over 205,000 more votes were cast in Pennsylvania than people who voted in the November election? Let me say that again. 205,000 more votes than voters.
Time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, to my colleague from Pennsylvania, I will say this. I carry the same Constitution that you do. And the Constitution, sir, does not allow you, me, or any member of this body to substitute our judgment for that of the American people. It does not allow us to disregard the will of the American people. Because under this Constitution, under our Constitution, Congress doesn't choose the president. The American people do. And they have chosen in resounding numbers, as every single member of this body well understands. Now, I have been at a loss, Madam Speaker, to explain what happened today, but there's a statement that I found that largely summarized my thoughts on the matter. The scenes of mayhem unfolding at the seat of our nation's government are a sickening and heartbreaking sight. This is how election results are disputed in a banana republic, not our democratic republic. I am appalled by the reckless behavior of some political leaders since the election and by the lack of respect shown today for our institutions, our traditions, and our law enforcement. The violent assault on the Capitol and the disruption of a constitutionally mandated meeting of Congress was undertaken by people whose passions have been inflamed by falsehoods and false hopes. Insurrection could do grave damage to our nation and our reputation. In the United States of America, it is the fundamental responsibility of every patriotic citizen to support the rule of law. To those who are disappointed in the results of the election, our country is more important than the politics of the moment. Those are not my words. Those are the words of former Republican President George W. Bush. To my colleagues, it is after midnight tonight. It's been a long day for our country, a long day for our republic. Let us dispense with this. Let's do the right thing. Let's honor our oath. Let's certify the results, and let's get back to the work of the American people. And with that, I yield to the distinguished Chairwoman Lofgren.
Madam Speaker, our duty today is significant but straightforward. We must count the votes of the electors as cast in the Electoral College and announce the results. As discussed, our roles and responsibilities are established by the Constitution and federal law, and they're clear. The facts before us are also clear. Pennsylvania submitted one slate of electors as chosen by the voters of the state. The slate was certified according to state law. Now those lawful results must be counted and announced. Despite disinformation and any number of false claims that you may have heard, including here today, as former Attorney General Barr said, quote, "We've not seen fraud on a scale that could have affected a different outcome in the election." This is not simply a conclusory statement. The results of the election have been litigated. The record is clear. The lawsuits challenging the election results failed. They failed because there's simply no evidence to support these baseless claims. You know, it's one thing to tweet a belief, quite another to provide actual evidence. These cases failed because there is no evidence. Judges ruled in the lawsuit that the 2020 election was sound. So it should come as no surprise that Republican office holders have recognized the election results as legitimate and accurately determined in an election that was conducted safely, securely, and with integrity. We all take an oath to support and defend the Constitution. And as we near the end of the task before us, let's remember the beginning of the Constitution. Before Article 2 and the 12th Amendment, which spell out the Electoral College, and before Article 1, which creates Congress, the Constitution begins with the preamble. The preamble is short and bold. We, the people. The people spoke in historic numbers. Their votes have been counted. Their choice is clear. It's time, as the law requires, to announce the state of the people's vote. The violence and disorder inflicted on our democracy by seditious rioters today is an indication of why adherence to our Constitution is so vital. I urge all of us to stand up for law, for democracy, for our Constitution, and to stand up for America and reject this objection. And I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman's time has expired. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A day that was intended to debate the importance of election integrity and the rule of law tragically became a day that will be a black mark in our nation's history. Nevertheless, the work of this House must go on, as America will go on. We must all sincerely thank the Capitol Police and Metro Police for their selfless actions today, putting their safety and lives on the line to protect this House. The lawlessness and violence of today must be condemned, just as all violent protests must be condemned. Nevertheless, the fact remains a large number of Pennsylvanians are enormously frustrated with actions taken by elected and appointed officials in Pennsylvania, which have led to a high level of distrust for this past election. We have the United States Constitution, which is the reason we have been and will continue to be a great country and a country of laws. The U.S. Constitution is unambiguous, Madam Speaker, in declaring that state legislators are the entity with the authority to set election procedures and to enact any changes to election law. Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1 states the times, places, and manner of holding elections shall be prescribed in each state by the legislator thereof. The authority of election procedures lies with the state legislator, period. In Pennsylvania, this authority was indisputably usurped by the Pennsylvania's governor's office, by the Pennsylvania Secretary of State, and by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. These unlawful actions include, but are not limited to, accepting ballots past 8 p.m. on Election Day, inconsistent application of verified signature requirements for in-person ballots versus mail-in ballots, authorizing the curing of mail-in ballots with less than 24 hours' notice, leading to inconsistent preparedness between counties, and authorizing the use of unsecured drop boxes, which is not permitted in statute. If such unlawful actions are to be accepted, what do we have to look forward to next year? The Pennsylvania Secretary of State allowing online voting because it may be raining in Philadelphia? It was a free-for-all. Madam Speaker, it was back in 2005 when then Minority Leader Pelosi, while leading 31 Democrats as they objected to the presidential elector certification, as they did in the last 3 presidential elections when a Republican won, and stated quite well, actually, that the members of Congress have brought this challenge and are speaking up for their aggrieved constituents, many of whom have been disenfranchised in this process. This is their only opportunity to have this debate while the country is listening, and is it appropriate to do so? Thank you for those words, Madam Speaker. They were appropriate then as they are now.
If there is an American ideal that all citizens, regardless of party affiliation, can agree upon, it is that we must have election integrity. We should not certify these electors which were derived by unlawful actions and a result of inaccurate vote tallies. I yield the remainder of my time to Representative Joyce.
You have to stay standing.
Madam
Gentlemen, stay
Speaker,
standing.
I rise in support of the objection. Tonight, my heart is heavy as we consider the dark acts that transpired in this chamber today. But, Madam Speaker, the American people can be assured that violent and irrational attacks on this body cannot derail the constitutional responsibility that lies in front of us. This has always been about upholding the law. It's always been about protecting government of, by, and for the people. Preserving the rule of law is more important than ever. We must acknowledge that unconstitutional acts unduly impacted the presidential election in Pennsylvania. Contrary to law, the Supreme Court extended the deadline for mail-in ballots for 3 days beyond the election day. Contrary to law, the Secretary of the Commonwealth discarded mail-in ballot signature verification safeguards. These leaders took advantage of a deadly pandemic and seized the state's legislature's rightful authority. I took an oath to uphold the law and defend the Constitution. I pledged to protect free and fair elections. I cannot in good faith certify electors that were selected under an unlawful process. I will object to the Electoral College certification to protect the will of Pennsylvania voters, to uphold the law, to restore trust in our electoral system, and ultimately, to save our Constitution. At Gettysburg, which is in my district, President Abraham Lincoln spoke about the great task of ensuring government by, of, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Thank you, and I yield.
Expired. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nearly 7 million Pennsylvanians showed up to vote in the 2020 elections. They cast their votes for Democrats and Republicans up and down the ballot, including the entire U.S. House delegation, the entire state House, and half of the state Senate, and other state and local races. Since the election, there have been allegations of widespread election fraud in Pennsylvania. But remarkably, the 20 suits filed by the Trump campaign, Pennsylvania Republicans, and others challenging the results in Pennsylvania have never claimed that there was voter fraud. Perhaps that's because attorneys can lose their license when they make unsubstantiated claims in court. That's where the rubber really meets the road. So, if these lawsuits didn't claim election fraud, what did they claim? Most of the legal challenges to the presidential election in Pennsylvania question relatively small numbers of ballots that were allegedly tainted by technical violations. Even assuming that all these ballots had been cast for Joe Biden, throwing them out wouldn't have changed the result of the election. Now, one exception is the lawsuit filed by one of our colleagues from Pennsylvania, Kelly versus Commonwealth, which would have thrown out all the mail-in votes cast in the 2020 general election on the grounds that Act 77, the state law allowing those votes, was unconstitutional. That suit would have disenfranchised 2.5 million Pennsylvanians. Let's let that sink in. 2.5 million Pennsylvanians would have had their votes nullified. Now, I want to provide my colleagues with some background about the state law at the heart of this challenge. In 2019, the Republican-controlled state legislature approved Act 77, a bipartisan bill to reform the state's election laws, which instituted no-excuse mail balloting. Act 77 was supported almost unanimously by Republicans in the state House and state Senate. In fact, it was unanimous in the state Senate and all but 2 Republicans in the state House. Moreover, once this act was passed, Act 77 had a 120-day period where challenges could be filed against the act if people thought it was unconstitutional. Well, 4 months went by, nobody files a challenge. In June 3rd, Pennsylvania had their primary under this new system. Nobody challenged the primary election. It was only challenged in November when Republicans didn't get the result they wanted at the top of the ticket. Not surprisingly, this case was dismissed by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, and an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court was denied. Another exception is Texas versus Pennsylvania. They asked the court to reject the results of the Pennsylvania contest, the presidential contest in Pennsylvania and several other states, disenfranchising tens of millions of voters. 7 Republican members of the Pennsylvania U.S. House delegation signed the U.S. House Republican brief in support of Texas versus Pennsylvania. Well, I feel compelled to point out to my colleagues that the same voters who sent them to the 117th Congress cast their votes for the president by marking the very same ballots, which were read by the very same ballot scanners and monitored by the very same election workers. Yet our colleagues who signed the brief only want to invalidate the presidential votes. This is illogical and inconsistent, colleagues, and I'm pleased to note that the Supreme Court rejected it as well. The fact is, the election has received unprecedented scrutiny in the courts. I believe it's irresponsible and undemocratic to argue today that the U.S. Congress ought to relitigate the 2020 presidential election and second-guess the will of the voters in multiple states, the decisions of numerous state and federal courts, including the Supreme Court, and the counts and recounts conducted by state election officials. There were 20 lawsuits filed in Pennsylvania challenging aspects of the Pennsylvania presidential election. In 19 of them, you got laughed out of court. The one case you won affected roughly 100 votes. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won by over 80,000.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for that objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this evening with a heavy heart. The violence that occurred today at the U.S. Capitol was senseless, destructive, and counter to our American values. This past Sunday, each member of this body took an oath to uphold the United States Constitution. And while the path of least resistance, particularly following today's events, would be remaining silent, my oath to uphold the Constitution does not permit me to maintain silence. While systemic voter fraud was not something proven, we've witnessed a systemic failure in the application of Pennsylvania's voting law when it comes to the 2020 general election. In late 2019, the Commonwealth revisited and modernized its election law with the bipartisan Act 77. Granted, in late 2019, the Commonwealth legislature did not have the foresight to anticipate how COVID-19 would present challenges to voting. Despite that, it is not up to the governor, the Secretary of the Commonwealth, nor the state Supreme Court to unilaterally create law. The election abuses to Pennsylvania Act 77 taken by the Pennsylvania Executive Branch and upheld by the Pennsylvania Judicial Branch were clearly unconstitutional and had an obvious, if not measured, impact on the 2020 election, particularly when it comes to the citizens' faith in the electoral process. Irregularities in Pennsylvania included uneven application of the law, ballot curing, ignoring signature validation requirements, using unsecure drop boxes, accepting ballots beyond the deadlines, and interfering with certified poll watcher access, among others. These actions were taken by the Commonwealth's governor and Secretary of State, while the Pennsylvania Supreme Court circumvented the authority of the state legislature. Furthermore, the chief law officer of the Commonwealth sat idly while this process unfolded. Now, I join many of my colleagues in Pennsylvania requesting the legislators in Harrisburg conduct an investigation and audit to ensure such negligence will be prevented in future elections. I have serious concerns about how these irregularities in the application of the Commonwealth's election laws will play in future elections. Only with equal application of the law will the voters of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania have certainty in their election processes. Now, I remain committed to ensuring the voters receive an electoral system they deserve and where equal application of the law is guaranteed. If our election integrity is compromised, we have failed the very voters who have sent us here to defend the Constitution. I yield my remaining time to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much. I thank the gentleman for yielding. The oath I took is very simple. Madam Speaker, you administer it. It's to support and defend the Constitution. Now, as you walk back to the office buildings, you walk by that wall that has when the various states accepted that Constitution. And remember, when a state accepts the Constitution, it agrees to accept every part of the Constitution. It doesn't get to pick and choose. Pennsylvania was there when it was written. They were so enthusiastic about the Constitution, they approved it in 1787. My state, Maryland, is a little further down the wall, 1788. They were there when it was written. The clause that gave the legislature the power over the elections was there when they accepted it. It's been there since. How dare the judicial branch or the executive branch of that state usurp the legislative authority? That's a clear violation of the Constitution. Now, we heard there's no evidence. Evidence? The Pennsylvania Supreme Court unilaterally extended the deadline to receive absentee and mail-in ballots. Does anybody contest that over here? Does it say the legislature did that? No, it doesn't. It says the court did it. That's a violation. That's what the Texas lawsuit was all about. We disadvantage other states when states like Pennsylvania, the executive branch and judicial branch, cheat on the Constitution. And that's what they did here. But there's more evidence. But wait, there's more. The Democrat Secretary of the Commonwealth eroded integrity by dismissing signature authentication on a ballot. Does anyone here believe the Pennsylvania legislature would have agreed to create a separate system for mail-in ballots and in-person ballots? That if you mail it in, you don't need a signature? But if you vote in person, you do, and it has to be authenticated? Of course not. The legislature clearly wouldn't have agreed to that. But that didn't stop the usurpation of constitutional authority. Madam Chair, I vigorously support this objection, and I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona additional signers.
Without objection.
Madam Chair, my motion is in front of the table.
objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, tonight we will not be picking the president. For the people did that on November 3rd. Rather, tonight in this House, we will decide whether American democracy survives. Let us be under no illusion. These are the stakes. If this objection succeeds, and the will of 7 million Pennsylvania voters is cast aside, it will be the end of our representative democracy. Now, there is no reasonable debate about what happened in this election in Pennsylvania. 7 million Pennsylvanians voted. Joe Biden won by over 81,000 votes. This was certified in 67 counties by bipartisan local elected officials, including Republicans, and every single court, whether the judge is a Democrat or a Republican, has reaffirmed this outcome. The objectors, however, claim we do not know the will of the people because the election in Pennsylvania was somehow conducted corruptly.